So this is the question number one. Which document will ensure? Now we are looking for the document. Here, straightforward by reading the last line, we found out this thing that we are looking for certain kind of document. Which document will ensure that team follows a consistent approach for decision making? The question is really asking which document guides you to how to make a decision. Now we know there are various tools of decision making, fist of five, voting, and other things. So which document will help us? The project manager. Read the last line first. Step one. Read the question slowly. Project manager is leading a global project for a pharmaceutical company. The drug will be used to save life of many people. In developing this technology, many new artificial intelligence technology will be developed. So this means most of the question like will be in agile way or hybrid way. Project manager has team from all over the world working in different time zone. So although this is a good thing, but if you really talk about the real question, the entire 3.5 line has nothing to do with that. It's just making a story, giving you the framework, how the question is. The last line is the thing. Again, we are looking for a document that can help us to take decision. Project charter. What is a project charter? Project charter is a high level document that has scope in it, high level requirements, milestones, cost, quality, who is the sponsor, who is the project manager, high level thing. It does not guide us who how to take decision. It does not give us the framework of that. So I'm gonna eliminate this option. Stakeholder engagement plan. Stakeholder engagement plan basically tells you what is the current engagement of the stakeholder, because stakeholder engagement metrics in it. What is the desired engagement level of stakeholder, and what are the strategies you are going to use to change the current engagement of a stakeholder to desired. Stakeholder engagement plan is all about strategies required to change the current engagement level into desired engagement level. So we are not looking for that strategy, we are looking for how to take decisions. Team charter. Now, what is the team charter? Team charter is a document that is made by the team. Ideally, it helps us to make ground rules, visions, values, how to take decisions, how to handle conflicts. So this can be the right answer. I'm saying can be the right answer. This is the fundamental of elimination technique. You can pick an answer, but you have to go through other options. Maybe the other options are even better than this one. So let's look, let's hold this option. Let's not eliminate. Go to option number D, communication management plan. Communication management plan is all about four things: right information at right time to right stakeholder to have right impact. So it does not say about how to take decision. So I'm gonna eliminate it. So the right answer would be option C. Let me look your answers. Okay, Kevin saying Usha decision making. Faryal, C defines scope of the project and update by the team. James is C. So C is the right answer. Let's go. Usha, is it clear? If anyone has any follow-up question or that you don't agree with my uh, explanation, I am open for a follow-up question, because my goal here is that you learn how to solve question. This is very important, and I can say that with 100% I would say power, 100% confident that this is the so far the best coaching call I have ever done. Why? The quality of the questions we have in this coaching call is simply mind blowing. Okay, next question, guys. All the deliverables have been completed and accepted by the client. What should the project manager do first to start closing the project? You will get a question in the exam that, and now you are the project has been terminated. What should you do? The project has been completed. What should you do? It's terminated, completed, closed. The first thing is that you get accepted from the client. or also known as validate your deliverables. Validate your deliverables. The question says that it has been already been validated or accepted by the client. The next step is get approval from the sponsor to close. Get approval from the sponsor to close. Once the sponsor say okay, you can start the closing, then you start writing final report, you start updating organizational like documents, project documents, you start writing a lesson line register. Once documents are updated, we archive them into the database. Once lesson plan are written and everyone, the entire team compile the lesson plan, we put the lesson plan in lesson plan repository that becomes the part of OPS. So lesson plan repository and OPS. Then final report, which has the analysis like what we did good, what we did bad, good analysis, bad analysis, regression, reason for closing, success criteria, everything. We submit it to the sponsor. If the sponsor is okay, then we communicate to all the stakeholders according to communication management plan, and then we start closing the project administratively, release the resources, close the contracts, look at the contracts, and that can also be done while we are writing the reports. And at the end, we celebrate the success. Start writing down the lesson learned. As I explained, this is not the next step. Release the resources. If you release the resources, especially human resources, who will write the final report, who will update the documents? So you need the resources. You cannot, you release some of the resources but not the entire team. Get approval from sponsor, yes, that can be the thing. Write down the final report, no, that come later. So let me see option D. Adviti, why do you think write down the final report? Do explain it. Okay. Usha, you answered very fast. I would highly recommend slow down while solving the questions. Jimzy saying D, no brother, not D. Pankaj A, no. Ravindra D, resource will be released. Write down the lesson line. Final report, resource cannot be released. Does not need to ask sponsor. PM need to ask for the sponsor approval, because when the project was started, there was a criteria started on the project why a project has been started. So in order to get that, we need to get the approval from sponsor. That's a very important thing. You cannot close the project without asking the sponsor. It can be sponsor, it can be steering committee, it can be governance board. So this is an important thing that specifically PMI highlights in the business environment thing, that focus on that getting approval for the sponsor. Is it clear, guys? This is a very interesting point, and that's why I said that today's coaching call will be the most interesting coaching call we have done in a very, very long time, because of question like this. Five-liner question before that seems easy, but two-liner is hard here. So, Kevin, is it clear? Because you put it, no, I didn't agree. Okay. Kevin, I also need yes from your side. Okay. Next question. The project manager, the project manager is working in a matrix organization. So whenever the question asked about, say, the matrix organization, always consider it as a balanced matrix, not a strong matrix, not a weak matrix, balanced matrix. An important resource have left the team. Resource have left the team to join another organization. So that's a normal thing, is happening all the time in the like in the day-to-day things. So now the project manager need a resource whom he should contact first. Whom he should contact first. The question does not says who will get the resource or who will resolve the conflict. According to PMI, let's say we have, if the organization is weak matrix or strong matrix. Okay, if the organization is weak matrix, functional manager has all the responsibility, all the resources. Strong matrix, project manager will have the more power. In balanced matrix, the power is shared among both people. But in any kind of the matrix organization, originally the resources were under the functional manager, and then you took it the resources from there. If it's a strong matrix, you have more power, the resources report to you. Balanced matrix, both have the same power. Weak matrix, functional manager have more power, but functional manager has the resources. The first person you go to is functional manager. Human resource manager, HR, is the term that normally people use. It's not used in by PMI as per se. Functional manager is a right term used by the PM. Adviti, you put the C, I understand. That's the reason I put this question. Like you need to wear PMI hat in order to solve those questions. Some questions can be get wrong because of this thing. And let me share one more thing. If the question was rephrased in this way, now the project manager need a resource, and there's a like resources are very rare, and you have a conflict with the functional manager, or the resources are rare, who would help to get the resources? Then the sponsor will have helped, because it's a balance matrix. Whenever there's a conflict between manager and the uh, project manager, sponsor will help it. In this question, function manager seems the right answer. Sponsor does not work right now. No, not human resources, not team member. Okay, but what if it could have been a strong matrix? If it had been a strong matrix, then basically the resources report to him. But if he needed resources, he can again contact. The first contact should be function manager, because resources are with him. But in strong matrix, since resources should be with you, you have more control. If this is balanced matrix, then you should contract. Okay, okay. Strong matrix, normally directly you have all the control within you. Okay, let's see what else we have. Okay, I hope this question is clear. Now that's a very interesting question. In this question, he's not receiving information about the project. The word not was missing here. That changed the entire thing. Sorry about that. A senior manager complains that he is not receiving information about the project. What should the project manager do first? That's a very interesting question. That whenever a problem occurs, what is the first thing to do? Okay, so Usha is saying C, as a senior manager, he should get updates. C, B, why Asif? Why B? Give the justification, please. Think the question should say he's not receiving. Yes, Amer, you identify my mistake. Sorry, that's entirely my mistake. I typed every single question, so all the mistakes are by me myself. Now B, Kevin put in the issue log. Okay, Ravindra C. B, as it's a problem of a communication. Jeremy is saying C. Jeremy give the justification, since it's an issue. I will first put it in an issue log. In that sense, perhaps C, login in the issue log, then step B. Okay, guys, a very important thing that we need to understand. Whenever any issue occurred, whenever any issue occurred, we put straightforward. The problem has occurred now. The first we put the issue into the issue log. The issue is there, put the issue into the issue log. Then use the root cause of that. Why that issue occurred in the first place. For example, for me, if I look the root cause here, no, we even don't know senior manager. We have classified him as a stakeholder or not. We haven't. We don't know. The question does not say that he's a stakeholder, senior manager. We don't know. It's a matrix organization. We identified him as stakeholder or not. We don't know about that. And we don't know that whether the communication should be given to him or not, or was the communication was not planned for him, or is it the strategy not to give him the information? So anything can be updated. Stakeholder register, communication plan, the stakeholder. So let's just put this question in a different scenario. The question is, a senior manager complains that the problem is there, etc., etc. So first you put the issue log, you got the root cause that he was not even identified as the stakeholder. You first put him in the stakeholder register, then you update the stakeholder engagement plan, then you update the communication plan. Communication plan gets updated after stakeholder. This is the sequence. And if the question says a new stakeholder has been identified, the same procedure: stakeholder register update, stakeholder engagement plan, then communication plan. So first thing was to put it into the issue log, not the stakeholder register, not the communication plan, not the stakeholder. This is a very important sequence of steps. I hope this is clear to everyone. We are not sure the senior manager, so we can say C. Yes, Hassan, very well said. We can say C. Okay, guys. So I hope there is no confusion to anyone else. So we can move to the next question. Ah, long question. Always read the. This is a very interesting question. What will the project manager do? Okay, you are the project manager of large research and development company. You are in planning, procurement, and shortlisting sellers. So now we are getting those qualified list of sellers. One of the steering committee member has asked you to select a seller. Okay. Upon investigation, you find that seller recommended by a steering committee member is a good seller. Good seller means he meets the criteria, but he is the brother of steering committee. What will the project manager do? Okay, this is the question. So since the seller is B, C, since the seller is okay, good to report conflict of interest. B, Faryal always give the justification why B, Jimze why C, uh, Adviti why C, always the justification. Okay, oh that's question 4. Since seller is a relative, B report conflict. B conflict on I would tend to say A. Okay, Kevin, you got a very high score in procurement, so we need to talk. What will the project manager do? He knows there's a conflict. He should go to sponsor. Report unethical behavior. Reaching out to sponsor is the last resource. PMI B peer spot PMI course. He should not hire conflict. Okay, so B since he meets all the requirement. Okay, so Satya, I loved the way you said he meet all the requirement. So it's an interesting thing. It's a very close line question. There's a seller who is his brother, who is the brother of someone, and someone is asking you to hire him. Okay, now the thing is that it's a very close line. Should we go to first of all option D is eliminated. The reason is this: that D is eliminated. He does meet the criteria. Option C, hire the seller. How we can hire him? Just because someone said that, it is possible that one seller meet that criteria, other seller also meet the criteria, so we cannot hire that. So option C, Abigail, got eliminated. And now we are left with two options: option A and option B. Okay, now option A is, it is kind of a unethical activity. It is an unethical activity because he is recommended his brother, but he is not asking you to go and do something that is out of the way. No, he is meeting the criteria. And the question does not say that he has been expelled, or he has been previously disbanded from the organization, or the organization has done anything, the seller has done anything bad here. Unethical, whenever we see that someone is recommended, we tend to move towards unethical, but he has not done unethical activity in a way that he thinks that the seller do meet the criteria, so he can be the recommended criteria. He is giving his recommendations. Okay, he is giving his recommendation. He is not ordering you. He is not saying only to that seller meet the criteria. He is recommending you. But straightforward, if you do that, you will doing an ethical behavior. So you need to report it to sponsor, because he is the member. Kevin, you put it a very beautiful way. The going to the sponsor is the last resort, but steering committee member is asking. If you go to the option cannot do, uh, we cannot report unethical. It's not an unethical activity as per se, straightforward. So I will, the first thing I will do, I will talk to the sponsor and discuss with the sponsor, this is happening, what would you say? And according to that, the sponsor can guide us. So with all the requirement, okay, Okay, so this is question number five. Solve this
No.
one.
Okay.
This one.
Yes. You're the project manager of an IT company, right? Yes. Working on a new technology with diverse audience. So diverse audience. What is the first thing to do when you are working with diverse audience? So first of all, the question is pointing towards the diverse audience. So we have to look that one. Okay, first of all of them must be speak same language. It could be possible. Okay, diversity training. No, I think don't think so. Ground rule, no. Ground rule is something else. Identify training needs. A, I will go for A
Okay, how did you eliminate ground rules, brother? What is ground rule?
because ground rules are something related to the team
So
and
we are hiring team,
um,
audience. Ground rules is the first thing. Once the team comes, once the audience you have. What we normally do when the people come, when the team comes, when we start working, the first thing we define. What I did on the day one, I defined that diversity is important. Respect each other, follow this thing. For example, what I did now, you said you were driving. I asked you, are you still driving? I try to set a ground rules. If you are driving, then I'm not gonna solve question with you, right? So so
correct.
ground rule is the first thing. All of them must speak same language. Okay, that's a good thing to do, but maybe diverse audience cannot speak the same thing. Okay, so we need to understand that first thing when a team comes, the like you must make sure that they follow the ground rules. If the ground rules are not there, so you may set the ground rules for them. Is it clear, Naveed?
Yeah, clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for joining. Okay, hello Hassan, hello Hassan Aurangzeb.
Hi, hi.
Okay, Hassan, let's solve the question. The next
Okay.
question. Okay, so people are still saying C ground rule. Yes, guys, this is the right answer. Ground rules. Hassan, you can see the previous question on your screen.
Yes.
Okay. The next question is with you. Now there's an interesting question. While I was making a question, I made multiple options. So Hassan, please solve this question.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
uh,
No, this one.
an unid. Oh,
I I'm sorry that I don't know why the timer is not working. But okay, go ahead. Start
okay.
question.
An unidentified risk has occurred. What will the project manager do first? Do first. Okay. And it's an unidentified risk. Okay. So the options are update issue log. Okay. Maybe update risk register. Maybe implement agreed risk response. No, because it's an identify risk, eliminate C. Update lesson learned register. This is not the first thing that will happen. Eliminate D. Use contingency reserves, not the first thing. Eliminate E. Raise a change request. Also not the first thing. Eliminate F. It's between uh, A and B. Update issue log and update risk register. So it's an unidentified risk. So first I have to update the risk register, and then it will, if it has any secondary issues, then I'll go to option B.
Answer will be
B.
okay. What the question said, Hassan? What the
An,
question was?
an unidentified risk has occurred. What will the project manager do first?
You did not identify it. You did not identify it. How you can put it into the risk register? It's not a risk anymore. Understand this thing, brother. If an unidentified thing, you did not even know that this thing could have happened. Okay, but this happened. You never identified it. The probability is 100%. It has happened. So why would we even go to the risk register? We directly put it into the issue log. We
But
directly
it
put.
can happen again as well. Na?
So
It
why
was
would you not?
unidentified
It was unidentified,
previously.
na? But it was previously unidentified. So it happened. It happened, na? So we put it into the issue log and the steps we discussed, do the root cause analysis, and if a change request is required, we raise the change request to handle it. Why would even we put in the risk register? If it
Because it might happen again.
if it might
Because in my first feasibility study, I didn't identify it.
no no
This is
if it
my thinking.
if it might happen again, the question is not asking what you would do, and it will go to the lesson learned from there. It later you may put it on the risk identifying for reoccurrence, but the question is asking what the project manager do first.
Okay, okay.
First, you need to handle that, na? The problem you have been faced, instead of planning for, okay, it's like this. The fire has occurred. No, 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 no. I don't want to handle the fire. I want to do other things. Okay? No, that's an important concept to understand. The first thing that we need to work on is, as it is an unidentified, it goes to issue log.
Issue log.
Okay, so guys, for everyone, thank you, Hassan. I just removed you. For everyone, if an unidentified risk is identified, if an unidentified risk is identified before occurrence, before occurrence. If an unidentified risk is identified before occurrence, we put it into the risk register and we handle it as a risk because it has not occurred. But if something has happened, if something has happened and uh, we want to work on it, it should go to the issue log. That's an important distinction I wanted to share with you. Okay, risk is an okay since it's an unidentified risk, so it has nothing to do. Okay, a got it. A log update the issue log. Amer, you are doing good. Update that. Then ask for management reserve. Okay, to start PMP from scratch. What should the pathway? If you can brief guidelines. Okay, I will to start and I will answer this thing Hamza in the end of the session. Okay, guys. Now I have given two questions to the students. I will solve the remaining question myself. Okay, next question. A new member has joined from a competitor organization. He suggests a way that can decrease your schedule. What should the project manager do first? Again, guys, please be very, very, very careful about these things in the exam. That's why I recommend reading the last line first. What what should the project manager do first, next, last? So that is an important thing. Reject it as he is the new team member, he's not familiar how work is done. No, that is never the thing. Raise a change request. Okay. Do the impact analysis. Okay. Many people are putting this. C is the answer. C, do the impact analysis. Implement suggested way to decrease. No, we don't do that straightforward. Discuss with the sponsor. We don't go to the sponsor with the problems. We work it with this. Discuss with the team. No, first we work it ourselves. Okay, so now interesting thing how we can work in this question. Many people are putting C. Now my question to all of the people who are putting C as the answer, can we do the impact analysis without documenting a change request, without raising a change request? Think about it. Can we do impact analysis, or can we start working on looking at the options without raising the change request, particularly in a predictive environment? Put it in the chat box. My question is again, can we do the impact analysis without can we do the impact analysis without raising a change request? Yes, Pradeep Kumar. First, we need to raise the change request, my friends. Step number one is always to raise the change. Like he said it, you said it, anyone can raise the change request. Change the request is for this purpose. Hey, I think this can happen this way, so let's look at this way. Now he is saying, now once the change request is there, It is documented. That's why I also put the word as document. Document the change request. Once the change request is documented, now formally, officially, we can put our time. Anyone saying, hey, let's do this way, without documenting, how you are gonna justify that? Let's say I spend my 20 man hours on doing the impact analysis, right? How we can like impact analysis. So you raise a change request to look and do the impact analysis. Remember the journey of change request. In the journey, if you haven't watched journey of change request, please watch. The first step is raise the change request. The change request comes, and then we look at the impact analysis. How can we make a change request if we no, for real, in order to look at something, in order to spend our time, we need to raise a change request. Change request is not always okay, let's change this thing. Change request is the possibility that this can do this thing. That is the purpose of a change request. That's why the change request, the first thing is we look at the, once we you raise a change request, we look at, is it affecting the deliverables? Is it user detail analysis, impact analysis? Then you approve it yourself if you have authority. Then you send it to the change control board, and so and so and so on. So very important question to understand this thing. The first thing is you raise the change request, then you do the impact analysis. The sequence is important. Two, three things have sequence. One of them is her raising the change request. Second is the like issue. Once the issue come, so how we move the issue log, how we move the sequence of risk log. So these things are important. So do understand this thing. If it is feasible and change request, then implement. If not, yes, yes. Okay. So guys, is this clear? For real, is this clear? Every single one. Is this question clear? Put it in the chat box. I want your answer before moving to the next question. The purpose of this coaching call is that you understand in depth of certain thing. Okay, thank you. What if it was agile project? If it was agile project, we don't need a change request. We don't need a change request. We can directly work into that, and we have to handle it properly. But if it was an agile project, the question must mention. If it is not mentioned, the question that it's an agile project, you will consider each and every question of change request as a predictive or a hybrid. Okay, guys, that's an interesting question. The entire information the project cost has, cost variance is this, actual cost, planned cost, etc., etc. This is all the useless information. All useless information. It has nothing to do with this. The question said that actual question starts from here. In past, you have done similar project with similar parameter with the budget of this. What will be your budget? It is saying use analogous estimation. So we use analogous estimation, and straightforward the answer become 500. So loved it that you caught my trick. I thought, well, you guys, I'm kind of proud that you caught my trick. Okay, last question, guys, for today. So let's read it. Which conflict management technique you have to use? You have used here. So you have already done something. So we and all out of these four, which one we have to use? Which have used? You are the project manager of the multi-year construction project. Team members and stakeholders have been arguing. Arguing spelling is right, guys. Arguing spelling is right or wrong? Arguing for few weeks regarding a deliverable. You were unable to attend. They are arguing for a deliverable and you were unable to attend because of other issues in the project. However, now this has become the top priority. Otherwise, you can face the delay of many critical deliverables. This has become the top priority. Now, everything this is just extra information, nothing to do with this. Here start the question. You listen to both parties. You went there, listen to both parties, discuss with them, went go forward and find a solution. You find a solution. First of all, you have found a solution. So avoid can be eliminated. That both parties must give up. In smoothing, one party give up. Smoothing is like accommodating. In smoothing, we are focusing on the right things, on more of a lose-win situation. Okay. Now we're talking about both parties must give up something. So that is not problem solving. In problem solving, we don't, people does not give up something. Compromise, this is the proper definition of compromise, that you give up something, you give up something. So, guys, these were 10 questions for today. I hope you have enjoyed this coaching call and you have learned. My purpose was to make a question a little bit more tough and more interesting, but mix the question as the PMI exam is some question long, some question small. So at least you have an idea of these things. And guys, if you can see the question on your screen, please put it in the chat box. Yes, I can see it. And here starts your time. Please put your answer in the chat box with the justification why a particular answer is right or wrong. I need a justification from you why a particular answer is right or wrong. Justification is more important than anything else. Okay, so let me solve this question for you guys. This question deals more towards agile, how the agile works, and what are the questions. Okay, Sachin saying D. Okay, Shamila, give a justification why D. Vihan, why D? I mean Nidhi. Okay, test code. Okay, Sachin, justification needed. Usha, justification needed for the question. What are they referring to? Okay, the question is asking what are they referring to. So Darish, you said mostly like the last line says, what should the PM do next or first, how to proceed, because time management has been an issue for me. Darish, slow down. Time management is not an issue. Once you read a question, then again you read a question, and sometime you read a question 4 times, that's an issue. So slow down, try to understand the context of the question. Last line basically tells you, are we looking for the future or the past? So what are they referring to? For example, I read this. Now they are referring to something. So I go to the question, you are working with developers in an agile team. Now we know that this question belongs to agile lifecycle. Who are using test driven development? TDD, test driven development. We know that in XP we use test driven development. They ask you whether they should operate using something called red green refactor. What are they referring to? So, in test driven development, what are they referring to? Red green refactor. Now, even without going to the question, you must know what is this. So, guys, what are they referring to? Put your answer in the chat box. What are they referring to? What are they referring to? When no code is developed during a red status, no, 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 no. But let's say some code is developed a green status, no. When 100% code is developed and code is working, then we call it as a green status. So I can eliminate this option on that particular basis. Make sense? A traffic light approach to bringing new features, no. Only releasing feature when they are given a green light, no. That's not why we have red green refactor. When a test is written, first they fail, yes, it can be, then passes when the solution is developed, yes, and that can be refactored or streamlined, yes. That's our definition of refactoring for you guys. So D is the right answer in this pertinent questions. Let's see what the justification people have given. In green, yes, very well justification. Shamila is saying yes, yes. Okay, because yes, Darish is saying right. Okay, Shamila is saying okay, okay. Guys, do give justification, so I really like it. Okay, so yes, maybe I hurried because time was ticking. Yes, so that is this mean you need to do mocks which have a timer on it. So Udemy mocks are good, but Udemy mocks have one issue that you can stop the timer. When you have an option to stop the timer, 90% of the students will never do the question in one go. So there's a simulator known as Prepcast that can be a good simulator, or you can do my coaching calls with the timer, so that can help. You need a to build endurance or practice for that. Okay, agile engineering, which pins test driven. development. It represent think about what you want. Well done, very well done. Thank you. Okay, okay, Ajay Kapoor. Hello, Ajay. Ajay, please unmute yourself. How are you, Ajay?
Hey, hi, Amir. I'm doing good.
So, Ajay, are you ready to solve the live question?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you just like what we did yesterday, a question like that, and I recommend that you solve the question. Okay, so once you see the question, please do let me know. I can see the question. Everyone else, please try to answer the question. Ajay, you can see the question.
Yes, I can see, but the right hand side is super small, Amir.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something on it. Okay, yeah. Okay, Ajay, just give me a second. Yeah, now can you see? Ajay,
Yes,
now.
I can. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, now I can.
please.
Now I can.
Hmm.
Okay. So let me start from the right.
Yeah.
Uh, an analytical technique that models the combined effect of uncertainties to evaluate their potential impact on objectives. Okay. A financial metric of profitability that measures the gain or loss from an investment relative to the amount invested. Uh, cost. So the number to a financial metric goes to. Uh, okay, let me read the other one. The actual time it takes to reach that break even point. Break even point. Okay. After Monte Carlo, I can't see below, Amir.
Okay, okay. So solve you solve till there now. You solve till there.
Okay.
I'm trying
Okay.
to remove.
Different sets of users are shown similar services with one difference known as independent variable. Okay. Okay, different sets of users are shown similar services with one difference known as independent variable alpha beta testing.
So which one you will choose? Which question? Okay.
Different
Alpha beta.
sets of, yeah, alpha beta testing will be different sets of users. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very well done. Okay. Next.
Okay. A systematic approach to estimating the strength and weakness of alternatives used to determine options which provide the best approach to achieving benefits while preserving savings. While preserving savings. Okay, I don't know this yet. I'll check. The present value of all cash outflows minus the present value of all cash inflows. Net present value. The present value of all cash inflows
Hmm.
that goes to net present value.
This one.
Yeah. This one goes to net present value.
Next present. Okay.
Okay.
People watching. Is it clear now for those people who are watching? Yeah. Now, please.
In the, yeah, now it is okay. In the early stages, obtaining the product owner's acceptance of the story and any feedback enables the team to make necessary changes to optimize business value. Okay, early stages. Okay, I'll leave that now. The interest rate that makes the net present value of all cash flow equal to zero. The interest rate. So interest rate, internal rate of return.
Hmm.
The interest rate, because there is a rate. I can relate to that.
Okay. So you will
Okay.
go with the IRR.
Uh, yeah, IRR. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Measures a customer's willingness to recommend a provider's product or services to another on a scale of -100 to 100. Net Promoter Score (NPS). The
Okay.
last one is NPS.
NPS. Okay, for people watching live, I'll give you just give me 1 minute. Let him get this, then I will share with you a different way. Yes, next.
Okay. Analytical technique that models the combined effect of uncertainties. So
Actually,
combined effect.
just give me a second. If I can actually just put this one that the screen is visible to them, then I guess we will be removed from the screen and now they can see it. Okay, please Ajay, continue. Ajay, can you see now?
Yeah, this is better. This is better. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Okay. Outputs are generated to represent the range of possible outcomes for the project. Simulations.
This one
Yeah,
goes to
simulation. Simulations. Okay. Uh, Now I'm left with five. A systematic approach to estimating the strength and weakness of alternatives used to determine options which provide the best approach to achieving benefit while preserving savings. While preserving savings. Return on investment. Mm, okay, the second one, a financial metric, goes to return on investment.
This one goes to return on
Uh,
investment.
cost benefit. I'm actually confused. This one can actually go to the cost benefit analysis also.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, this can actually go to, this is actually cost benefit analysis. The financial metric of profitability. When it says profitability, then it's cost benefit.
Okay.
Okay. The actual time taken to reach break even point, payback period.
Which one?
The second one is payback period.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm left with three. Yeah. Okay. The last one is sprint reviews or demos.
The last one is
Sprint reviews or demos.
okay. Sprint reviews or demos.
Okay. Now I'm left with two. My uncertainties to evaluate the potential impact on objectives. The first one is Monte Carlo.
The first one is Monte Carlo analysis.
Yeah. And the last one is return on investment.
No, this is not. Which option? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So sprint review is in early stage. We obtain the acceptance. Okay. Benefit to cost, a matrix that gain for investment relative to the amount. Benefit to cost, approach to estimate the strength and weakness of used. Okay. Okay. The actual time, the value. Okay. 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 Yeah. These were actually very confusing. This is true. Okay, guys. So thank you very much, uh, uh, Ajay, for solving this question, and thank you very much, everyone who is watching to be that they are so patient that they let it to be with me. Okay, thank you very much. Now let's do the next question. Okay, next question will be more of a normal question, I would say. Okay, so will have a 70-second after this. Then we will have one more question like that, and Puneet, you will solve it. So, guys, you have 70 seconds for this question. We have 10 people from LinkedIn, but most of them they are not answering the questions. Guys, do give your answers with the justification. What answers you think are right or wrong? We would love to hear from you. Okay, Shamila saying C, Mateen C, Jigar C, Carolyn C. Why C? Always give me. Yes, that is good. Because once the backlog is identified, it goes to sprint for the particular iteration. Good. Nabil as the product. Okay, Nivas. Shoaib C. Shoaib always with a justification after putting the backlog. So guys, justification is very important so that I should know what you thinking while you are solving that question. So now I'll solve this question. What will the agile team do next? You're an agile project manager working with the product owner of the agile team. There are several key deliverables. Okay. So actually in the exam, you can highlight while you are moving. There are several deliverables that have been identified and listed in the product backlog. Okay. What will the team do next? Okay, what will the agile team do next? Okay, all deliverables should go live only at the end of the project. No, we don't do that in agile. Then it will become a waterfall if all the deliverables will go live at the end. This can't be the answer. The task should be delivered but not tested to get value to the customer. No, 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 no. You see, if you are not testing that thing, it is possible there is a probability that that thing is not right. Okay. The task should be prioritized, developed, and test incrementally. Yes, that seems something that can be right. The task should be planned carefully and delivered according to their plan, not in agile. We don't have, as per se, plans in agile. So I wouldn't say C, or I wouldn't say D. C will be a right answer for me. So what do we have? We have from Ali Khan saying product backlog should be prioritized. Yes, yes, Ali, very well done. From where we can study test driven development. You can study in PMI Agile Guide if you haven't taken the training from ATP. So you can actually study from PMI ACP Agile Guide, PMI Agile Guide that PMI gives it. Because after getting requirement prioritization, so you don't need to worry that much about that topic actually. It's not in that importance in PMP exam. It is important, but not that much. Okay, everyone has C, so that's a very good answer. Okay, okay, guys. Okay, Puneet. Now let's solve one more drag and drop. Hello, Puneet. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Amer. I'm good.
Okay, are you ready to solve the next question of drags
Yeah,
and drop?
yeah,
Okay.
sure.
You know the drill. How we are gonna solve the question? Like you are gonna tell me, and I will pick and drop it on the left side, right?
Yes.
Okay, and for everyone, those who are watching, you will have the same mechanism in your real exam. Either you have to drag from right to left or left to right. So that is the reason why we are experimenting with these drag and drop questions, because you are gonna get a minimum of 8 to 10 questions of drag and drop in your exam. And guys, if you haven't liked this video, which I can see only 22 people have liked, please do like this video and share it in your WhatsApp group so that more and more people can join and more people can learn from these questions. You can see the full screen, right, Puneet?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, please, Puneet, go ahead.
Yeah. Team members report to two managers.
Yes, Puneet, I'm unable to hear you.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Team members report to two managers. This is functional or multi-divisional organization.
This is functional. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say. Oh, not this one. This one. Okay.
Team member work. All team member work in a single function department and report to functional manager. Project manager is more of coordinator or expeditor. Team are usually full time and co-located. Team are usually
Right.
full time and co-located is agile team.
Okay. Uh, or project team. Which one? Which is which? Where does it goes? Team. This one.
Yeah, agile teams. Yeah.
The guys who are solving live on YouTube, you can put it this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with ABC. That can also help. Whatever the way you like. Yeah. Next.
And I think first one is wrong. This one is metrics organization. First one, and this project team is this functional and metric is coming to second.
Okay.
Yeah, functional and coming to second. Yeah, team or organization based on organized based on the project names. Project manager is more of coordinator. That is in weak metrics.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Teams are organized based on project needs. That is project organized oriented organization. Teams are
Okay, this one.
yeah, organized based on project needs. Yeah, and projects could be organized under functional management with project coordinator or projectized with project manager. Organized under functional manager. That is, I think, composite or hybrid organization.
Which one?
Last one.
Okay.
Yeah. And PM is full time with authority, and PM is full time with authority, control, project administration. This PM recognized and does not have full authority is balance matrix,
Okay.
and PM is full time with authority, control, and project administration staff. This is yeah strong.
Thank you. So this
Yeah.
is okay. We report to the matrix. This is okay. Functional. Okay. Weak matrix. Okay. Balance. Okay. Teams are usually collocated agile. Yes. Okay. Very well done. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paneet. So, guys, that's how you can solve this question. I hope this helps you in understanding those drags and drop, because I was getting a feedback from last 1 month whenever the students are giving exam, that more and more drags and drop are coming, and they are kind of taking more time. So what to do? So we worked on this, and now we have a well prepared way, and I'm sure these questions will help you in your real exam. So now we don't have any more drag and drop for now, so we will solve the other question. So the next question on your screen. Okay. Okay. So what answers you have here? It's a win-win situation. B, B. Okay, Namrata saying B. Namrata, always put the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right? One B, because he's trying to resolve the issue by a video call. Okay, Adarish, I really like the way. B, collaborating and solving. Okay, okay, collaborative approach to make sure win-win. Okay, smooth. You don't pay heat. Okay, okay. Suleiman always give the justification. Nabil always give the justification. Ajay, as he's trying to, okay, I cannot see. Ghazi, there's a problem with your computer or internet. Srini, why B? Always the justification. B, problem solving. C, PM is taking decision. Okay, Vihan, win-win situation. B, want to resolve the conflict. Let's see. Okay, so a project manager has local and virtual team members for the project. Okay, so we have local and virtual team members for the project to manage scheduling priority conflicting among team members. The project manager schedule a video conference call. Now team is at physical, at virtual. Now this is basically the new norm, how the new world will be. So he, in order to handle that situation, he had a video conference call. Now he has solved that problem. So what does he do? He demonstrates the smoothing or accommodating. This is kind of a lose-win situation where he accommodated other people. No, that's not the way he did. He tried to actually completed the solution. Na? Example of problem solving. Yes, it is, but again, the fundamental of PMP and the fundamental of elimination technique says you don't pick an answer, you read all the option, then you go to the next question, and then you say. Force, he has not forced the solution. He has found a win-win situation. So this is win-win, this is win-lose. I wouldn't say C. Example of compromise, he never compromised in this question. So guys, these questions are actually very important for you, that how you resolve these questions, because conflict management is one of the most important topic that you will be saying in the exam. So work with it, see how it can be done, how we can solve these question in PMP, and how it can help conflict management, the entire team topic as a general, but conflict management as an overall is very important. So guys, be very clear on this, and if you have any question at any time, feel free to ask. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Question number 6. As target audience identify, we just need to check with them. Okay, brainstorming has the ideas of ideas not unknown. Focus group, because specify the target audience. Okay, a focus group, as we need targeted audience. Focus group to get feedback from the different users. Okay, what is an appropriate tool or technique used for this situation? A marketing team. Okay. A marketing team is developing a new website and agreed upon a target audience. So we are developing a new website and we have selected, okay, this will be our targeted audience. Now target audience, for example, now when my marketing team puts any ad, now my targeting audience is those people who are looking for PMP, they have not done the PMP training. So that can be my targeting audience. Now the marketing teams need to identify the targeting audience styles preferences. We want to see how they want to work, which technique can be used for that. Focus group is specifically used for targeting a specific audience. Brainstorming is used for idea generation. Product analysis is used to compare different kind of products. Okay, should we use this product or should we use that kind of product? Benchmarking is comparing standards with another person. So this cannot be the two answers that most of you are struggling. Brainstorming is an idea generation technique. Okay, so now we want to discuss with our targeting audience. We already know who is our targeting audience. First thing, we want to discuss with our targeting audience their preferences, their style, how they prefer it. So we directly go to focus group, guys. We go to focus group and we discuss with the focus group. This is very important and very pertinent to your PMP exam. Both of these tools and technique is very important. I did explain when to use brainstorming and when to use focus group. If still it is not clear, please ask now, or you can also ask at the end of the question. The purpose of these question answer sessions is to become have more interactive session to know every single thing that is to know about these questions. So if you have any cross questions, you are feel free to ask me now or at the end of this session. Okay, let's go to the next question. Question number 7. Okay, so let's see what's your answer on this question. Mhm. Okay. A. Shamila put the justification. D. Buck says D. Because of the logic that we always want to fail first. Okay, good. Jigar always give the justification referring to the risk product backlog. A, to deal with the risk early and prevent failure. Vihan saying A because in agile high risk. Okay. Ajay Kapoor high risk. Okay. A. Sachin says A. Shoaib is saying okay. Okay. Manisha, why A? Mateen, A with a plan. Okay. 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 So let's see what the question we have here. What will you do next? Now, whenever the question says what you will do next, most of the time it is the next process. You need to follow the next step. You need to take how you initiate that thing. So we are talking about that particular thing. So you are an agile project manager working with a scrum master. The scrum master mentioned that the agile works differently with the risk as compared to traditional project. We know that there are multiple things that we do different in predictive and agile, particularly when it comes about the handling risk. How do you handle risk and how do you work into that? It sets a meeting with you and the team to talk through agile risk. What will you do next? Okay, so let's see. Ensure that the team notes and schedule high risk activity early in the project so that they are mitigated quickly. Now, this is one thing that we do in Agile. Product backlog is actually prioritized by high value and high risk, and we work it according to that way. So, that is something that we usually do in our projects. So, that can be the answer, but as always, elimination technique says always go to the every single option and see which is the right answer or may be the right answer. Ensure that the team identifies risk, place them the risk register, mitigate. No, 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 no. This is predictive approach. Ensure that the team keeps the risk register to itself. No, that's not the thing we do. Ensure risk is only captured around people because agile prefer individual. No, 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 no. We want to work in every single thing. So straightforward, A option is the right, and I guess every single person has given the same answer. Okay. Next question, guys. Okay, so here we have A, C, C, C. Manisha, please give justification. Usha, justification. Aga, I need justification. Buck says face to face is always over tech. Keywords to build consensus. Okay. Since it is trying to add agile component. Okay. As we need to define requirement, Mateen give the justification. Okay. Okay. Nabil saying conduct workshop as it will help in quick collection of requirement from different stakeholders. Good. Good. Okay. Okay. Let's solve the question. The project managers needs to quickly define cross-functional requirement to build consensus among relevant stakeholder. Okay, the project manager is implementing requirement management plan to upgrade project that will incorporate some agile element. So, what is the best course for him? Create a questionnaire and send it out. Now, creating a questionnaire do help. It's a very good technique. But what happens most of the time, the people will not answer to the questionnaires, and you do use questionnaire when there's a large audience, but there's always a problem that when there are too many people, they may or may not answer the solution. So maybe we cannot get the uh, right requirements from here. So, but I'll keep this option. Create an in-person interview with each of the relevant stakeholder. A very good way, a very good way. But can you conduct if there are 50 stakeholders? How much time it will take, and do we even need to conduct that thing? We are looking for a quickly defined requirements now, so that I don't think so that will be a work. We also want to build a consensus, and in interview we will not be building the consensus. In questionnaire we also not build the consensus. Option C, facilitate a requirement workshop with the relevant stakeholder. Yes, yes, that can be an option. Like we conduct a workshop with the relevant stakeholder, they gave us the opinion and we work into that particular area. So yes, C can be an option, C can be an answer. But again, as the elimination technique suggests, we keep moving as we go towards the answer. D, perform a job shadowing. Not so much. I don't think so that can be the right answer for this particular question. So the right answer would be C, and I can see majority have given C. Ajay, questionnaire will not give the consensus. I guess you have left this part that we want to build a consensus. So that cannot be the answer. Okay. Question number, I guess I missed question number 9. Okay, guys. Question number 10. I'll give you one more question. Let's solve this question. Okay, C. Usha, give the justification. C. Question 10. C. Servant leadership is Buck. You are doing excellent. Buck, when in your exam, you are doing very good job. Other extreme steps. Okay. Darish, when is your exam? You're also doing good. Sheen, servant leader, Madhu, Manisha, C. Ajay Kapoor is saying C. Okay, you. What action could you take in an effort to turn around team morale and help create a more proactive team environment? Okay, you have been assigned to a project because the previous project manager left the company. Okay, he left the company, so now you are working with him. You have found that the team morale is low and team members seemed reserved and unwilling to share their opinion to the fear of retribution. They are not working together and they are fearful. As a result, the team has been unable to identify and react to the issues that have negative schedule. So, what we should do? Replace the key team members? I don't think so. Inform management that the previous project manager know that's a bad thing. Meet with the team member, state your servant leader approach, how you want to work. Responsibility, yes, that can be the answer. Rebuild your team by doing the WBS involving the replanning. No, that cannot be. So this question is very, very important because this takes the mindset of a servant leadership and how servant leader can help you this particular way. So yes, that can be answer. See, everyone is saying. Oh, Adarsh, I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm sure this time you will be uh, doing an awesome job. Okay, servant leadership. My Bug says my exam is on Friday. Bug, best of luck for your exam, and I'm sure you are gonna do fine. Just manage the time properly. Do watch my last day video that I have made a video the last day for PMP. Do watch that and do go through journey videos one more time if you have time. So this will be the last question for today, guys. Since the contract will be doing okay, A option. Let's see what other people are saying. Guys, this is a hard question. We are getting a very less feedback. Okay, so what will you do next? You're a project manager on agile project that required a third party third party to develop a software for your feature. You have worked with the team to gather the requirement and backlog of a product feature. You begin work with your product department on a contract for the vendor. Request the contract is one of the accommodate changes to product the scope. Okay, go back to the business and ask them to deliver the feature. Raise a risk to delivery of your project based on the external vendor. Find an existing contract from the organization. It's a good question. Okay, so since we are working in a software development, it's an agile. There's a value of agile that you want to collaborate with the customer, you want to respond to the change even if the change comes late in the process. You want to work in the most positive value of the change. So B, C, and D gets eliminated, and we straightforward go to the option A. One more thing I would love to know when you plan to clear PMP. Guys, do set a goal, a deadline to clear for the PMP. Without that, it becomes more and more difficult. One more thing I want to share it to the public. Our next batch program is starting on Wednesday after 2 days. So if you haven't taken that training and you want to clear in 1 month, normally students they follow our roadmap, they clear in 1 month. So you can join that. Being said that, let's go and start doing solving question. We will be solving 10 questions of PMP. Okay, so guys, I have answers from okay. Chimji saying, Chimji, I always ask you to give justification. Pinkji, why C? Manisha, stakeholder plan contains communication channels. Vivek is saying, as it involves the communication details. Mudassir is saying, stakeholder plan as it contains. Durga, my friend, give justification. Okay, stakeholder engagement plan. So most of the people are giving answer as a stakeholder engagement plan. So it does not matter if the question is easy, the question is hard. The most important thing is always follow the methodology. So let's see what do we have. Where can she find that information? X is a project manager and he is trying to recall a stakeholder's preferred communication method. We are looking at what is the preferred communication method. Where can she find that? So we are looking at that thing. Resi matrix is all about who is responsible for something, who is accountable, consult, inform. It's a part of a resource management plan where we see who is responsible for anything. But we are looking here about the communication method prefer, which can be push, pull, interactive, video, things like that. It is not there. Stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Stakeholder engagement assessment matrix basically shares with you what is the current engagement level of the stakeholder and what is the desired engagement level of the stakeholder. So that cannot be the answer. Stakeholder engagement plan, this must be the answer, but don't select the answer. Always use elimination technique. We go to the next option, resource management plan. Resource is all about how to acquire the resources, how to manage the resources, what is the responsibility. So this is not the answer. So C become a better answer. Now my cross question to you guys before moving to next question. If the question had another option, Actually, two more options. Let me add one more, two more option. Stakeholder register and communication management plan. What would you be your answer in that case? If the question had two option, stakeholder register and communication management plan, put it in the chat box. What would have been your right answer at that time? Okay, communication management plan, Vivek, Ali. Okay, let's see from other people. Yep. So, guys, this is important to understand. Communication plan is all about what is the preferred communication method. So, this is an interesting thing to understand when we have other options in this question. Whenever you study a question, do sometimes do a what if on it, especially few topics are very important. What is stakeholder plan? What are the things in the stakeholder plan? How stakeholder plan can help you? What is in the communication plan? How communication plan can help? What is in resource plan? These three are very interlinked, and these three are the crust of new PMP. So do look in all these things. Okay, let's go to next question. People at LinkedIn, I am not saying answers from your side. Put your answer in the chat box. What do you think is the right answer for any particular question? Okay, so Arun Kumar. Hello, Arun. Good to have you. A Durga. Durga, give justification, my friend. Level of influence by elimination method. Uh, the third D, A, they are need to be engaged. Vivek Pankaj Singh, C, as it helps to required influence will have the most impact. Derry is saying, Kevin is saying level of engagement. Interest matters, but without influence or engagement, it does not become more important. Level of engagement, level of influence. There are various objective of stakeholder engagement. What is the most important objective? So, guys, first of all, let me put it this: level of engagement is important. How much stakeholder is engaged throughout the project? And good to have you, Prashant, at LinkedIn. It is important, but is it the most important objective? Okay, level of interest. Interest is also important, and we do have power interest grid that can help you here. If someone has high power, high interest, where do they fall? Level of commitment. Commitment is also very important. Level of influence. Level of influence is also very important. So let's look at this. What is the most important thing? Let's go with someone. If you have someone who is very committed, who is very committed, but he's not important for the project, he is not important for the project, then the stakeholder engagement is not about him. The second thing is level of interest. If again, if I go to this thing, if someone is uh, a lot interest, have a lot interest in the project, if they have a lot of interest in the project, but they are not that important in the project, then you need to see whether and how to conduct into the stakeholders. Do they need that much importance or not? Again, we are left with that thing, how important stakeholders are. Is that the most important factor that we need to consider? The power interest matrix help us. Interest is important, not that much. So we are left with two options: B and C is eliminated. Option A and D, let's talk about them. Level of engagement and level of influence. Yes, how much people are engaged in the project, it is important, and that is our goal, that we make all the stakeholder engaged. But the most important thing is that how much power they have, how much influence they can have in the project. Okay, how much influence, the power goes towards more of an influence. So power is directly proportion to the influence. So D will become the right answer. D will become the right answer. It's a very important question to understand. Let me answer everyone on the YouTube. Okay, as they need to be engaged. Yes, they need to be engaged, but if someone does not have power, do you need to be uh, engage them, as it helps to interact and delivery? Influence will have the most impact. Yes, Derry. Kevin, level of engagement. Interest matters, but without influence or engagement, it does not become more important. So more close to options are influence and level of engagement. Okay, level of engage level of influence. Okay, level of engagement is linked to less possible impediments. Okay, influence has more weightage. Yes, so D is the answer. Yes. Question talk about engagement plan. Already stakeholder in place where level of engagement is considered. Okay, as which categorically manage the engagement of stake seems like more good option. No, level of, it's a good question. I love the question. Like, you guys, have you, like, the beauty of this question is this question is just one liner question, and this is a lot confusing question than the long questions that we normally have. So this is a good thing to see how one liner question can actually make your brain stuck, and how one liner can help you think in a detail. So it's a good question. I really love this question. The right answer is level of influence. Okay, let's go to the next question. And guys, this is the next question. The Kareem, if stakeholder has but not engaged, then what is the purpose of? Yes, the Mudassir, that's why I said all of those things are important. But the primary thing from where we start is looking at the most important thing, what is their level of influence, how much the influence they have, and then we engage them. Engagement come as the second thing. The first thing is basically checking their level of influence, brother. Okay, Kevin saying B, 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 B. Okay, let's look at this question. They are unable they are unable to reach a conclusion of how to proceed. What should what should Y do? Okay, Y is a project manager, and during a meeting, E overhears two of his agile team member debating the best way to design the acceptance test for a user story. The key word here is debating. One more thing, you can actually highlight just like this in the real PMP exam. So there's a highlighter tool and cutting tool that you can use in your exam. That's a good thing to use while you are solving question in the real exam. Okay, join the conversation and explain the requirement needed for the test. Okay, we need to see when the project manager can actually uh, jump in the conversation, and when he need to let it be discussion between them. Gather the rest of the team to discuss the issue and come up with a collective solution. Okay, that is also okay. Since that this has become an impediment to progress, evaluate the option, identify the best design. It has not become an impediment so far. So I wouldn't do C. Tell the team you will meet the customer and let them know the answer. The customer has nothing to do with that. So let's leave it to this way. So let's see what's your answer. I have eliminated two options for you guys. B, 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 B. Exclude D. Okay. Amir, always try to answer. This is my answer, and then go for elimination, because normally I get confused. What are you trying to say with your answer? Okay. Join the conversation and explains the requirement needed for test. No, it is not your. Gather the rest of the team and to come up with a collective solution. As a servant leader, as a facilitator, as a team helper, you need to help the team to find out the solution themselves, to work together, to work in the best and possible way, and using a servant leader mentality. So B becomes the right answer for this particular question. Okay, guys, let's go to the next question. Okay, D. Okay, let's see the question. As email not formal, email is informal way of communication. B is the email is informal. Okay, in this scenario, The M emails to the client is an example of that. M is managing a construction project. Oh, I haven't given the today opportunity to you guys if you want to solve question with me. So here is the link. If anyone wants to join and solve question directly by coming with me, here is the link. You can, if you are watching it from YouTube, you can just click the link and you can actually join with me to solve the question. So you just have to click the link. It will take to you the streamword center and you can solve the questions with me. Okay, so let's see how we can work into that this question. M is a managing a construction project. The project's client is responsible for the design. Okay, so the client is responsible. The responsibility of design is for the client. M organization is responsible for construction. So his organization is responsible for construction. The client is responsible for the design. There has been a 30 days delay on a couple of a major structure design. So there's a delay from client. Okay. The delay can only be recovered through crashing and will cost 1 million in addition to the approved budget. Okay. So the thing is that we need to get more budget. M prepares a report. He prepared a report and email it to client. He emailed the client. In this scenario, email to the client is example of this. Such a beautiful question. I always recommend reading the last line first. And this question is a classical example of that. If you just read the last line, like email to the client is example of which communication? Informal official communication, formal of unofficial communication, informal official communication, formal official communication. So now that's a very interesting thing. Email still, according to even seventh edition of PMI, it is still considered as informal communication. So formal is eliminated from both option. A and D is eliminated. Informal official communication, informal unofficial. It is an official communication. So it will be informal official communication. On an agile project, who is responsible for ensuring the quality of end product? End product. The project manager. The project manager should check the quality of product before release. The project manager should check the quality of product before release. Okay. The customer should review the product as it built to ensure that it's fit for business. Customer is not responsible. I'll put this option for hold. The development team should verify, validate, and test the product while it is being built. User should try out the first release and set feedback. No. So we are left with two options. Option A, the project manager should check the quality of the product before release. The development team should verify, validate, and test the product while it is being built. Okay, let's see your answers. Project manager should, let me see your answers. Okay. So Kevin, you are trying to say since it is agile, so acceptance test driven will be there, and we need to look into that. Another good point I would say to work into into that. Hasib always give answer. The product development team should verify the quality of the end product. Okay, was same. Project manager should check the end product. Durga, project manager, if he checks the product, that is a good thing. But whose responsibility is to measure quality in agile, not in productive? In agile, whose responsibility is it? This is a question. Development team. C is the right answer, guys. Development team is responsible for this thing. Okay, before release, development team should verify. 100% Jimsy, when you we are working on this, the development team should verify this thing, how the quality is being done. Okay. Should we answer PM is not to check the quality? Yes. Yes. Very well justification. I would put it in the that how the way you explain is 100% right, that he should be responsible and he should be working in that way, that how the quality is to be made sure. Development team, Pankaj is saying, but PM is the main in charge. Vivek, we are talking about agile here. Again, I will put the focus that we are talking about agile. In agile, how the responsibilities are divided, how the responsibilities can work into that. So C is the right answer, guys. And again, I am sharing. If you want to join the call with me, you can click the link here and you can actually join that call. Okay, whether the agile or waterfall the team is responsible. No, Mudassir. In if the question was regarding predictive, in predictive, actually, he is responsible for every single thing. Project manager becomes the responsible for every single thing. So in predictive, the things would have been a little bit different if it was a predictive thing. So since it's an agile, so it will be a different one. Okay, guys, let's go to the next question. The customer noticed that the error during the second deliverable review. What should you do now? The customer noticed the error during the second deliverable. You are the product owner of the iteration based agile project, and you have recently discovered that an important product feature was not documented during the first sprint. There was an important feature and it was not documented. The customer noticed the error during the second deliverable review. What should you do now? Performed a detailed analysis of the missed feature and ask for sponsor approval. Mhm. Call an emergency stand up and find a way to include the missed feature. Okay. Meet with the customer and apologize for missing out. Investigate the impact of missed feature and obtain change request approval from change control board. Okay, let's see what do we have here. Vivek D. Vivek, my question. Okay, let me go to the screen sharing and see your options and then discuss them. We need to include this as it is important. Product owner must evaluate and that get sponsor approval. So doing the root cause will help PM to make action plan to include the missed feature of the product, since PO is the representative of sponsor. PO is voice of customer. Product owner Jimzy, I would say he is the voice of customer. How is basically he is not okay. D is the answer. Exclude A as a sponsor will not approve it since it's an agile and customer feedback. Calling Stadback will not involve the change. Exclude C as apology is not the solution. Yes, apology is never the solution. There is no denying into that we are working in agile environment. So perform the detailed analysis and ask for sponsor. Product owner does not need sponsor approval. Product owner is the responsible for ensuring that everything is done. So if you take it this, a change request has come in the agile. So what should he do? He does not need to go to the change control board for approval. In agile there is no change control board. We don't need approval of change control board. D is eliminated. C is eliminated. We need to add that feature. This is an important feature. Consider it as that it can make the product obsolete. It can make the product go out. Why would you go the change request approval? It is already said that it's an important feature. We have missed that feature and there is no change control board in agile. So why we are even going to sponsor or change control board? This is the responsibility of the product owner. And as Amir put it out, that there is no need for sorry. So the most important thing is that we add that thing as soon as possible. But how can we add it as it is not a part of backlog? Consider is a change required, na, Amir? If I just consider this question in this way, if I rephrase this question like a change request has been requested in an agile project, what should the project manager do? If I said this, what is the thing? If a change request coming in agile, there is no change control board that he has to go. He take that change request, he put it in the product backlog, he change the priority by high value high risk, and since it is a high value high risk, it will come to the top of the priority. Then the next thing the difficult thing would be, all these things was a responsibility of product owner. He can put it as the highest priority into the product backlog, but now maybe he wants to add it into the current sprint. In order to add something into the current sprint, he need approval from the team. So that's why he need to get the team and involve the team into it, by conducting up a stand up or a meeting to ensure how to feature is added there. So are you able to comprehend the story I just gave you? If someone is still confused why the B is answer, please put in the chat box. This question actually relates how the change request is handled in Agile. Can we discuss missed feature? This is an emergency stand up. This is not daily stand up. In daily stand up, this is a different thing. So you consider this as a meeting that we called for a special purpose. This is a different meeting that we have called in order to handle this thing. I would say it's a firefighting in this case. Does Agile say the Scrum Master should execute a change? No, this the team execute the change request upon the request of product owner. Scrum Master is a facilitator. He does not do, like, he is more of a coach looking about, facilitating everything that is in the project. He doesn't. He's not doing things as in any case. Yes, Kevin, but this is an emergency stand up. We just gave the name of that stand up, so maybe we can call it more of a meeting. If that is confusing you, so let me change the name, emergency meeting. So that makes a more sense to you now. Maybe call it an emergency meeting. Find a ways to include the missed feature as soon as possible. I hope so. That makes more sense. Still, anyone has any confusion on this? A change request comes, the product owner prioritize the product backlog, high value, high risk. Now he wants to put it into the product sprint backlog. He need to talk to the team. For that, he has the meeting. He conducted a meeting with the team. Now it is in them with them, and now we want to work on to that. I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's go to the next question. Which chart is being referred to here? Burn down, burn up, Gantt chart, spike chart. Mhm. Your project team has recently achieved a key milestone for an iteration based agile project. To do this, the team meet critical technical requirement on a new process and perform the demonstration with the product owner. As a part of project status report to be sent out to the key stakeholder, you plan to add a screenshot of a chart that visually capture completed versus plan. How much work completed versus plan. So which chart is being referred? Burn down chart. This is burn down chart. It shows work remaining. Burn up chart. It shows work completed. So let's see. Keyword burn up chart, burn up chart, burn up chart, completed. Everyone is right about this. It is burn up chart. Very well answered by everyone. So B is the answer as how much work is completed. Burn. Sorry. No, Kevin. Your answer was right. How much work is completed. So that is burn up. Okay. So I guess this is a simple one. But again, the question was such a long line question. One, two, three, four. I'm using Mac 14 inches, so I'm not sure in your big screens how it will show. But with me, it is one, two, three, five liner question. And the real thing was how much work is completed. Which one is that? So that is burn up chart. Next question. A project manager receives a change request from a stakeholder. If the question does not say it's a predictive or an agile, so we consider all them as predictive question, a hybrid question. And in hybrid portion, we deal the change request as in predictive one. He documents the change via formal request and start assessing the impact of change. So this is how basically he should work in a predictive environment. He finds out that the change is fairly easy to implement and will not have effect on cost, schedule, whatever. What is the next step for the project manager? Interesting. This is an interesting question. Implement the change, reroute the change, update the change log, evaluate the impact change on other constraints like resource quality, etc. etc. Should go to B as approval. Option B not have an effect. Guys, let me just talk to you guys in a proper way. That this was an interesting question. It is having effect, it is not having effect on two of the constraint, schedule and cost. What about quality? What about risk? If this change is increasing risk, what about it is delaying the procurement? What about customer satisfaction is being not measured? Customer satisfaction is another important constraint that we need to measure. What about that? You are leaving that out of the equation. Updating change log will not sense already via formal request. You need to evaluate other of the important parameters. Na? Why you are leaving that? Evaluate the impact of change on other constraint, resource. Maybe resource can get delayed, and as a result of that delayed resource, something else can happen. So you need to calculate the impact on that. You don't implement the change, why would you reroute them? Update the change log, that is okay, but we need to calculate the impact on it. This is a very beautiful question, that how can, even if you talk about the triple constraint, scope, schedule, cost, question does not talk about the scope, we need to calculate it. What about quality, resource, risk, procurement? Those are other constraints that you are forgetting, that we are forgetting in this question. We need to look at them also. Okay, let's go to next question. How is this method useful for ROI project? As the manager of a project with high uncertainty, Roy opts for rolling wave method for project planning. So what is rolling wave planning? You plan at higher level, and as the more details come out, you plan at that detailed. How is that this method useful for Roy project? It will help him to determine which activities are more important and prioritize them. No, this is not a prioritization technique, it's a planning technique. It will help him organize the activity and task of his large project. Can be. It will help him determine the sequence of large. It's not a sequence activity. It will help him reach the proper level of detail in each work package at right time. Bingo. That can be the right answer. But let's see your justification, what you guys are saying. Okay. Because of uncertainty, he needs to know the details of the plan. D, plans with the details. Okay. Uh, since that there is a high level of uncertainty, okay, rolling wave plan completion near to plan. See, we are planning at higher level, and as more and more details is coming, then we are moving to the detailed one. This is basically rolling wave planning. Rolling wave planning methods talk about detail, progressive elaboration. Yeah, it's the same thing as rolling wave, almost. Here, he will know current activities in good detail. D, it will help him in experimenting, then implement basis. On large scale, rolling wave planning, Prashant is saying rolling wave planning. So D is the right answer, because rolling wave planning is, as we know that as we move forward, more and more details come, we add it into that detail, and we keep on working from there how these things are. So D is the right answer in this particular thing. It's not B, it is D that is the right answer. So guys, last question for today. In such a team, who commits to deliver business value by the end of sprint? Who basically commit that we will deliver value at the end of sprint? During the planning phase, the Scrum Master selects the backlog items to be executed in the next sprint. In such a team who commits to deliver business value by the end of the sprint. Cross-functional team members, okay. Scrum Master has nothing to do with that. Cross-functional team is okay, but not the exact answer, I would say. Product owner, he is not committing to deliver business value by the end of sprint. He is more committed to deliver value by the end of iteration, release. He is delivering the entire product. He is not worried about each sprint. So I would even put it that the entire Scrum team. So the purpose of this coaching call is to solve 10 hard questions of PMP. Let's start solving the questions. Okay. So if you can see the screen, please. We are up with the time. What do you think is the right answer? Put it in the chat box. What do you think is the right answer? What do you think is the right answer? Put it in the chat box. Okay, let me solve this question. So, which of these would help understand if your processes of managing risk when they occur is strong enough? If you look at the question, really, so with each question, try to understand the context of the question. Where are you in this question? Okay, the knowledge area, if I put it, the domain is risk. As the question clearly say, we are in the risk domain. And what is the problem? What is the question that the exam is asking here that we want to solve? What is the question here? Which of these would help understand if your process of risk is managing risk is strong or not? We are looking at the process. We are looking at a tool which will check the effectiveness of our process. So which of the tool is there that checks the effectiveness of the process? We are looking towards that particular tool. So which is the tool? Risk register? No. Risk register has all the risk, but it does not check the effectiveness of the process. Risk report? No. Risk report is basically checking every single thing, but it does not check the effectiveness of the process. Risk quality control, we don't have anything like as risk quality control in the topic risk. This is specifically related to quality. D, risk audit. Yes, audit is a tool that basically check the effectiveness of the process. Effectiveness of the process is checked by audit. So we will go with the risk audit, and this is the right answer. So Amir gave the right answer. Good. Everyone else, please put your answer in the comment box with the justification so that I should know what you are thinking and how you perceive the question. This is important for the understanding of PMP. Okay, question 2, please solve. Okay, let's solve this question. Now, this question is very important because this question is more than 3 lines. Okay, so if the question is more than 3 lines, read the last line. Now, interestingly, it does not have a last line, so we will study from here. Which of the following documents should the project manager utilize to help the team align the value of this project with the delivery for the organization? So the question is basically asking which document helps you to organize to basically align with the organizational strategy, organizational reasons why this project was started. Okay, a new project manager has been assigned to a project that was being managed by another project manager. After taking over the project manager finds the team is not aligned on the value the project is expected to deliver. The team is not aligned why the project was started. So let's see what answer you get. So let me look at the answers. Okay, Faryal is saying C. C is the project charter. Faryal, always give the justification why you think any answer is right or wrong. Ice went saying project scope statement. Project scope statement is a detailed statement that tells us every single thing about the work. Uh, Assumption, detail thing. It does not give the justification or align to the organizational strategy. Why this basic thing which is required at the beginning of a project is scope, hence should be aware of it. Okay, then yeah. Vishal saying C. Vishal always give justification. Why do you think C? D. Okay. So always look at the thing what the question is asking. The question is asking which document is aligned to the organizational strategy. So if you look at that, the project charter is a document that basically aligns with the organizational strategy. But we always have to use elimination technique. Elimination technique we always have to use. Project management project management plan do have that, but it also tells each detail about the work. So I'll hold it. Value stream map is a tool that is used in Lean to remove the waste. So it does not align with the organizational strategy. Project charter, yes, it can be the right answer. So let's go to project scope statement. Scope statement gives the detail how the work is gonna done, what is assumption, what is constraint, what is in the work, what is outside the work. So this is not the right answer. Plan is basically how to do the work. We can eliminate it. We are left with project charter as the right answer. Okay, C as a project charter formally authorized. Well done, Prayal. Uh, Amer looks like C, which tells the business value. Okay, project scopes define the value. No, 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 no. Project charter basically Naveed tells you how you align the organizational strategy. That is one of the first document that we work into that. So project charter becomes a right answer. Okay. So Heather saying C because charter gives info on what project should achieve. Yes, C is the right answer, guys. So let's go to the next question. Okay. So what do we have? Arthi here. Arti said that because there's an issue and it needs to be addressed by finding root cause. So Arti answer is B. Durga option B to understand area of concern. Vishal saying B, discuss with one. Vivek saying D. A team need to do RCF for understanding. Etisam saying D. Always a seven leader and he should align with the team first. Iceman saying D. Okay, we have different opinions. Let's see at the LinkedIn. What do we have? LinkedIn, we are getting okay, okay, we are getting A. Our scoping order charter gives the information. C, risk register. Okay, okay. B, A. Okay, let's solve the question. What should the project manager do next? A project is behind schedule and the stakeholder complain that delays because the team does not understand the requirement. So here's a very classical thing that normally happens that according to PMI, one of the reason that project fail is that stakeholders are not properly engaged, and secondly the requirements are not properly obtained. So both things are happening in this thing. So let's see how we can work on to that. Stakeholder A is saying team is not getting my requirement properly. So how we can work into that? Ask the human resource management to identify new resource. No, that is straightforward, eliminated. We will not do that. Arrange for a discussion between the team and the stakeholder to understand the area of concerns and identify root cause that can be acted upon. That's a very good way to do that. Like two persons, two teams have an issue with each other. So you put both together, facilitate a session so that both team can work together. There is no backbiting, everything is in between them, and we can get the consensus or we can resolve the problem in between that. So this can be potential answer. Always remember, use elimination technique, go to the every single option and then get your right answer. Okay, escalate about the stakeholder to the sponsor and ask for stakeholders who are responsible in their expectation. No, escalation is the last strategy and I wouldn't go for that. Arrange our discussions with the team to identify area of improvement based on their root cause analysis and come up with a plan of action. Yes, that can be a potential answer. So now two answers seems are right. Let's see which answers solve a problem forever. If we look at the answer D, arrange a discussion with the team to identify area of improvement based on their root cause analysis. But still, what the root cause they have done, we are not getting the feedback from the team, from the stakeholders. Still, stakeholders are happy or unhappy. We are unable to gather that thing. So we need to get the context of both team. So guys, whenever there's a conflict, always gather two-person, put them together, resolve the conflict. confrontation, it's a win-win situation. We can use that. Problem solving, how do you resolve a problem? Both things come, put both parties together. We don't have any information that the team cannot sit together with the stakeholders. So the best thing I would do, in my opinion, would be go towards the option B. Option B is the right answer. Okay, B seems for real. D, no, no, no. For real, it will be B. B seems to be a better option. Samriddhi, I think B stakeholder is also needed. Well done, Samriddhi. So, in my opinion, B is the right answer. Option D, Adviti saying PM should check with the team and try to find. But Adviti, you still don't have the context with the stakeholders. No? You need to have a discussion with the stakeholder. Try to understand what the stakeholders are saying and work with them accordingly. Okay, guys, let's solve the next question. Okay, let's see what do we have here for this question. Okay, Durga option D as requirements are fixed for the hardware. Imran Ali saying B. Amir is saying D as hardware requirement is certain. Okay, question number 4. What approach are always, when the questions are more than three liner, always read the last line first. What approach should the project manager recommend? A television manufacturer is planning to upgrade the design of their best selling television. So, they have a television, they are trying to upgrade the design. The hardware requirements are clear. So, guys, whenever the requirements are clear, they are fixed, we use predictive for that. Okay, and not expected to change. The stakeholder have been disagreeing on the software aspect. So when there is a disagreement or when the requirements are not clear, we use agile. As high level requirements are ready, what approach should the project manager use? So even looking from the question, for requirement that are fixed, we will use predictive. For the requirement that are evolving, we will use agile. So let's look at the question. Agile for the entire project, as this gives stakeholder a chance to modify hard requirement. No, why we would use that? Once half of the requirements are fixed, so we will not use that. Agile for hardware design, no. Ha- for hardware we are going to use predictive since it is fixed. Since television were always built using predictive approach, suggest using a predictive approach to ensure predictability. No, now we are upgrading it past does not define your future. Although the TV was made in the past in a predictive way, now we want to upgrade it, so we will not use that. So use predictive approach for developing the hardware and agile for software. So D is the right answer in my opinion. So let's see what you guys have. Vivek, D. Okay, Aarti is saying D. Okay, Vivek is saying D. Iceman is saying D. Shahid Imran. I guess Shahid, you are answering for the previous question D. Tasam Samriddhi D. D as this is a hybrid project. That's also a good justification. Let me look at the answers on LinkedIn. Okay. Option D, PM should check with the team and try to find the root cause. Okay. B, C. Okay. What is the now on that? Okay. Okay. 1 minute. Option D, since for the hardware all inputs are clear, but for software inputs are not clear. So agile approach. Okay, Adviti, your answer is right. So let's go to the next question. D this okay guys. Once more time, guys, if you haven't liked the video at YouTube and LinkedIn, please do that so that it can start coming in the algorithm of YouTube. As I can see from YouTube, only 9 people have liked the video, and we have far more people there. So please like the video and share it in your friends. Okay. What should the project manager advise to the stakeholder? Okay. A project team has been burning item as planned till the fifth edition, means they are completing the work. That's what they mean. In the sixth iteration, the ideal task remaining line is above the actual task remaining. So ideal task has gone down, is line ideal task is line is above than the actual remaining. One of the stakeholder who is new to the burn down chart is upset that the team is not meeting timelines as planned. What should the manager advise? So let's look at burn down chart. Burn down chart, this is the ideal line. Let's say we have 10 user stories and we have 5 days. If if the line ideal line is below, okay, if the ideal line is below and you are moving this way, this means the work is bad. If ideal line is above, this means you will be able to complete work before. So if the ideal line is above and the real line is below, this is mean positive variance. If the ideal line is above, this means negative variance. Okay, so the ideal task remaining line is above that. This is actual, this is above, means you have a positive variance, mean you are doing very good, you are working ahead of schedule. So maybe the stakeholder has no idea about how burn down works, so that the team has made a mistake due to which the project is behind schedule. No, it is not behind schedule. There is nothing to worry. In fact, the team burned out at a faster pace. Yes, the team is working at a faster speed than planned, so that's not the problem. Initiate a root cause analysis. Why? We are doing a good thing. Okay, inform the stakeholder that his concerns are valid and he will manage the meeting between stakeholder. No, his concerns are not valid. He is not sure about the burn down chart. So let me see what you guys have. Option B, Sarvana, you are right. B, we cannot blame without doing that. No, 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 no. We are not behind the schedule, Amir. You need to understand burn down chart. Datta, you are right. Kevin D, how? Okay, Kevin is answering the previous questions, I guess. Okay, no issue. Okay, okay, guys. So B is the right answer. Sometimes the stakeholder concerns can be like this. They don't understand what is really happening. They just think that it should be like this. So burn up, burn down chart. Do remember this for your PMP, real PMP exam. Burn up, burn down charts are kind of very important for your real exam. Okay, Prashant saying B, Sam saying B, and B is the right answer. Let's move to question 6. Okay, let's do the what should be the best approach for this launch. Again, it's a long question. Remember to read the last line first for the long question. A car manufacturer is planning to introduce in the Australian market one of their top selling cars. Okay, so we are trying to enter into the new market. Whenever you are trying to enter in the new market, enterprise environmental factors, EF, they plays a great role. Culture, customs, roles and responsibility, they are very important. The customer requirement for this product in the country aren't well understood by the marketing team. So marketing team did not understood what was the requirement, and they believe customizing the interiors as per taste of customer will be required before they are able to do a full-fledged launch. So we need to understand according to their taste how they will be working into that. We want to understand their requirement. Okay, the product needs to be initiated right away, a very important thing, that although the requirements are not well understood, but we want to launch the product right away. So what would be the best approach for this launch? Let me look at what people says. MVP is a good idea, Prashant. So to get the customer feedback, Agile introduce a concept of MVP. Faryal, how you are saying D, new market, too much risk. Why not you are using MVP, minimum viable product? Same goes for Vivek. Vivek, why you are not using the minimum viable product as launch it in the market, try to get understand what is there. Okay, the same goes for you. Datta, by launching MVP, Sarvana MVP. Okay, launch a minimum viable product to get user feedback. So it's a very very important question. Whenever there's a new market, do you think that this will or will not work? What do? You make a minimum viable product and you launch it into the customer. You launch it into that market. So launching a minimum viable product basically give us the idea how we can do that. Launching a minimum viable product give us some reference how we can work into that and how we can do that. So A can be a right way. Launch a minimum product, get the feedback, and adopt it. Since the product has been doing well in other market, no, we can. One market does not mean into the same market. Every market is different. We cannot say and launch the same car in other markets. Everyone's requirement is different. No? Since the car is being introduced for the first time, getting the price right, and no, that is never the case. Postpone the launch until we cannot postpone. You see the question, Faryal, specifically for you, since you choose it from there. So the product needs to be initiated right away. So we cannot delay the launch. So that's an important key. Understand the question, read the question slowly, trying to understand the context, why the question says that, where do we stand, what has happening. So that becomes a very important thing. Question number 6, answer is B. Let's go to the next question. Guys, are you facing any lag? A risk already materialized. Ravana is saying, see. Contingency reserve is utilized when a team member unexpectedly resign and new team member need to be hired. So contingency reserve, there are two reserves, contingency reserves and management reserves. Contingency reserves are used for identified risk. Management reserve are used for unidentified risk. So team member unexpectedly, that's unexpected. So we will use management reserve for them. A risk is actively accepted. Okay, this is identified, accepted. Maybe we can work on that. And risk materialize. So this is again work in this. This is D. Risk are escalated to management reserve. For both B and C, we use management reserve. But question is asking reserve is utilized when? When will you use that particular money? When the risk is identified and they really happened. So the right answer becomes option C. So interesting question, I would say that. Okay, because it is some how you put the, if guys remember this thing, we put reserves, contingency reserves there, but if those reserves are not used, they are returned back to the organization, to the pools of reserve. If those reserve, those risks actually occurred, those risk materialized, then we put those reserves in the utilization. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay, B. I guess question is a easy one. Let's see. What should the project manager do? A 2-year-old agile project is scheduled to finish in next 4 months. So we are in the agile environment, and the project is scheduled to finish. The project manager noticed that one of the performers have been underperforming. So someone is not working properly in the last iteration. What should the manager do? Escalate the issue to a functional manager? Never. We never do the escalation. So unless this is a last resort, have a one-to-one discussion with the team member to understand the any issue and help the team member. This can be the answer, but again, remember elimination technique. Go and read the other options. Tell the team member the project is coming to end, their performance is unacceptable. No. Escalation, no. So B. And what do we have at LinkedIn? LinkedIn also question 7C, question 8, option B, option B. So Prashant and Adviti, both of you are saying right. Both answers are right. So let's move to the next question. Well done, guys. Okay, so let's work with this question. What should the project manager do? In a team meeting, the project manager noticed that some of the team members are being silent. So they are not communicating, they are not adding, and the meeting is dominated by two members. Okay, that's a normal thing that typically happens in the organization. What should the project manager do? Okay, ask the team members who aren't participating to email their thoughts on the subject. It's a very passive communication. We need to be more proactive. Take a round robin approach to ensure all team members get a chance. It's a very good approach, and I recommend it in multiple meetings. That instead that anyone can speak at any time, let's have a discipline that everyone get their turn and each turn anyone can speak. So option B normally we do that. It can be the answer. Can be the answer. Again, elimination technique. Decide the outcome of the decision discussion on their own since not all team members are participating. No, we cannot work into that. Escalate to the functional manager. Again, escalation is not a good option. B seems the right answer, and B is the right answer. So what do we have? Take a round robin, ice fencing, exclude, okay, elimination, round robin, balance out the strength, okay, Modi Raj, no enough information in this scenario, though it is a matrix. Therefore, A is eliminated. Uh, Mudiraj, which question you are talking about? That enough information is not available because team used to evolve and participate equally. B, B, B. Okay, if that does not work, go to the okay. So B is the right answer, and many people have given that answers. So last question for today. Okay, guys. So, question number 10, a big question. What is the best approach? So, we are looking for the best answer here. Two answers can be right, but best approach to improve the team performance. Project team has CPI of 0.79. CPI of 7.79 means you are less than one means the cost overrun, the budget is you are over budget, not a good thing, bad thing. The team has a mix of experience and inexperienced engineers. So whenever you have experienced and inexperienced engineer, make them work in pair programming, use the coaching and mentoring thing. The experienced engineer feel that the inexperienced engineer take too much time finishing the task, affecting their performance negatively. So yes, this can happen that experienced engineer feel that inexperienced are taking too much time. So let's see what we can do. Hire external trainer. Yes, external trainer can work onto it. So I'll hold the option. Ask the experienced engineer to work overtime. PMI is against overtime. So overtime can never be the solution. Motivate the inexperienced team by offering them rewards. Why would they? Why would you offer reward to the low performers? Like this means the experienced team member should stop working. No, ask the experienced engineer to mentor the inexperienced. So this can be the best thing. Like in addition to hiring external trainer, the best thing that you can do for your organization is that ask the people within your organization to help the team members to work together and to guide them and to help each other. So D becomes the right answer, guys. We'll do the other thing. So I guess now you are able to see the question. If you are, put in the chat box. Yeah, I guess you are able to see the questions, but the timer will not work. I will be doing the manual timer. So your time starts now. Please start doing the questions. Put your answer and justification in the chat box. Good evening, Sadhu. Answer is C from Junaid perspective. Junaid, put the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or a particular answer is wrong? The most important thing in the question is to give the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right and a particular answer is wrong? D. Vihan is saying that D has a communication management plan. Mateen C. Why Mateen C? I again need a justification. I need justification. Hmm. Okay. Jimze always give the justification. Why C as team charter? Guys, justification is very important. It helps me to actually look into your mind. Why do you think a particular answer is right or a particular answer is wrong? So do put your justifications of questions. Okay. I have good amount of answers here. Team charter, define ground rules. Team charter, team charter. One person has said D, so I'll look in the. So first of all, first thing first. You need to look at the last line. I highly recommend you look at the last line first. So we'll go to the last line. Which document will ensure that the team follow a consistent approach for decision making? We are looking for an approach that will help us to make decision making on a consistent basis. The project manager is leading a global project for a pharmaceutical company. The drug will be used to save people. In developing this technology, many artificial technology will be developed. Project manager has learned from the team all over the all team work in a different time zone. Now we want to take a decision and we are looking for a document, we are looking for an element which can help us to take the decision. Project charter. So project charter is a high level document. It has nothing to do how to take decision. So A is automatically eliminated. B. Stakeholder engagement plan. Stakeholder engagement plan can be a good answer, but it talks about the strategies we are looking here to justify the stakeholder to work with the stakeholder. So that will not be the answer in for this particular question. Team charter can be the answer, but I will hold this answer for now. Communication management plan. Yes, that can be an answer how to communicate the stakeholders. But that is not the question here. The question is how to make decisions. So team charter is the best answer in these options. So many of the people have given the answer, and that is the right answer. Okay, let's move to the next question. Mateen, Patel, Puneet, please put the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? What other people think that what is the right answer? What do you think should be the right answer? Put it in the question, put in the justification. Junaid, justification. Since the final report, Vihan is saying since the final report. Okay. Jigar, why Jigar D? Sardar Amir, final reports. Okay. Okay. Lesson learned. Many people are giving D as the answer. Okay. All the deliverables have been completed and accepted by the client. What should the project manager do first to start closing this? Okay. The first thing project manager should do when the deliverable has been completed, start writing down the lesson learned. Okay. Release the resources. Get approval from the sponsor to start closing the project. Write down the final report. So, guys, there are multiple things that we need to understand here. Just imagine that you are managing a project and you are the project manager of that particular project. Client, you have made a deliverable, you have shown the deliverable to a client, and the client has said okay, deliverable is good to go. Now you can from my side deliverable is accepted. What will you do? What is the first thing you need to do? The first thing is you need to go to the sponsor, the person who has signed the project charter. Tell him that the project is completed, the client has accepted the deliverable. Now we can initiate the closing. And once the sponsor gives the go ahead for the closing, then you start closing. Then after that, the next step will be start writing down final report. In the final report, there will be lesson learned, risk, multiple things. Then you start updating the documents. Once that is done, then you release the resources. So always we need an approval from the sponsor or from the body that who is managing the project. Is this clear or not? This is a very tricky concept and very important concept for PMP. Okay, Mariam said C, Chimje said C, Vihan said C. Okay, okay. So multiple people said right answer, multiple people said wrong answer. The most important thing is that are you clear? on the answer now or not? That is the most important thing. Please let me know. Are you clear for all those people who have given the wrong answer? Okay, clear. Thank you very much. Let's go to the question number three. Okay, Jigar is saying A, matrix organization is A. Okay, we are getting a lot of A answer here. Let's see what other people are saying. A, Chandra is saying A is the answer. Okay, FM is more power in a matrix, so A. Okay, so the question says that the project manager is working in a matrix organization. An important resource have left to the team to join their organization. Now the project manager need a resource whom he should contact first. First thing first, whenever the question says matrix, question does not mention it is a weak matrix or a strong matrix. Automatically it becomes a balanced matrix. That thing should be clear in your mind. The organization automatically become balanced matrix. Now that is clear. Now both have same power in a matrix organization, project manager and a functional manager. But most of the time, functional manager have more in-depth knowledge about the resources. So the best thing the project manager can do, he can first go to functional manager who has all the resources, talk to him. If he agrees, good, the story is over. If he does not agree, then he may have to go to sponsor. C and D options have nothing to do. So that is the way, and everyone uh, has almost given the right answer. Next question. Okay, so we are having answer A, stakeholder, then we are having communication plan. Okay, let's solve the question. A senior manager complained that he is not receiving the information about the project. What should the project manager do first? So we are looking towards that arena that someone has said that he is not receiving the report. Now that's a very important thing. What you should do first. Now it's a very critical question. Everyone gets this time of this thing. Check the stakeholder register. We have okay, update communication plan, stakeholder register to understand. Since he complaint is not getting okay. So Vihan, he is a senior manager. He is a stakeholder automatically. He should be identified as a stakeholder register. Updating the communication plan. Why we should update the communication plan? That's a point. Why we should update stakeholder plan? And why not issue log? That's a interesting question. I want to discuss this question with you guys. Why not anyone, if he is or she is interested, they can click on the link and we can have a discussion on that question. That will be just great. I would like, please click on the link. Let's solve this question together. Why do you think particular answer is right? And you have 10 more seconds. If anyone wants to join, they can click on the link and we will solve the question together. Please click on the link and you can join with me. Samir, why B? Question is all. Is question note is missing? He's not receiving the. No, it is he's not receiving the information. So that is self-explanatory. He's receiving. Yeah, I guess I did not put note. Okay, I guess no one is interested in joining. So guys, the thing is that the problem has occurred. So the problem has occurred, and we have someone. Hello, Bhaskar. How are you? Hello, Bhaskar. You need to unmute yourself, brother. You need to unmute yourself,
Yes,
Bhaskar.
sir. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, we also have Puneet. Yes. Yes, Bhaskar. Why you think which answer is particular? Let me take you the question. Why do you
No,
think?
I feel C is the correct answer because there is a issue. He is complaining something. So We first do a proactive action rather than a reaction. So put in a issue log. So then you react it.
Hmm. So why not stakeholder register? How would you justify that?
See, everyone is a stakeholder here, but the more important is the question is asking what should be the project manager do first.
Hmm. Okay, now that is a very classical answer, and I like your answer. Guys, we need to look at every single question and we need to decide which question need which type of domain, and we need to work into that particular thing. We need to see how he or she can perceive a question, and then we can do. Your answer is 100% right. In my opinion, first we will look at the we will put the issue log and we will work from there. That is one of the most important thing that I do recommend whenever you are solving the question. You have to solve it. Thank you, Bhaskar. Thank you very much. Issue log is the guys who have joined. I recommend please mute yourself, because otherwise your sound will go into the final coaching call that is recorded. Thank you very much, Bhaskar. Thank you. Okay, many people have joined, so I can take them for the next question. Okay. Hello, Isa. How are you? Hello, Isa. Can you hear me, Isa? Isa, can you hear me? You need to unmute yourself if you want to speak. I'm unable to hear you. Okay, I have to remove you because I cannot hear you. You can ping me.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yes, now I can hear you. So
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
solve this.
thank you.
Yeah, let's solve the next question, Isa. Okay, okay, Isa. Why don't you solve this one? Everyone else, please put the answer in the chat box. What do you think is the right answer? Isa, why don't you solve this question, please? Please read it aloud so that other people can also heard what you are thinking. Isa, can you please speak? I am unable to hear you. Isa, I am unable to hear you. I guess you have muted yourself. So I have to remove you. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Suleiman. How are you? Suleiman. Suleiman, unmute yourself, please. Suleiman, unmute yourself, please. Guys, anyone who comes into the screen, I highly recommend please unmute themselves so that they can solve the. I'm out of the people. Okay, let's solve the question in the same way as we were doing, and we'll try again some after some time. Okay, so here's the question. Yeah, please share the question. Rehan, I'm sharing the question. It is now on your screen. Yes, guys. What do you think is the right answer? For those people who haven't liked this video, I do request please do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm and more people can watch this video. Yeah, I cannot do about anything about the screen, says Manju, because I am sharing directly on the online. So that can be some connectivity issues with you guys. This I cannot do about it. I am maximize the screen, but that's the maximum I can do for this. Please give the justification. Uh, Surbhi, Puneet, Shoaib, Nabil, please give the justification. Why do you think this is the right answer? Sayyid Manzoor, I'm gonna read it myself. Let other people answer the question who can, and then I'm gonna read it myself. No issue. Okay, so okay, what will the project manager do? The question says, what will the project manager do? You are the project manager of a large R&D company. You are planning procurement and shortlisting sellers. One of the committee member has asked you to select a seller. Upon investigation, you find that the seller recommended by the steering committee is a good seller and meet all the requirement, but he is the brother of that. What will you do? So most of the time people think it's an unethical thing. It's not an unethical thing. It's report unethical activity to steering committee. No, 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 no. It's not unethical. Why? It would have been unethical if if the other person does not meet the criteria. He does meet the criteria. He's asking for favor for a person who does meet the criteria. But there's a problem. There's a conflict of interest. We have a conflict of interest here. So B is the answer. It can be the answer, but as the elimination technique suggests, I have to go to other options. C, hire the seller. No, you cannot hire the seller. You need to respond it. D, reject the seller. It does not meet the criteria. It does meet the criteria. C and D is eliminated from A and B. A is not the right option because it's not unethical. So B is the right answer. So question number 5. I hope it is clear to everyone. It's a conflict of interest. It's not unethical. Okay, let's go to next question. Okay, C, B, B, C. Many people have a conflict on this answers. Okay, let's see. Said Manzoor B, Chandra C. Okay, okay. You are a project manager of an IT company working on new technology with diverse audience. What is the first thing you do when you are working with a diverse audience? All of them must speak language. No, it can be, but it depends. It actually depends. Let's see. Diversity training. Yeah, it is also important, but I don't think so. This will be the first thing as a project manager I'll do. Ground rules. Yes, this is one of the thing. This is one of the thing. Identifying training needs. It is not the first thing. First, you set the ground rules, set the tone. Remember the Tuckman ladder: forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. The team is coming, you have to be directive. You need to set the ground rules so the team knows what is expected of them, how they can work. So, ground rule is the right answer in this particular question. I hope everyone is clear about this answer. This is kind of important for your PMP exam. Whenever you are giving PMP exam, such questions will come and you should know their answers. And people on LinkedIn, uh, okay, do put the justification. Ayaz, I see you. Edabai Bashkar, I see you. So do put justification. Now, this is an interesting question. I always like to put at least one question from this area. Okay, let's see. What do we get here? Unidentified means update issue log. A unidentified mean an issue, so issue log updated since it is an unidentified risk. Okay. Mhm. An unidentified risk has occurred. What will the project manager do first? Issue log, risk register, implement aggregate response. No, it's not. It is unidentified. C can't be answered. D, update lesson learned. No, use contingency reserve. It is for identified. Raise a change request. This it can be. But the first thing when an unidentified risk occur, the answer to that question is always put it into the issue log as straight as we can do. Guys, do have a different session about issue risk, what happened when unidentified risk occur, identified risk occur, secondary risk. Those things are important. If you have missed, do watch the pathway to risk in the pathway series or journey videos of risk. That's an important videos for you guys. They are basically pathway and journey videos. They are playlist that we have already worked before. So do watch them. They are good for you guys. For reality is unidentified. So how can you update the risk register? Guys, those who haven't liked this video, please do like so that the video can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Okay, discuss with team. Mateen says C. Need to first discuss with team. Mateen, do bring Shazeb also into the coaching calls. Bian says, okay. A new member has joined from a competitive organization. He suggested a way that can decrease your schedule and cost. What should the project manager do first? You will see a lot of question in your exam asking what you should do first, what you should have done, and queries like that. So that's important. Reject it, never do that. That's always the wrong answer. We don't have to even look at the option. Raise a change request, yes, that can be an option. Raise a change request, but let's see. Do the impact analysis, that's even a better option. Okay, implement suggested way, no. Discuss with the sponsor, discuss with the team. So we don't have to discuss with the team whenever someone asks about that. Now we can raise a change request for that, but before raising the change request I will ask him, okay, go ahead, do the impact analysis, how it will affect the quality, it will decrease the cost and schedule, what about risk, what about the stakeholder customer satisfaction. Those are the things that are very important and sometimes more important than schedule and cost. For example, my batch program is starting uh, on Friday, and it is one of the, like, it is not the cheap program. We charge $499 per student, and the price is fixed and the schedule is fixed. It is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 15, 16, 17, 24, and next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Dubai time 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. And now this is the thing that is fixed. Many students have recommended us increase the days, decrease the cost, multiple other things. I haven't, because whenever someone asks, I do the impact analysis. If I make this training as a 3 weeks, maybe I'll not able to give the coachings other batch, the trainings that I'm giving on other weekends. So whatever I do, I always do the impact analysis. Whenever someone suggests, always look at the bigger picture. How this thing will impact other thing. How this thing is impact other thing. So those things. Okay, you suggested so better first discuss with team. No, Sachin, not to discuss that team. I hope what I just said that makes sense to you. C is the right answer, and I hope it is clear to every single person. Now, cost variance and schedule variance. What do you think would be the right answer here? Okay, Manzoor says B. Okay, what other people say? Still, I'm waiting for other people answers. What do you say? A project has cost variance $5. Cost is positive. Cost variance is positive. Actual cost of $700. Planned cost of this. Earned value is $1,200. In past, you have done similar projects with the with similar parameter with a budget of 5,000. What will be the budget of this project? What will the budget of this project? Guys, there is no calculation needed in this particular question. There is no calculation needed in this question. All the calculation, the big numbers were just a distraction. They were just a distraction for you. The question says, in the past, you have done similar project with similar parameters, the budget of this. What will you do? You will use analogous estimation. You will use analogous estimation, and 5,000 will be the answer. That's it. Most of the time, We are wrapped around so many things, we think this is the way. No, no, no. Sometimes we need to go back to the basic. The question is actually asking you to use analogous estimation. There are few things that are must to know for PMP exam. SPI, CPI, CVSV, analogous, parametric, risk, its techniques, things like that. So this was one of those things. I hope that make Rehan, I agree with you. Similar does not mean same, but that is what we do for the estimation. Similar is almost the same parameters, so we use the same thing. I hope that makes sense. It is estimation. So, guys, last question for today. So, another important, I would say, very, very important question, guys. In the team topic, virtual team training needs different type of theories, emotional intelligence, and conflict management. It is impossible you don't see questions from this topic. So be very familiar with that. Which conflict management technique you have used here? You are the project manager of multi-year construction project. Team members and stakeholders have been arguing for few weeks regarding a deliverable. You are unable to attend because of the other issues. However, now this has become the number one issue. Otherwise, you can face the delay on many critical deliverables. You listen to both parties, discuss with them. You listen to both parties, discuss with them, and find a solution that both party must give up. Now, this is a key word: give up on our solution. Which technique is that? If the both parties agree to the solution without giving up, it was problem solving. If one party give up, the other party force, this is smoothing or directing. Both run away, avoiding. So here the answer will become compromise. Compromise is the answer. So do look at various scenario where the different answers can be there. That is extremely important for PMP. And with that, that was all 10 questions for this coaching call. And here we are live again with one more of solving question with Amer Ali. Now today's questions are going to be very interested. These questions have been basically made by 150th certified PMP. Now that's an interesting thing. Amir Anam, who is my 150th certified PMP, he has made these questions. And just before the call, we were discussing like these questions and how they correlate with the real PMP exam. So let's start. Question number one is on your screen. You are a project manager, and as per the latest progress assessment, it is learned that the SPI, what is SPI? SPI shows you that are you ahead of schedule or are you behind of schedule. It's 1.5, and that's a very good thing actually. But the problem is that your CPI, your cost performance index, is only zero point 0.5. Means you are ahead of schedule, but you are running over cost. And the reason the question is saying that is that scope creep has occurred. So three very important points that has occurred that we should do. So guys, this is a important technique. Before even going to the option, let's see what are the important information has given us in this question. SPI is greater than 1, which means it's a good thing. We are ahead of schedule. CPI is less than 1, which means we have a cost overrun. And scope creep has occurred. What is scope creep? Addition of scope from the customer without going to the change control board. If you bypass the change control board, if you don't follow change control board, you get a scope creep. So what is the next step or the first step? Log the issue log and assign the owner. Okay, I'll put it this option and park it, and let's see. Review the register and refer to the risk response plan. Now, the question is saying, as per the team, the risk of a scope creep has occurred. If it is a risk, it's an identified risk, so you should have a response plan. Review the risk register and refer to the risk response plan. Update the risk register and issue the risk review. That is nothing. Evaluate the root cause of scope creep. Now, that's a very interesting thing. Okay, since it was a risk, so I can eliminate option A. We are left with option B and option D. Evaluate the root cause of scope creep. We know the root cause of scope creep. The root cause of scope creep, the customer is asking, the requirement is not there. We have already identified this as a risk. So whenever we put any risk in the risk register, this means we already know that why did we put it there. There's a reason why we put it there. So we already know the reason of this. So for this particular answer, I'm gonna go with option B. You are a scrum master. During the middle of a sprint execution, customer has shared a requirement which needs to be delivered by the end of a sprint due to compliance requirement. Okay. In the daily scrum, your team discussed that developing the solution will take more time and will not be possible to develop by the end of a session. What would be the best way forward to this situation? The key word in this question is this. This is a compliance requirement. Okay, so compliance requirement cannot be hold. Evaluate if any of the off-shelf solution that can build this feature in current time constraint. Okay, not a bad option. Discuss with the owner and ask for the reprioritization. Okay, again, this is also a good option. Implement the feature and demonstrate. Know that we are not able to do that. C is eliminated. Continue working as per the committed story point. No. Evaluate of self solution. I'll eliminate this whenever a new requirement comes and it's an important requirement. And if you think that can go long, the best way is to go to the product owner, reprioritize it. And product owner is the one who reprioritize it. Everyone has put the right answer. I feel proud, guys, that every single person has put the right answer. B is the right answer, and this is the right way to work into that. Okay, next question. This is interesting one. It is a formula question, and guys, I still see only 15 likes on YouTube, and we are more than 35 people watching this video. I highly recommend, please everyone do like this video. So the video will actually come into the algorithm of YouTube. You know those videos when you are watching and YouTube start giving suggestion of that, so that will start happening. Please do like this video. You have been assigned on a project which was in execution phase since last 3 years. So since last 3 years, the project was in execution phase. The project was following predictive life cycle, six plans, whereas the objective of the project was to install and commission a power plant, etc., etc. So all this information is just additional stuff, not important. The estimate to complete the project is etc. The more money you required. BAC was this with work completion of 30%. Budget at completion, complete budget is this with work completion 30% of the work has been completed. So how can we work on it? Okay, so sponsor has asked to evaluate the situation and share the earned value analysis. Which option will depict the current situation? Let's go to the option and let's try to work into that. So we have the total time is 3 years. Total time is, sorry, 6 years. Okay, and now you are in the middle of the project. The entire budget was what was the entire BAC was 300,000. So if the BAC was 300,000, okay, so the cost that has occurred is 500,000 that has occurred. So if the project is facing negative schedule variances and positive cost variance, no, positive cost variance is not there. Still, the cost variance need to be worked into that. How can we say that the positive cost variances? Okay. Now the project is on schedule. It's not on schedule. It is lagging behind the schedule. Okay, it's not on schedule. I can eliminate the CPI is 0.6 and the SPI. Okay, I can put it there without calculation. This question does not actually need calculation. The CPI is 1.18. That means CPI is good. So that is not the right answer. If you look at this question has so many jargons, so many things. But if you actually deep dive into that question, the question does not need calculation. Even you can do the question without doing detailed calculation. So that's an interesting way to solve a question. Look at the question, how the question is, how you can solve it. Not every time. And the question is putting maths there. you can eliminate the options without doing it. So Derry, I really liked it how you solve the question even without doing the math thing. So that's way how you can work into that, and that's way how you can do it. And guys, is this clear or anyone need clarification on that? Okay, so let's move to the next question. Yeah, let's come back to this question at the end. Next question, please. Okay, guys, what is the answer to question number 4? Vivek, why B? Deepriya, I need a justification why this answer is right or wrong. B. Satya, Shamila saying B. The upcoming release is due by the end of this week. Okay. What will be your next line of action? Mhm. During the project execution of a software development, an intimation from IT has been circulated that we are going to receive periodic technical upgrades of the core software component. Okay. The upcoming release is coming, perform quality control and ship the deliverable after verification. Okay. Perform quality control, update the release. Okay. Ignore the technical upgrade document release notes. Why we would even ignore that? Whenever the question saying ignore it, I wouldn't not go with that answer. C is directly eliminated, so we need to work into that. Okay, so Satya, you are saying D, refer to integrated change control procedure. Let's go back to the question and let's study one more time. During the execution, an intimation has been circulated that we are going to receive periodical updates of the software. Okay, what will be your next line of questions? Now, that is a very interesting question. Do we have integrated change control here or not? How we eliminate perform quality control procedure and ship the deliverable after verification? A will be eliminated. Okay, C will be eliminated. So guys, this is a very important thing. Whenever you are solving a question, eliminate something, how you can do it. Perform quality control procedure, update the release notes, project document. Why would we ship the deliverable into this thing? We need to update that thing. So there's a new requirement. We the only reasonable option that we only had is a D option. Refer to change control procedures. Guys, is there a I don't have a background noise with me. Is there a background noise with me? Please, can you verify so that I can log in and log out? Otherwise, it's from one student. There's a background noise from my side, or is it my noise? Yeah. So maybe Samriddhi, I guess the background noise is not there from your side because I am kind of in a room which I specifically designed not to have any sound. But still, sometimes windows are open. So, oh, so D will be the answer. Is this right for you? Is this clear for you? Somebody do check your mic, please. Guys, D is the right answer. Is this clear for everyone? Thank you, guys. Okay, let's go to next question. Question number 5. What is the best criteria to choose the final investment deal? Okay, the sponsor of the performing organization is working on a business case, and decision must choose between the 5 period. Among several options, two options has been filtered. What is the best criteria to choose the final? High risk, high value investment should be taken. Okay. Invest that has a higher ROI and will start yielding. That can be a good answer. Investment that has low return in the first three, no, no, no. That is nothing. Investment that has high interest rate, no. Straightforward, the option is B. There is no confusion, there is no discussion. Whenever ROI is high, whenever payback period is low, whenever IPB, internal rate of return or net present value is high, we directly go to that particular option. Okay, guys, next question. Question number 6. Okay, B. D. Priya, Y. B. Ali Khan, Y. A. Chimzi, Y. Is a who interested and powerful. Okay, resistant. Chimzi, okay. Sharmila. Okay, Let's work on what is the best strategy to manage such stakeholder. A stakeholder in your project is not sportive. He is not sportive and resistant. Guys, understand this thing. I have seen it in a lot of questions. Whenever any stakeholder is resistant, he is interested. In a high power, high graph, if someone is resistant, if he is against you, he has high interest. Okay, this is a very important thing. He is not sportive, okay, but and resistant in almost every stage. So basically what we are looking at, we are looking at stakeholder engagement metrics, that is showing us the engagement metrics of that: unaware, resistant, neutral, sportive, leading. Where are you? So he is currently resistant and we want him to be sportive. He is currently here. A stakeholder in your project is not supportive and resistant in almost every stage when you as a project manager interact with him. The stakeholder is a key stakeholder and can, so he has high power, key stakeholder, high power, high interest, and can jeopardize the project if not managed. What is the strategy to look at that? Before going to that question, we know that from this stakeholder engagement metrics and high power, high interest, that this person lies here. High power, high interest. What is the best strategy? The stakeholder should manage closely. Here we have managed closely, so that can be the answer. But let's look at that. Should be informed? No. When the stakeholder does not have power but is only interested, then we do that. We will not do that. Should keep satisfied? No, 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 no. We do keep satisfied for those stakeholders who are not interested. He is interested. Continue monitoring? No, that is not that. So A is the direct answer. A, interested and powerful. A. Amit, he is high power, high interest. So why you go with the C? C is not the answer. A is the right answer. Let's do the next question. I still see, guys, many people have not liked this video. I'll request you please do that. Everyone agrees on B, but okay, what is the final first? What is the first next step which you will take as a project manager? During the construction of the power plant, it has been identified the plant capacity which was this now needs to be changed to this. So the capacity has been doubled. What is the first step which you will take as a project manager? Update procurement plan never. Assess the impact of the change. Of course, whenever the change is requested, you check the impact. It can be up to the functional design. No. Review the risk register. No. Straightforward B is the answer. We check the update, how the updates can be done. So very well answered by every single person who have given the right answer. Hats off to you, because this is again, if you understand this question, you know how the change control procedure work, which is very important from PMP perspective. Next question, guys. Okay. D as PM. I would like to under the expectation D. Okay. Okay. You have joined a new organization as a project manager and have been assigned as an existing live project. The customer is not satisfied with the timeline, etc. What first step will you take as a project manager to understand the current situation? Acquire OPS and review. I wouldn't say that like, because that will not help, because the problem is their customer is not satisfied with the timeline and the quality of the deliverable. Quality is the problem and timeline is the problem, schedule and quality. So how OPS will help? I don't think so. Get the lesson learned repository and it is again, how that will help? I don't understand that. Business case and benefit management plan, that has nothing to do. And plus, even if you refer, you cannot do anything about that. Your job starts after project charter. I don't think so. Refer to charter, understand the scope and customer. Guys, few things should be marked as a iron, like what to put. I writing on the stones, something like there's a quotation like that. I sorry, I forget. Do put what is the quotation. Like uh, whenever a new project comes, project manager comes in the old project, whatever the thing is, that the first thing he should do, he should ask for the project charter. If the project charter is not available, he should make a project charter. Project charter is the first thing. Project charter is the first thing that we need to review. So straightforward, that will become the right answer for this. Okay, next question, guys. Okay, 1 to 1, C, cast in stone. Yes, Amit, cast in stone. Thank you, thank you. C provides C sit with the senior directing and coaching. C. Okay, coaching, mentoring. Okay, how would you deal with such stakeholder? Okay, the Scrum team member has been formulated, and the team has come at a level where they can start norming to be able to perform in the project. At this stage, a new member has been added in the team and is of the view that the current team members are not capable enough to continue. So the simple thing is, in simple and layman words, is training needs have been identified. Whenever training needs are identified, we never escalate that issue. We don't want that. We don't discuss with that sponsor. Have a session with the senior member, help him to understand how to do that, like providing training into that particular way. That can be the answer. Let the team handle the situation, collaborate. No, training needs has been identified. We want to work with them. We want to solve it. We want to work into that and solve that problem once for all. Guys, this question is very important. Training needs, virtual team members, conflict management. These are some of the topic that are the crust of PMP exam. Last Sunday, we had pathway to PMP. The topic was team. We discussed that topic at length. If you haven't watched that video, please do watch. If you don't have the link, just ping me or put in the comment. Someone will share the link with you or I will share it. Last question of today, guys. You are in an implementation in charge of the large scale manufacture for ERP implementation. The project has been delivered and the team are working on migrating the legacy data into new system. In the internal periodic reviews, it is learned that the data transformation has lot of error. It has errors. Okay, what could be the reason for deviation? Scope of migration has been changed. Nothing is mentioned like the scope has been changed. Nothing is mentioned there. So Smriti, how you put A? I want to know. Okay, data quality checklists were not maintained. Yes, checklist are one of the tools that we use in order to make sure when we are moving from data. Time constraint. Nothing is talked about time constraint. Stereo just a normal course of business. D is not the answer. It is directly asking the question. I wouldn't put D, C, or A. I would go for the B answer in my point of view. So that's how we are gonna solve the question. Which of the following you will consult? Okay. Scope plan, business case, charter, risk. You are an expert, project manager, okay, and joined an IT project. Okay. You have been assigned a project which is already in execution. So project is in execution phase and two identified risks have been met. So far risks have been met. You need to know the agreed upon condition for termination or closing of the project. So what we want to know here is basically if we want to end the project, cancel the project, terminate the project, how can we do that? Which document can give us that answer? So Abbas is saying project charter has that criteria. Okay. Uh, Arvind is saying project charter is something which mention exit criteria. Okay. Amir is saying scope does not talk about closing or termination. Okay. So ruled out business case is justified. Okay. Okay, so many people who are giving the justification, they are kind of giving the right justification in the context of this. Scope plan, basically any plan tells you how to manage the scope, how to avoid scope creep, how to validate the scope, things like that. So that is not the answer. Business case is more towards benefit to cost, ROI, things like that. Project charter. Project charter, there are only two documents in your entire project that basically gives you this criteria. One is project charter, the second one is project management plan. That is not in the option. So we will go to the project charter. Risk management plan has nothing to do with this. So that answer get eliminated. So the only option C is the right answer. Most of you have answered it rightly. So let's move to the next question. Which of the following will help her to know the Feedback. We are looking at the feedback of the team for the work being done. Anne is an agile project manager. She wants to know the progress of the user stories, okay, being created. She has a good team of people working on a backlog user stories too. Which among the following will help her to know the feedback of the team for work being done? Guys, scope plan has nothing to do with that. Scope plan is how the scope is managed. Velocity is the number of user stories you have done. The question is asking about the feedback of the team. Feedback of the team. This is the question. We are not looking at the progress. She wants to know, that will help her to know the feedback of the team. That is the real question. So velocity has nothing to do. Information radiator shows the progress. How Manindra, Pankaj, Mansoor, how you are putting that information radiator. Information radiator is showing the progress. Kanban board, burn up chart, how much work is done, how much work is remaining. You read the first two lines and you got confused. The question is really asking this. This is the question. That's why I say read the last line first. The question is which among the following will help her to know the feedback of the team for the work being done. Guys, this is the question. It's not the question how much work is being done. So information editor is the wrong answer. Scope management plan tells the scope seems more relevant as that no, Amir. Velocity is about how many stories completed. Team, how team retrospective is not the answer. Whether we are looking at the feedback of the team, how the team works, the feedback of the team. So retrospective is the only option.
Yeah.
This was a unique product giving unique solution. So when the product is unique and new, we mostly go with the adaptive, and change control does not work into that. Both are the almost same option. Retrospective has nothing to do. We need to go, keep on going, keep on moving, and that's a basically iterative approach. Please solve this question. What will the project team opt for? Spike, which is why spike stories are often referred as time box investigation, schedule plan investigation. Okay. The project team has been trying to make estimation for a user story for a project. The work to be done is new. We have a new work, and the team needs information so that the team can estimate how long the story will need to take to complete. The agile team typically has set amount of time outlined for user stories. What will the project team opt for? Again, a very beautifully crafted question. The entire information, this information is just confusing. It has nothing to do with the question. The question really starts from here. The agile team typically has a set of amount of time outlined for user story. So what is that? That is a definition of spike. That is referred as, you put a separate time. There are two type of spike, and one spike is called as risk spike. Risk spike is a specific time you put aside in order to tackle the risk, and architectural spike normally happen at the start of the project to check the proof of the concept. So these are the two types of spikes that we use in our projects. So these are the things. So this is the right answer. Schedule management plan has nothing to do with instructions from product owner, has nothing to do with Scrum Master will get direction. Why Scrum Master? Someone put the answer there. Shah said A was right. Scrum. Ali Khan, why Scrum Master will give direction? Manindra, you are right. Okay, because Scrum Master will work with the team. No, Ali, please focus on the question. Guys, always read the last line. First read the last line, then option, then understand the question. A spike, Pankaj, you are right. Team needs information about the user stories, so the production owner has the information. Abbas, if you look at the option says instruction. How can anyone in agile can give the instruction? Please slow down, brother. Understand the question, what the question is asking, what the question is saying. Please slow down here. So spike is the way. Please slow down and understand what the question is saying. Let me put something in the context. In agile, no one can instruct. No one can instruct at all. That is the key principle of agile. If you are working any question in agile, no one can like instruct you. This is very important. Abbas and Ali Khan and who else has put the wrong answer. Please understand this thing. This is very important for your exam. Agile, no one can instruct. And read the last line first. In this question, I'll share how to basically solve the question after the time. In the meantime, you solve the question. How to solve question. Step number one. These are my recommendation. Slow down. First of all, you need to slow down. Most of the time, we are worried about the timer, and as a result, we lost most of the time. The first and the most important step is slow down. Then read the last line first. Last line mostly gives you a context. What should the project manager do next? Things like those which can actually help you in solving this thing. So read the last line. Then options. Some of the times you can just eliminate options. Then read the question slowly. Under, try to understand what the problem is in the question. Every question has a problem. Identify that and try to do the root cause of that problem. Solve it forever. How will you solve it? Identify at which area you are, how you will solve the problem forever. Do that. Once the problem is solved, now go to the options. Use elimination technique. Go with each option A, B, C, D. Use elimination option. A is not the right answer because of this. B is not the right answer because of this. C is not the right answer because of this. D is the right answer because of this. Every option must have a justification why this is a right answer or a wrong answer. And once you are done with the question, do the root cause analysis. This is the system that I want you to follow. If you follow it, I'm 100% sure your question solving ability will increase. This is very important. Okay. Scrum Master provide the following arrangement for them to balance the common and social area. The question talk about common and social area. So just by reading the last line, we can understand that. Let's go from the option. Work from home. It gives you, it does not give you social areas. Outsource work, it does not give social area. Bring new team members, no. Arranging caves and commons. Now, just by reading this line, I know that cave is something in which the semi-cubical arrangement in the co-located team, in which the team goes there and try to solve the question and try to do their private personal work. Common is a local area in which everyone can sit together. So that's the common area. Even by reading the option, I got the answer, but I will still read the question. The agent, I need to have some water, please. The Agile project team is working very well. However, few of the team members have approached the Scrum Master and shared their concern not being able to work with the focus. They are unable to do the work with the focus. They have a good rapport, they work with each other very well. Upon observation and investigation, the Scrum Master has noted that a few team members need some time, quiet and silence work for coding. So they need some silence work. So simply we will eliminate three options. We will go to this answer. So this is the right area. Okay, let's see what you guys have answered. Okay, Ali Khan work from home may give the team opportunity. Brother, it may give the team opportunity. Some of the team member. We want to solve the problem for everyone, not for some of the team member. Ali Khan need to use elimination technique more. B is not relevant in agile Scrum Master. Okay, okay. So A is the best answer. No, Amir, brother, you need to use more elimination technique. How did you eliminate option D? Monindra, okay. Well done, FE. Caves and common provide a quiet working. Abbas, arrange caves and common. Okay, Shah. A or D. So D is the answer. Okay. B and C are not. Also work from home will isolate the team. So D is the best. Now you give the right answer. Me first you put something else in the context. So guys, try to use elimination technique for every single question. And one last thing while you are solving the question, whenever you have done a question, make an Excel file in which you put the lesson learned for every single question. For example, today we are solving 10 question and we have already solved 5 questions. So what lesson you get, you learn from every single question. For example, the last question gave you a lesson: what is cave and what is common, and how caves and commons are aligned, how caves and commons can help. So that is something to put into your Excel file. Okay, the lesson learned file, that is very very important. We have 114 certified PMP, and every single one of them will tell you the root cause is the key for passing the exam. Which document can help? Register, scope statement, charter, procurement management plan. Steve is a new project manager at XYZ Consultants. He has been given a project which is already in the execution phase. Steve has strong project management and analysis skills. Okay. He wants to thoroughly examine the assumption and constraint for the project he has been assigned. Which document can help? Now we are looking something in which assumptions and constraint can work. So Aditi saying risk PM can see that already occurred risk. No, 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 no. Okay, Anisha is saying C. Why Anisha? D. Only procurement related and does not contain constraint. A is the answer. Okay. A is the answer. The risk register contain. C is not correct as it is high level document as does not contain. Cameron Shah Muhammad assumption log is a part of a project charter. Okay, guys, this is a very interesting question. I really loved it. You see, most of the options are very close. What are the assumptions and constraints? When we create a project charter, along with the project charter, we create a document, assumption and constraint log, in which all the assumptions of the project are mentioned in that thing. Once we make a risk register, we utilize those assumptions and we work with those. Then, when we are making the project scope statement contain everything that you need to work plus assumptions and constraint. Project charter procurement management plan can be easily eliminated. It is only related to procurement. Charter has high level assumptions and constraint. The question says that we want to thoroughly examine. So charter only have high level, charter gets eliminated. We are left with two options: risk register and project scope statement. Risk register has almost, again I will put almost all the assumptions and constraint, but project scape statement have all the assumptions that we are doing, and that becomes the part of scope based learning. So very interesting question. That project scope statement consists of all the work you need to do, what is included, what is excluded, and what are assumptions, constraint for this project. And thoroughly is the key to that answer. B. Surinder is saying, B. Munindra is saying, as it exists, so project scope statement, so project charter as assumption and constraint. Yes, Abbas, but the question says thoroughly, and project charter has high level. So project charter does not have thoroughly. Okay, C contained only highlights. So it's B. Shah very well defined. Ali Khan very well find out. If we D only contain information regarding that. A is not relevant as it's about risk. B does not have assumption. C have high level assumption. D Amer do have assumption and constraint. I would request you to look at the definition of project scope statement. Two, three things are very important. What is in the scope baseline, project scope statement? So do look at everyone in those areas. Okay, if everyone is clear, let's move to next question. In this case, what is the next step you should take? Review team charter, update resource management plan, identify stakeholder, develop project chart. The project that has been assigned to you is divided into three phases. Okay. You are successfully carrying out your responsibility as a project manager. Okay. PM means project manager, some of the things that we need to do. Now phase one of the project has come to end. You have appreciated the project team for a good work. Now, next phase needs to be initiated. What is the next step that you should take? Okay, identify stakeholder. Answer is B by elimination. B, identify stakeholder. And then B, Ali Khan B. Okay, guys, a very interesting thing to understand. When the project is working as a phases, the phase can be like this: feasibility study, then design, then execution, then installation. So when one phase is completed, and we are saying that the phase is completed, we had the phase or gate review, stage review. Once the next phase is started, if the project is into the multi-phase, we consider each phase as the new project. So what is the first thing we do in each phase? So charter is remains the same. So what is the next thing to do that? If you understand what is the next thing to do that, so your answer becomes very easy. You don't have to review team charter. Team charter is all about rules and regulation, update resource management plan. You are in the initiation. You are in the initiation. You don't review charter in the initiation. If it B sounds correct, the resource management that is in the planning now. You are in the initiation. The first thing is that in this phase, who are the stakeholders that are going to be important? B is eliminated as the charter is already there. Understand this thing. Feasibility studies was done before. It was completed. Good. Now you are in the maybe design phase or in the construction phase. In design phase or in a construction phase, you will have different stakeholders. You will have different people to identify. So identification of the stakeholder is the right answer. Yes, yes, Ali, identification of the stakeholder is the right answer. Okay, this is very, very important. Kevin, I like your answer, the way you are putting. So this is a, if you really like the way how you are doing, you are very near to clearing the exam. The justification you are doing and even if you make a mistake, you immediately understand those things that are very critical for the exam. So guys, C is the right answer. Another important question to master. Okay, next question. She will refer to the following document. Anne is a senior project manager working on a breakthrough. She has a team of individuals. Her project organization has signed contract with a renowned vendor and the work has already started. Okay. However, after some period of the time, her expert team is not happy with the way the vendor is carrying out the work. Okay, what is happening? Someone is doing the work. It's a long question, so be careful that some students are saying even 70% of the exam is all about the long question. So you can get the long question there. So this is important. Mozam is here. Good to have you, Mozam. Okay. So N wants to examine the performance metric defined for the vendor performance. She will refer to the following: statement of the work, okay, procurement management plan, communication plan, agreement. And an interesting question and similar type of question, it in the I put it at LinkedIn. So that's a very interesting thing where we will measure their performance, the performance metrics where it will be there. The statement of work will help her to know the exact details. Surinder, the contract is signed or not signed. The key word is here. Our project organization has signed contract. The contract is signed. Guys, let's say this is signing of contract. Okay. Before signing of contract statement, procurement statement of work is everything. After signing of the contract, agreement is everything. So once the agreement has signed, then everything is in the agreement. The statement of work will help her to know the exact detail. Brother, the contract has signed. In the agreement, the performance criteria, yes, in agreement, the criteria should be mentioned. Statement of work is used to compare. Yes, statement of work is used to compare, but before the agreement. Once the agreement is done, then everything must be in the agreement. So, statement of work, since the agreement has signed, it has no value once the contract is signed. Has signed the contract with the and they are working. The contract has been signed. That's the important part that we need to look into this question, that the contract has been signed. Procurement plan just tells you how the procurement are going to manage and what are the things in the procurement you need to look. This will not be the answer here. Procurement management plan will not be the guys answer here. Okay. The next, anyone else? Communication plan, nothing to do. Agreements. Agreement means contract. Agreement mean performance agreement with the vendor. Well done, Abbas. So you're 100% right. So this is the right answer. This is the right answer. Agreement will have a compliance condition. Pankaj 100% on spot. So D is the right answer. Okay, guys. Next question and come to know the team is in the following team development stage. So from there we realize it is Tuckman ladder and the project manager is performing the following role. Forming directive, storming, coaching. Okay. So we cannot eliminate any option. All of these are right. Anne has been an assistant to senior project manager. She has observed that the team is working productively. Okay. Team members do have issues and conflict, but they are more focused on process issue instead of personal or personality different. Personal or product in this scenario. So when we talk about the Tuckman ladder, time, productivity, forming at the forming stage, the team is working as an individual. They even if they have issues, they do not tell those issues. And the project manager is more of a directive in nature. Then storming team members have issues and they directly pose issues on each other. Here we need to use coaching. Then we start understand even the conflicts are there. We start understanding their habits, their personality. We are in the normal stage, and then we reached the performance stage where we delegate and finally adjourning. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. So we don't need direction. There is no conflict. Okay, PM will delegate roles to team member. They still have the issues. I'm not gonna delegate the issue. They need the mentoring, so they are in the norming stage. Storming issues since the team member is still having conflict. No, EV stalled. If the team member has the conflict, they are not working on that. So I wouldn't say that Nadeem Beg, it will not be performing because teams still have the conflicts. Already seeing the big picture focusing. So the answer would be C. C is the right answer here. So guys, C is the right answer. Okay, last question for today. They are also doing team-based problem solving. What are the team members doing? Performance, retrospective, team performance assessment, problem solving. Steve, an agile project manager, and his agile team have successfully completed a sprint. Is done. The team members have gathered and are talking about managing project knowledge, continuous improvement. Develop the team through discussion of what went well and what improvement is needed. So what we are doing, we are not evaluating performance. Okay, team performance assessment, no. Problem solving, no. This is the exact definition of sprint retrospective. So the question is on your screen. Have what answer you are sharing. Hi Amer, hi Akhil. Good to have you, Akhil, on LinkedIn. Good to have you, Gulam. Yes, please put it answer in the chat box. What do you think is the answer? People from the LinkedIn. Sayyid Salman Ahmed put the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? And the justification of that particular answer also. Emotional intelligence, yes, I can see Gulam, but why do you think that answer is right? Okay. So Gabzi is saying that Tala, you need to put the justification. Arvind is one of the skills to manage. Tala, emotional intelligence will deal with it and diverse audience. Okay. Guys, more people. Hasib, you put the answer, you did not put the justification. Emotion, but also strong views on B, business management. Good. Okay. All of the answers related to knowledge where E is a for diverse audience. Okay. LinkedIn people, please put answer in the justification. Why do you think particular answer is right or wrong? Ambika. Mansoor is saying all answers are related to knowledge where EI is for diverse audience. Ambika is saying uh, emotional intelligence as you know yourself and manage good way to put answer in the detailed justification. Okay, now I will solve first three questions myself. Then what I would do, I would share a link with you guys so that if you want to join, I'm sorry for the LinkedIn people. LinkedIn people cannot join the call because it's your StreamYard from where I am basically live. I am live. They don't allow people to get live from there, so you cannot come from there. YouTube people can click the link and can come. And one very important thing, if you are watching this call and you haven't subscribed the channel, please subscribe it because we are sharing more and more calls, more data, so that will be useful for you. And if you haven't liked this video, I can see 9 people has liked, and we have more than 30 people watching. Please like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm. And if you are watching this call after it is recorded, please put your answers in the comment, because even after the coaching call is over, I would like to interact with you. Why do you think a particular answer is right or a particular answer is wrong? Interaction is my thing actually. What is the most important skill for project manager to manage diverse audience? Choose the best answer. So let me just take back to you a PMI talent triangle. PMI talent triangle says that technical project management, business environment, and leadership. These are the three most important things that as a project manager you need to have. If you don't have that, you are not a good project manager. You need to have those skills. If you don't have, you are not a good project manager as a general. But here we are looking at the most important skill. Be careful about the question where the question is asking about the most important, least important skills. These questions target about one of the or other factors in the question. So what is the most important skill to manage the diverse audience? We need to look at there. Yes, technical skills are important. There is no doubt into that. The technical knowledge is not important. Business management is important. Emotional intelligence is important. Project management is important. All four are important skills here, important tools that you need to work on. But when you are working with a diverse audience, when you need to understand their reasoning, when you need to understand how they work, the most important thing that comes into play is emotional intelligence. So this is the most important answer here in this question. I hope everyone agrees. Let me look. Okay, see. Okay, PMI, sorry, PMI. I'm following you to I got your Udemy. I followed your suggestion. The root cause problem is and oh, congratulations, Angela's a lot. Congratulations to you. I hope everyone can follow the same way as you have followed, and they can also clear their PMP exam. This is very good to know, and I would love to record your journey sometime. Okay, project manager need to have okay, Ghulam Muhammad Akhil. That's a good way to answer the question. Basim Rana, good, good. Let's solve the next question. B as it's a part of a project closure. B validate delivery is the first step we take before closing the project. B, D, conduct lesson learn. Abu Bakr, conduct lesson learn. Okay, Ali Khan, conduct lesson learn because upon closing the first document, okay, update lesson learn, lesson learn. So basically, this question, while I was making, I was having a lot of thinking. So how to do, how not to do. So before moving to this question, let me just share what is happening here. You are you are doing the project and your organization has gone through reorganization, mean the organization have gone into merger or other things, and as a result of that the project that you are doing is not valid anymore, it got cancelled. So what action you should do first? Okay, what is the first thing you need to do? Most of the time we go towards get the lesson, but while you go towards the lesson learned, you are missing the most important thing. You did work on your deliverables. You did some work before that. Why don't you get that deliverable documented? Why don't you get that deliverable that we have completed work till here? till here our effort was added, so you can get the payment from your deliverables, you can get recognition from that. So that is the first thing you need to do. It's a very important thing to mention. I did this much work, then the project got cancelled. That much work need to be accepted. That much work need to be rejected, accepted, whatever they do. But they still need to refer that. So that was the most important thing in this question. And I don't think so have anyone has put the answer here as the right answer. Everyone is going towards the lesson learn because that seemed like a safe area. Why not validate deliverables? I would like to know your thoughts about that. Put it in the chat box. Why do you think it should not be validated deliverable? I would like to know your thoughts. Put it in the chat. Bithirai, I can see that you want to solve the question, but your device is properly not connected. Sir, but the question does not indicate what stage the project does not matter. Gabzi does not matter that at what stage the project got cancelled. Even the project got cancelled when you have just identified stakeholders. Still, or if you have been doing planning, whatever the work you have done, this should be accepted. This should be recognized. The project is terminated, but that work should be recognized. It's an important thing. A flip off of this question, uh, we did it a long time ago, is that you are working in a, you are working and the client cancelled the project. What should you do as a first step? Again, the same answer. When the client cancel the project or whoever the cancel the project, the first thing is validate scope, validate deliverable. That's an important thing. So when we go towards this question, first we identify what has happened in this question. The problem was that our project got cancelled. So what we do, the first step when the first step is to get that deliverable accepted, validated deliverable. That is also known as validate scope in PMP terms. Conduct lesson learns come after that. The first step is this, second step is this. This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do. They were distracted. So always use elimination technique. And yes, router, we need to close it administratively. Yes, yes, I like the way you said. The right answer is option A. First step, then we get the second step. Okay, so this we need to look at what is the first step in this project and what is the second step for this particular area. Okay guys, I hope this is clear to everyone. And I am live simultaneously at three areas, so I keep on checking. Shouldn't we identify it as a risk? No, Sayyid Salman, we should not identify it as a risk because the project got terminated. So it's not even a risk, it's a issue. That thing has occurred, so you don't do that. You identify it as an issue and you work into that, but that's not the thing. The first thing should be to validate it as deliverable. Okay, update risk register, no Sayyid Salman. Okay, uh, Abigaili, please always put in the answer. Why do you think the your reasoning is right or wrong? What is the justification of selecting any particular answer? So always put that in the context. Mubashir Beg. Hello Mubashir, good to have you here. Mubashir always answered. You're a good stretch for the PMP. Guys, if you haven't liked this video so far, please do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Let's solve in the meantime. Next question. Beg is saying D. Mubashir Beg is saying D. Mansoor Ali is saying D. D. The question not visible. Guys, Nadeem, might be some problem because I am actually logging from 4 devices and I am seeing the question is visible. Ambekar D. Shahid, as the project is cancelled, there is nothing to do with planning. So the project like Shahid, you are answering which question? I guess you have some kind of lag and we are getting a late answer from yours. Manindra plus 300. Okay. Okay. Says The project cost variance is $500. Okay, so actual cost is 700, plan cost is 900, earned value is 1200. Schedule variance. A very simple question, and such type of question you can get in exam. What is schedule variance? You need to know earned value minus planned value. What is earned value? 1200. 1200 minus 900, you get 300 positive. So straightforward, this is the answer. This question can be like that. The question can ask for schedule variance, or question can ask schedule performance index, and that way you will have this formula. Or the question can ask about cost performance index, and you will have earned value over actual cost. These four formulas, SPI, CPI, schedule variance, and cost variance, these are a very important thing for you for PMP exam. And the PMP exam is gonna ask you, is gonna touch on these specific topic. So this is very important that you go through this topic. So yes, D is the right answer. People at LinkedIn, okay, they are saying right. Okay, let's go to the next question, and now I will allow the people who basically have want to solve question with me. Come on, Manindra.
Hello, Amit.
So guys, if you want to solve the question with me, I'm sharing the link here. You can join. I will allow three questions to be solved with the students, maximum three. Okay. So, Manindra, if my screen is visible, please let me
Okay.
know. Screen is visible?
No, visible but old question.
Yeah, old question is okay, but screen
Yeah.
is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Please.
After doing detailed analysis, project manager has decided that they will change the plan to tackle the negative risk. Which risk strategy project manager is using here? So he will be changing the plan, so it will not be transferred, and it is a negative risk. So uh, change the plan, so it will not be exploited, and he is anyway carrying out with the plan, so it will not be avoid. So we will go ahead with mitigate.
Okay, Manindra, I put specifically this question in this term. When you are changing the plan, what are you doing?
Changing the plan, he is following, he is not avoiding, it will be avoided because he is not following that plan. He is going for a different plan. In that plan, if he made any changes, then it would have been mitigate, but he is changing the plan, so it will be avoid.
So first, why did you select mitigate?
I thought in the change the plan means the
So
plan
why
remains same, but he is doing some modification.
I that's why I made all these questions. Today's this question are all made by me. This and
Mm.
next the Friday coaching call, all questions are made by me, not by certified PMP. So I have the logic behind every single question. So
Mm.
I knew that most people will go with the mitigate, but the plan has been changed. That plan is not relevant anymore. When the
Mm.
plan is not relevant, you are avoiding it, you are not mitigating it. If you have done anything else just to see how the project has been done, so it would have been mitigating. Here the plan is completely changed, brother. So
Uh,
this avoid. So very well done, but again you have a lesson for this. Slow down,
uh,
understand the concept. Guys, this is a general lesson for every single individual. So whenever you are solving, the first step is always slow down, understand the question, read the last line, what is the context of the question. Here you missed the context of the question, that's why you got wrong, right? So when I share the recontext of that question, then oh, no, this should be the answer.
yes.
And then use elimination technique. When you are using elimination technique, always put the option why avoid is the answer or not the answer, why mitigate is the answer or not the answer, why transfer is the, like each and every option you must put justification on that, why this particular option is the right option or the wrong option. Thank you, Manindra, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Bithi Roy. Hello Bithi, how are you?
Hi Amir, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Let's solve the question, Bithi.
Yeah.
Bithi, can you share? Can you see the screen? Same question.
Yeah,
I am a,
I can
okay.
see.
So, guys, the right answer to this was avoid. So, let's go to the next question.
What should
Yeah.
what should project manager do first? Update communication manage plan, update stakeholder plan, nothing since the project is already in execution. Inform the sponsor. A new stakeholder has been identified in the closing stage of project. He is an influence stakeholder. What should project manager do first? So we will eliminate this nothing option since the period is already, but nothing is not option. Inform the sponsor. Inform the sponsor. No. Update stakeholder plan and as he's an influence. What should he's an influence stakeholder. What should the president do first? He should update this communication management plan.
Okay. And why not stakeholder plan?
A new stakeholder has been identified in the close. We generally we do in the identify register identify stakeholder in the identify register. Uh, yeah, it will be update stakeholder plan
Why?
because we have identified the stakeholder, so we need to document it in the stakeholder register. So
Hmm.
in that stakeholder, so we are it comes under its planning. So we will update the stakeholder plan.
So, what was your first mistake?
I thought that some kind of a communication, so I updated the communication management plan.
Can I say that you did not use elimination technique properly? You went with one op. You used it partially. You
Uh,
eliminated C. You eliminated D perfectly. That was the best thing. Now you had this dilemma. I would say the PMP certified PMP's dilemma that you eliminate two option rights, and once two options are remaining, and both of them are very close, we go with the less good option. Communication plan is updated, but the first thing is that as soon as the stakeholder is identified, the first thing is we update the
I think it's
stakeholder register.
stakeholder register. Yes.
Stakeholder register with power influence. Then we go with the stakeholder engagement matrix, current engagement level and desired engagement level. And stakeholder engagement matrix is a part of stakeholder engagement plan.
Plan.
And the stakeholder engagement matrix is all about how you are going to change the strategies or from the current to desired engagement. So stakeholder is updated, then communication plan is updated. So Bethy,
Right, right
you are
answer will be.
you are at a very good stage of your PMP preparation, but my friend, a little bit slow down, a little bit more of elimination technique and root cause.
Yeah,
Otherwise, your
sure.
understanding is good. Your understanding is good. I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you. Sure. So, guys, this was a classical question in which students make the mistake. Let me just check LinkedIn and YouTube. Pankaj, you made the same mistake as she did. Mansoor, same goes for the you. You try to answer it very quickly. Chimzi, very well done. Shobha, no, we first update stakeholder plan, then communication. Hasib, very well done. Okay, okay. Ambika, you are at a good stage. Okay, Sayyid Salman, can you please explain difference between stakeholder plan? Stakeholder register is a register in which you have power, interest, of the stakeholders, in which you have how the stakeholders are going to work, what is their power interest matrix, upward downward salience model, their description. Stakeholder engagement plan has the strategies how you are going to change the current engagement level of the stakeholder into the desired engagement level. I hope, Sayyid Sulman, this is clear to you, and the justification is clear to you how basically we work into that arena, how we do that. Okay, people at LinkedIn, I am sharing the YouTube link. You can come here because there you have more freedom to write the comments. Okay, guys, I can see many people have joined the YouTube, but still some people have not liked it. Please like it, and if you are watching it for the first time, please subscribe the channel and click the bell icon so that you can get the same thing again and again. And if you are watching the YouTube later on, do put your question in the comment. I would love to interact with you later on. Okay. Surinder, why don't you explain difference between stakeholder register and stakeholder plan?
Sorry, I
Uh,
mean,
bef-
stakeholder register and
Before that, the Gapsi, no, the even at the closing stage, if the stakeholder is identified in the project said that the stakeholder is an influential stakeholder, he can make the entire project useless. So we need to go back to the step one. Yes, stakeholder engagement plan and stakeholder register.
yeah. So in stakeholder register, basically once we identify the stakeholders, right, we write their details there. The
Mhm.
engagement plan includes how we basically communicate with the stakeholder, what will be the line, what modes we will use. That's the total engagement plan. Now when we identify, we have tools like power interest metrics for the stakeholder recognition, basically low power, high interest, high power, low interest. Like there are four. Like high power, high interest we manage closely. High power, low interest we satisfy them. Then low power, high interest we keep them informed. And low power, low interest we monitor them.
Hmm. Okay, that's a good way to explain. I really like it. Okay, let's solve the next question. Next question is a very interesting question. Please.
Okay, which tool you
Yes.
will
And
use?
sir, while you are solving the question, I need the justification of all the four tools and techniques.
Okay, which tool you will use to make sure which are within the tolerance approved by the client? Fishbone diagram, scatter diagram, control chart, Pareto chart. You are working as a project manager of a pharmaceutical company. Quality is number one priority for the project. Which tool you will use to make sure within the tolerance approved by the client? Okay, fishbone diagram is basically for root cause analysis, the cause and effect. So here we don't have any problem. We can eliminate that directly. Scatter diagram, control chart. Now control chart relates to quality. I'll keep that. And Pareto chart also. Okay. I'm just have a confusion with like with scatter and Pareto, but I know that the answer for me will be control chart. Scatter diagram is once we was A and Y.
The purpose of this
And what
question, when designing this question with these options, actually first I made seven options with all
Mhm.
the important tools of quality. Then I eliminated four options. The purpose of this question is this, that when you are solving such question, you go to the quality topic back, look at the tools, because tools of some tools are very important. Tools of quality, tools of what is stakeholder register, stakeholder engagement metrics, power interest, the quality risk tools. These tools are a little bit very important. Scatter diagram is a correlation diagram
Oh yes,
which shows
yeah,
basically if you increase x,
yes.
will the y increase? If the y increase, we have positive correlation. If y decrease, we have negative correlation. If there is no relationship between them, then there is no relationship.
Pareto,
Pareto,
I know 80-20 rule.
20/80 or 80/20,
Right.
vital few, trivial many. Vital few, trivial many. The most uh, separating the most important with less important. Pankaj put a very beautiful thing. Scatter diagram is a relative representation of two variables. That's a good one. Is a correlation? Yes, Shobha, correlation is a good word. Pareto, Mansoor, you are right. At any stage, if a new stockholder is, then it update the stake. Yes, Shahid Imran. Fishbone is RCA. Scattered against something else. What is something else? Pareto is the numerical analysis of recurring. Another way to put it, control charge that would have been the upper limit. Okay, 5 by very well put, Ambika. I really like the way how you are explaining. So people at LinkedIn, I also need justification from you. Typical control chart. Yes, you are putting the right answers there. So thank you very much, Surinder. You did answer right, even you are unable. So control chart is the right answer, even you are unable to fulfill the entire
Yeah.
requirements, but still you are able to do what was requested. Okay guys, remaining four question I will solve myself. Okay, now this is an interesting question. Question 6, question 7 here. Although most of the responsibilities in agile is with the team, is with the team, and Scrum Master is the one who is facilitating everything. Mansoor is saying that Scrum Master is following. Product owner is the only person who can end the sprint, who defines that whether the goals of sprint are obsolete and we may need to update the sprint. Scrum Master is a facilitator who makes sure that the Scrum methodologies are followed. This is the product owners has two three major responsibility: collect the requirement from the sponsors and other people, uh, prioritize the requirement in the product backlog as high value high risk, agreed with the time with the team about the effort and the sprint goal and the sprint duration. But once the sprint start working, the team is doing this everything. But if the product owner finds that the goal of the sprints are obsolete, the goal of the sprints are not valid anymore, product owner has the authority, or I would say he has the responsibility. If the goal are not relevant anymore, he must cancel the sprint. This is a very important concept of age. So a small question, you will get the question such like that in exam. A small question like that. Once the sprint is finished, Scrum Master will not ensure. No, Mansoor. Scrum Master is a facilitator. He makes sure that the Scrum methodologies are followed, daily stand up are followed. He manages the conflict, sprint review, sprint retrospective, and this is in the Scrum methodology that who can basically end that. And product owner is the only person who can end that. Okay. Now another question that I actually put it for the same reason. Okay, I am getting. Ayub is saying B. Ayub, why do you think the B is answer? You do put it on the chat box. A. Abhigali, why do you think A? Sorry, it is B. Why do you think B? So guys, very important thing here. I want to put it in the chat, and that thing also need to be cleared. Sprint is an ceremony, is an event having 1 to 4 week duration in the projects. Duration is 1 to 4 week. Generally, it is 2 week. We normally fix it 2 week. It is a time box. 2 weeks. Once 2 weeks are done, sprint is over. Sprint ends, and we have sprint review, and then sprint retrospective. This is the framework of Scrum. Once time is done, sprint is over. When all the items in the sprint backlog is completed, many people are putting this answer. Guys, this can take 6 weeks maybe. Your sprint is 2 weeks, it can take 6 weeks. Maybe your some stories are difficult to complete, or you just cannot do that if we cannot wait on this. Product backlog is the entire thing. When team is tired, no. The right answer is when time is over. When the time gets over, then the sprint gets completed. Sayyid Sulman Ahmed, I hope the answer is clear to you. And Engineer Muhammad Ayub, I did answer to you also. Okay, product owner. What if all the task is finished before time? Yes, that's a good point to put it. Then the sprint is also finished. But generally, what happens if the task is completed? As a Scrum methodology, if the tasks are completed before, then what do? We pull more tasks. That's a very rare case, but we can pull the next high value, high risk item from the product backlog. Very well question, Ali Khan. Good to have you back after, but you are a very good student. I really loved it. Okay, guys. Now this is an interesting question. Long one. For the long question, okay, you solve it. I'll solve that in the end. Okay, Arvind, I like your answer. Chimji, why do you think C? A, okay. Let me put one more option here. Arrange training need working to avoid frequent mistakes. Okay. To upskill him, training is the best option. Okay, Pankaj, I heard you. Arrange training via job shadowing. Mm, okay, guys, let me solve this question. What should you do? What should you do as a PM? You are working in a hybrid project. The project is hybrid. One of the team members come to you and say that he's unable to grasp some of the programming coding. Okay, and he need guidance. So he's coming to you. That's a very good thing. So he comes to you. He's making frequent mistakes, which client has highlighted as escape defects. Now, what is happening? He is doing mistakes, and that mistake goes to the client as an escape defect. Escape defect is something that when the quality team is unable to find it, it goes to the client or team. If the team finds it, they are doing refactoring. Refactoring is improving the code again and again to work into that. You have a senior programmer who has done this thing in the past and is available to guide. What should you do as a PM? Now you have someone who can guide him. So the best thing would be, what best would be, arrange training for him. Yes, it can be the answer. Okay, issue logging, no, that's issue, but I don't think so. Networking, I don't think so. Networking can help here. Networking happens when you want to build a relationship. That's not here. Negotiation, that's not here. For four option, the answer become arrange training for him. It can't be paired programming as the hybrid project. So if it's a hybrid project, even it's a hybrid project, in hybrid project we can use predictive only for the procurement, and the remaining development is done through agile. And in agile, if we are using XP, in XP we can do pair programming. So this can, if this was in the option, this can also become a better answer. Say Salman, it's not an issue. It's not an issue. The answer is that the problem is you have identified the training needs. This is one of the very important thing, that the training needs are there. You need to identify the training law, training needs. Hasib, you also put it B. So this is a training need. Although it can be considered just like a issue, but this is a training need. Once the training need is identified, you have worked with the training need. You work for the training need. You improve the training need. This is the concept behind it. Hasib, I hope you get the justification and this is clear to you. Yes, XP is possible. So the XP can be in the hybrid. Na? Okay, guys. Last question for today. And this is also an interesting question. Okay, what answer I am getting? C. Smadeen, you put C. Why do you think C is the right answer? Please put the justification. Always, guys, put justification. And my question to you, for all the people who are putting questions like in the just like C option or B option, why do you think we should do critical path activities or non-critical path activities, or whatever the reason is that? Yes, your answer is okay, Abigali. I hope I'm pronouncing it your name right uh, on LinkedIn. If you Now let me solve the question. If you make non-critical path activities parallel, how it can decrease the schedule? If we make the guys, this is a very important concept. If we make non-critical path activities parallel, that is fast tracking, how it will reduce the schedule? That's an interesting thing to consider. Say someone you love the issue log. Okay, that's the question. You are running behind schedule and over budget. Sponsor has asked you to decrease schedule, but he has not approved any budget. What will you do? So, guys, in order to crash the project, you need to add the resources. And once you are adding the resources, you need money for that. And he has said no money, so crashing cannot be done. Fast track non-critical activities. I'll hold it. Fast track critical path activities. I'll hold this. Crash. Okay. Put the issue in the issue log. It was already in the issue log. This was issue in the issue log. From that we went to sponsor, and sponsor said us to decrease the schedule, but did not approve the budget. So it already has passed the stage of issue log. Okay. Once, how do we go to the issue? A issue is identified, we directly put the issue into the issue log. That's the first thing. We do the root cause analysis, we request the change, we play with that. So that's how we do that. Okay. Yes, if we had Abigail, if we had budget, we could have crashed, but not. Since the budget has not approved, it's an issue. No, 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 no. It's not an issue. Put the issue in the issue log. No. Talha, critical path activities can wait and can be done upon additional budget available. How? Critical path activities, if you delay critical path activities, that's the your answer is right. Your justification, Talha, is not right. It cannot wait. Ambika, see, the project is behind schedule, so no budget to crash. Fast tracking won't help. Loved your answer, guys. The answer that Ambika gave is just a beautiful answer. That it will not help us. Adding resource will demand additional budget. Okay. Crash as it is not specifying. By Asib, if you crash always increase the cost. Na? Fast track the activities. Shobha, you are on spot. Very well done. Hey Sam, good to have you, my certified PMP. Okay, budget is over, so PM can boost the process to meet the schedule. Shahid, what is your answer? C. Okay. I have the confusion since most of the time question asks the immediate first step. Yes, the question mostly asks the immediate first step. So you need to see where the question is. Okay, Solomon, this will decrease the schedule or save. Makes sense. Should be critical path activities. I was thinking about reducing risk. Yeah, you are okay. Less critical. When time is over, a sprint has to reach time, not task. Durga, which question you are answering? Okay, okay. High risk, we can use non-critical. No, 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 Mubashir, if we use non-critical path activities, it will not reduce the risk, it will not help. So the right answer, guys, is We fast track the critical path activities. Critical path is the longest path that we used in our project, and all the work that needs to be done must be on that. When we make those activities parallel, then as a result the schedule get decreased. You can consider critical path is equivalent to your, just for an understanding, is your schedule baseline. It is your schedule baseline. So once you make those activities parallel, your schedule get decreased. So that's the justification, that's the reasoning behind that. Okay, so guys, we are gonna, every question is gonna time box. I'm gonna give you 70 seconds, but for these questions, even if you take more time, I am okay with that. Okay, so Satya, so
Yeah.
you can tell me which one to drag where. Okay, how these questions guy will be work? These are drag and drop in exam. The questions will come like this. Either you have to drag from left to right. In my questions, you will be dragging from right to here. Okay, I hope this is clear to everyone. You will tell me how to please drag to this area, and I will be doing that. And of course, if you know better way than this, do tell me how to do that. Yes, Satya, what will come in this?
So status status of the status of the progress.
Yeah.
I'll do one thing. I'll pick the answer that I know. Okay.
Okay, okay,
So
okay,
work in progress. Work in progress is nothing but a Kanban board.
okay. Work in progress is a Kanban board. Okay,
Kanban board.
okay.
Remaining work in the sprint is nothing but burned down chart.
Remaining burn down chart. Here, right?
Yeah, chart that can show scope, add or remove, burn up chart,
Burn up chart. Well done. Okay.
and status of the progress task board,
Task board. Very well done.
and the
Okay.
remaining one cumulative flow diagram.
Very well done. So I hope everyone is clear how we did it, right? You keep telling me I will be dragging and dropping. So you will be getting such questions in exam where you have to drag and drop. Okay, next question. Yeah. This question is more towards which is the document that control everything. Few of these, you know, the remaining one, if you don't know, we will work on it. Please.
For Racy, who is responsible for the task?
So you
I
want to
believe that
put
would
this
be.
here, right?
Mm,
You can change later, but for now,
yeah, we'll just leave it here right now.
go to next one. Don't wait that much. Like go to the next option and let's see.
Okay. List for all stakeholders. I'm just gonna do the same process as the other person had said. Try to figure out what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Amer, Ajay here. Can I help?
No.
Kunal?
You will get your own question.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, Kunal.
Combination of all plan. Would that be project management plan?
Mm-hmm. So you want to put it here, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Changes in baseline. Would that be change management plan?
Change in the baselines, change management plan. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm unsure here, but list of all risk would be risk register accountability for the task.
Okay. List of all. Okay.
So for RAM, I would put accountability for the task.
Mm-hmm.
And then list of all stakeholder register.
This was, I was hoping you get this one as the first thing. Yeah. This was the straightforward one. Yeah. Next.
Yeah, my brain works backwards as
Yeah.
I'm told.
So you have this one. So this one is the, okay, a
And then
little
by
bit.
process of elimination, yeah.
Yeah. Bring to the front. A little bit change here. Who is responsible for the task? It goes to RAM. RASI is basically responsibility, accountability, consult, inform. Okay.
I was torn between those two. Yeah.
No. That's why I'm clarifying here. Responsibility, accountability, consult, inform.
Consult,
That is RASI.
inform.
RAM is
Right.
responsibility, assignment, matrix. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well done. Very well done. This is right. 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 So drags and drop in the exam, they will take much time. Let's solve the next one.
Yeah,
Ajay
sure.
Kapoor, yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. Forming
Direction.
forming is
Direction.
direction.
Please,
Direction.
first, please, anyone else don't speak. You will get your turn. Let him speak.
Forming is direction.
Forming is direction. Okay.
Storming is coaching.
Storming is coaching. Very well done.
Okay. Performing is delegation.
Performing is delegation. Okay.
Norming, adjourning. Someone confused. So norming is supporting.
Okay. Norming is sporting, and we are left with this one. So
Yeah.
guys, the one of the key, as Kunal was asking, one of the key is that even if there are like 10 5 options, you know 2 or 3 by remaining, like even if you get half of the right, that's still a good thing. Drag and drop have that benefit that we can work into it. So norming can be sporting or norming can also be mentoring. Both can work. Okay, very well done. Okay, Fasi, Fasi Khan. Yeah,
Yeah.
you spoke last time while Ajay was doing. Now you
My
solve it.
bad. It was unmuted by chance. I was
Now it's your
talking to
turn.
myself.
Yeah, now it's your turn
That's
to
not a
solve.
good punishment.
Yeah,
Anyways, okay.
I don't think so it's a punishment.
Let me read that down. The third one will be in the team charter.
Okay, so please read
A
it.
document that enables
Yeah.
a document that enables the team to establish its values,
Okay. Okay.
agreements.
And if I pick wrong, please do let me know. Okay, it is
Yeah,
possible.
sure.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
The second one, judgment provided based upon expertise in an application area, expert judgment, the last option.
It will go which one? Judgment. This one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
last expert judgment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next to the project budget, which is a project document used to record knowledge gained. This should go into the lesson learned register.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, why it is not? Okay. I'm just.
That you need to send it
Yeah.
back,
Yeah.
the one which you selected.
No. It will be. Okay. You speak for the next one, brother.
Okay.
I'll work on this thing.
Okay. The top one will go into the virtual teams.
For one, go into the virtual team. Okay. Okay. Next.
The clear expectations regarding the code that will go into the ground rules.
Ground rules. Okay. Next.
The last one will go into the SLA.
Okay.
Project budget and disbursement will be in the resource rates.
Okay. SLA. This will go into resource rate. Where is resource rate? Okay. This. Okay.
So definitely an individual.
Yeah. This
one
was.
will just.
I was hoping this was the first one. Like this is the most straightforward as you can get. Yeah.
It's
But
too textual, so I was jumping around. But
yeah,
I hope
that's
that
okay.
all are
Yeah,
good, right?
all are right. Please go ahead. Guys, do message in your particular groups. If you bring belongs to batch one, please put in the batch one, batch two, and so on and so on, that everyone can join. Salman, please solve this question.
Yes, sir. From left, Moscow will be must
No,
have,
no.
should
You
have, could
you
have.
have to tell me from here. I can drag these
Okay, sir.
options. Okay.
Okay, sir. Fifth number to we have to put it on the second number.
Okay. Good.
The second last option will be on the fourth number, 100-point method. Each stakeholder given 100 points to vote for the most important requirement.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Then the last one will be goes to the dot voting.
Okay.
The third option will be go to the 3-point estimation.
The third one, this one?
Third
Yeah.
one will be go to 3-point estimation.
Okay. Guys, if anyone knows how to make all of them to a front, please do let me know. Or I can share the file with you and you can do if anyone can do for
And
me.
then
Yeah.
this x is equal to p plus 4m will be on the last.
Yeah. When you found it, I knew you knew the answer for this one. Yeah. Next.
The second option, identifying team strength, will be go to SWOT analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kanu model will be theory of customer satisfaction, the first one.
This one will be
Yes, sir. Top one will be Kanu model.
okay. Control.
And the last one, product backlog and ordering list of user-centric requirement that team maintain the product.
Wait, wait, wait. Arrow. Uh, okay. This will be
The first one, sir, the product backlog.
okay. Very well done. Very well done.
I was not believing that this question I solved it.
Set the stage is retrospective. Agile retrospective is the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Set the stage is the retrospective.
Okay.
Project charter is a document issued by the project initiator or sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of project. Communication. Communicate.
Yeah.
Team and responsible for story points, unit of measurement for overall size of user story, feature, or other piece of work.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Collaboration technology, key to successful team. Communication technology, shared task board to promote visibility.
No. Key to successful team will be communication.
No.
This.
Collaboration technology.
Okay. So this and this, where goes this? You already
Communication.
have.
Communication.
This one?
No. Shared task board to promote visibility.
Can you work in with this one?
Okay.
Key to successful team.
Key to successful team is training is not communication. Training is an activity in which team members acquire new or enhanced skills. Team and responsible for task accountability is team and responsible for all the agile work. Key to successful team is communication.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah.
That's why I said, what are you saying, Usha? But
Yeah. Share task promote
yeah,
visibility.
collaboration technology. What we are doing right now, this is
Yes.
collaboration technology, na? Like now.
No, it's for me
Yeah,
when I saw communication, it's like okay, communication
yeah,
technology. My mind went
But
yes.
who will? Mariam, would you like to do the next question?
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Mariam, and if you know a better way, you are good with the computer. I have found it. Do let me know. Okay, for this drag
Thank
genre.
you. Yeah, I'll surely try. This feels like back to school days, teacher asking to come to the blackboard and start solving. So right now I feel like a
Yeah.
child.
You have to go back to fundamentals.
Okay. Check in activities to engage the team. Team performance metrics and analysis. Okay. Step number 5 is close.
Okay. Next.
Amer, Ajay here, just a suggestion. While someone is thinking, maybe you can just do right click on each of them and make it bring to front.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not such a good guy. Once,
Okay.
Just share
done.
with me, I can do it for you. It's just control and select all and do it once. So share the sheet, I'll do it for you.
Control.
Select
Okay.
all the boxes either by
Control
On
dragging.
the
select
right
all
side.
the black
On
boxes.
the right side.
Yeah.
In the complete
Yeah,
boxes.
No, it is
Complete
not.
from
Yeah, I'm
N to
trying. I'm trying.
yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Right click.
okay, I got
Right
it.
click.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, Mariam, you were.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm anyways taking time. I don't know. I'm maybe freaking out.
It's okay. Relax. No problem. If you guys says that normally I do upload this coaching call, but if you guys says don't upload it, I will not upload it. It's on you. You decide at the end of the coaching call.
Okay.
Yeah. So be easy.
Step 2 is generate insights.
Mhm. Okay.
It's working on challenges, problem analysis. Okay, step number 3, gather and share data. No, that should be said. No, wait 1 minute. First one is set the stage, and step 4 is make decisions.
Okay. So I have a question. What's working and what are challenging? How's that gather and share data? You are doing problem analysis. When you are doing problem analysis, how it is gather and share data? Don't you think it would be generate insights, work on it, try to improve it? Mariam?
Okay.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because there was even earned
yeah,
value analysis, so I got confused with
yeah,
that.
that it's the purpose of it is to get you confused. Okay. Well done. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Nabil,
The vision comes to first box.
the vision come to first one.
So prioritization of features and user stories. It seems to be a story map.
Which one?
Or no. Minimal set of essential product features need to be the story map is a this minimal set of essential.
Okay.
But the last one is also the same. No, I think story minimum viable product should have the story map. So you can move it to the last one.
Story map.
MVP. Story map, yes.
Okay.
And then working skeleton, minimum set of essential product features need for release. I think the working skeleton.
Which where?
Should move. Minimal set of essential product features.
Okay.
Set for release.
Okay.
Should be simple and non-technical. Show prioritization of features and user stories. Backbone. Be simple and extreme metaphors. It's not simple. Show prioritization of feature and user story. Maybe the backbone to should be simple and non-technical.
Okay. And the next metaphor would be this.
Seems like this.
Okay.
Not suiting.
Let's talk about that. What is a metaphor?
Yes.
What is metaphor?
Metaphor is XP extreme programming.
Yeah. So metaphor is in extreme programming. So where you put it?
Minimum set of
Prioritization.
essential.
You see, what is actually metaphor? I gave the example of Sachin Tendulkar, Little Master. What is
Hmm.
that? What is that doing you? It's a simple, straightforward, easy answer.
Sim-
Yeah.
Easy.
So
Then it should be simple and not.
yeah, yeah. And secondly,
Uh,
minimum set of feature. The most important thing is backbone. Is backbone needed for a
backbone.
release. Okay. Minimum
Hmm.
set of features. They are backbone. Okay. They
Minimum
are.
essential feature, essential.
Who
It's
is
the
talking in between? Guys, if you want to add something, Ajay, was it you? Yeah, I
No, 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 no. It was not me.
whoever it was, guys, please, you can raise your hand or you can put. Okay, so minimum set of essential product features. This is backbone. Okay,
Backbone.
and MVP features. Now, guys, prioritization of what does the story map have? Story map has both backbone and working skeleton.
Hmm.
Okay, so that is a prioritization. MVP feature has both backbone and walking skeleton. Okay, so that is an important thing.
Hmm.
You missed it this one. The first one clear, but I was hoping you will straightforward get the metaphor. Metaphor was a simple one. Nabil, a little bit more attention is required while solving the
Hmm.
question. Okay,
Yes.
I expect better from you next time. Okay,
Yes.
guys, thank you. Okay, Nidhi.
So the second option on the right can be dragged in front of daily stand-up.
Okay, yeah. Okay, okay, you go. I will do that thing. You
Okay.
tell other. Okay, next.
Yeah, I'm reading. An agile framework for developing and sustaining complex products. This third option on the right can be dragged in front of Scrum.
This one.
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Team's rate of progress of completed work in a given time period can be dragged in front of team velocity.
Okay.
A time-boxed iteration in Scrum is a sprint, can be dragged in front of sprint.
Hmm.
A collaborative event in Scrum this can be dragged in front of sprint planning.
Mm-hmm.
A review at the end of each iteration can be dragged to sprint review.
This one.
Yeah, this one.
Mm.
A meeting of team members facilitated by Scrum Master for team to identify its own improvements can be dragged to sprint retrospective. And the last one
Very
against
well
the
done.
top.
Very well done. Good. Very well done. And guys, interestingly, if you just see this question and if you understand this question correctly, okay, correct. So this actually gives you the entire Scrum framework, right? Shah Faisal, your turn after this, Jigar. Shah Faisal,
Yes, yes,
please.
I'm here.
Shah Faisal, can you hear me? You are on mute, brother. Are you solving this question or not?
Yes, yes. In
Please do it.
Salius model,
Yeah.
yes, in Salius model we use power urgency.
Okay, so which one?
On that group shape. Needs. And the third one, in the first one, a classification model through that group.
Okay.
No, in middle and to the first one.
This one you say
Into
goes
the salience model.
in
Salience
cell.
model.
Okay. Yeah.
And the power stakeholder on the basis of their level authority and trust on the project. It will go to power and trust. Second one.
This one.
Yes.
Okay. And then
And
okay. Authority. Okay. 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 So this was a pretty easy. Thank you, Shah. You can lower your hand. So Jigar, please.
Fourth one goes to forming. Team
One,
member get
two.
to know each.
Okay.
Fourth.
Forming.
First one to go to second, storming. Third one go to fourth, performing.
Which one? Please.
Yeah, team member
This one?
complete their assigned work. Yes,
This
to
goes to performing.
performing.
Okay.
Yeah, this team is working optimum. It goes to adjourn. Last one.
Okay.
No. That one.
Okay.
Team is working. Yes, that
So it goes here.
team beginning work product. Yeah.
Okay. So let's read it one more time. Team members get to know each other. Okay. Seems okay. Team member begin to assert themselves. Okay. Team member works to without worrying about personal acceptance. Okay. Team members complete their task. In performing, team members complete their task. Jigar, in in
Working.
what is performing?
Yeah, it will be wrong.
Performing is the ideal stage where we delegate the task. The team is working. So where the work is
Oh,
completed, it's adjourning.
yes, correct.
Okay. This is wrong. This one is right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So
There's
a
solving.
little
Yes,
bit
yes,
little
yes,
bit
sir.
more attention is
Yes.
required on these
Okay.
questions. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me read the left side. So the first one, based on the Japanese management method, will go the quality metrics.
This will go to quality metrics.
For the first one, not that one.
Read that one for me. Please read that
Based
one. Yeah.
based on the Japanese
Okay.
management
Okay.
method.
So
Yeah.
quality metrics. Okay.
Measurement of the team's work that has moved from one stage to another stage will go cycle time.
Which one?
Measurement of team's work that
Okay.
has moved
Okay.
from one stage to
Okay.
it will go the
Cycle time.
cycle time. The last one, various measurement to track quality deliverables will go throughput metrics.
Okay. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Tracking cost will go any value. The first one. Measurement of total output from an iteration to attempt to predict future iteration will go velocity. The second one will go velocity. Measurement of work that has progressed all that way, it will go to first one, Scrum or Agile, Kanban board, and this will go bar chart.
Okay. So Basir, is he right?
No, sir.
Okay. Correct it, please.
Yes, sir. So the Scrum Agile Kanban board will goes to sir the Japanese based on the Japanese management.
Yes. The first thing you made first mistake, Salah. Kanban board is a visual board that is made on the Kanban signs and those things. What else?
Throughput metrics, sir, the measurement of teams' work that has moved from one stage to another.
This one?
Third one.
This
third
one?
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
And the cycle time is okay. The quality metrics are measurement, various measurement track to quality.
And this one will be this?
Yeah, it's cycle time.
Okay, so Salah, you see the
yeah.
beauty of just to see the beauty of a drag and drop. Even you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 4, 5 right and 1, 2 wrong. So by solving few, you get the few right, few wrong. And many people ask me how much marks we will get. First of all, PMI does not disclose this. I'm a premium trainer. Like we pay a premium trainer from USA. Like we paid $10,000 to PMI. PMI does not even tell to us. So they don't tell it to anybody. But according to the consensus of all the trainers, you get a good amount of, like if there is a 7 question or 10 question, you get some right, you get the marks from that. Thank you, Basir. Guys, after Sabah, if anyone wants to solve the question, they can please raise the hand. Okay, Sabah, go ahead.
Public locations about the project and the advancement of the project. The aim is to radiate information to all about the project. A graph to show the progress by plotting the burning down of work during an iteration or other time period. It's burning down chart.
Which
Second
one?
one.
Graph to
Second
show.
one,
Okay.
to show the progress and gains made by the project team over time. Burning up chart. Third one is
Okay. Exactly. I forget to
graphs
do
and values
this.
based on
This one is burn up. Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Graphs and values based on the earned value management equations, graph with analysis comparing actual results to planned or expected results. Earned value management reports with graphs and their analysis comparing actual results to planned or expected results. Earned value management reports.
Which one? This one or this one?
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. The physical electrical representation of work, performance information complied in project documentation, television to decisions, actions, or awareness. Charts and reports based on the quality metrics collected. Charts and reports based on quality metrics collected. Quality reports.
Okay. Yeah. I don't like this question. I will tell later why.
Physical electronic summaries of the progress, usually with visuals or graphics to represent the larger data set.
Still, you could not.
Physical or electronic depictions of the work that must be done and their current state. Information details. Big visual boards to display the high traffic public locations about the project and the advancement of the project. The aim is to radiate. First one is in information radiators.
Okay. Which one? This? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure नहीं है. No, I'm not sure.
So why you said that? Okay.
The
Okay.
aim is to radiate information to all
Okay.
about the project work.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
Okay.
sentence.
Yes.
Feel me
Yes.
like that.
You are right. You are right. What else?
Yes. Graphs and values based on the earned value management equations is going to earned value management reports.
Which one?
Graphs and values based on the first one.
Okay. This
Now
one?
the remaining
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Earned value management reports, various analysis reports. Graphs and their analysis comparing actual results to planned or expected. This one goes to variance analysis reports.
Okay.
Work performance reports. The physical electronic representation of the work performance. This one is in going to work performance reports.
Okay.
The physical electronic representation work performance. Now the dashboards and task boards. Physical electronic summaries of the progress, usually with visuals or graphics, represent the larger data set. Physical electronic depictions of the work that must be done and their current state. First one is in dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one is in task boards.
It took you a long time. Yes, Aga.
The second option goes to direct.
Okay.
The fourth one option goes to avoid repeat from conflict situation.
Okay.
Okay, search the solution. The emphasize area agreement goes to accommodate. Agreement, consumer harmony and relationships. Emphasize area of agreement, this goes to problem to solve.
Okay.
Okay, and the last one goes to accommodate, and the first one goes to reconcile.
So, okay. This one is right. Retreat from conflict situation. This is good. Problem solving is always emphasizing area of agreement, concede position to maintain harmony. Direct is okay. Incorporate multiple views to okay. Search for solution. Okay. Well done. Yeah. But accommodate will not be this. To incorporate, I need different point of view. One is first is right. This is right. Now we are left with these three. Emphasize area of agreement, concede per no, this is basically smoothing. So smooth and accommodate goes hand in hand. So this goes up, okay, and this will go here, this will come here, and this will come here. So Aga, problem solving is to getting the point, to get a open dialogue. This is the best solution. We want to have open dialogue. Okay. So reconcile is towards to compromise, and reconcile, this is same. Okay, through compromise, other name of compromise is reconcile, and accommodation is more towards smoothing. Okay, let's solve this question now. Since it is more than 3 line question, the first instruction I always recommend is read the last line first. What Zoha could have done to avoid the situation. Okay, so the thing is that the bad, what this last line is telling us, what the last line is telling us, the last line is telling us that some bad thing has happened, some bad thing has happened, and we wanted to avoid that situation. Mohammad Niaz, Chinze, give the justification why the answer is right. Why do you think that particular answer is right or wrong? Okay, so something bad has happened. That's what I am getting from this last line. A financial organization, okay, it's a financial organization moving their current legacy system to the new modern system, and they are in execution phase. Makes sense? The project manager, so Zoha is a project manager, okay, observe that there's a major gap of technical person, which may badly impact and delay the project. Okay, the project manager requested to human resource department and being recruited a technical person, but the currently assigned member became reluctant and he decided to participate World War. So what the question is saying, that the hired member is started making a conflict, and now the conflict has reached the World War level. In order to understand this question, you must know that there's a conflict, 5 level of conflict. The first level is problem to solve. If it is not handled there, it goes to disagreement, then contest, then crusade, and then world war. So now the conflict has reached to the highest level, the worst level of this. So what we could have done to avoid that? Before new resource acquire, transfer the currently assigned person to another team. No, that does not make sense. That does not solve the problem. I don't get a justification how that will solve the problem. After new resource required, transfer the currently assigned. Again, that's the again same thing. We are not looking towards that thing. Arrange training to the currently assigned person to improve skill. Yes, always look towards the answer where you can train the person, help them to grow in that positive way. So that can be the answer. Remember the rule of elimination technique. Don't fixate it on one answer unless you have a justification why this is right or wrong. So let's move to the next one. Zoha would have discussed the deadline to meet up with risk with both the person. So it does not solve the problem at all. So I'm gonna eliminate that option also. So C is the right answer. So Hassan, we are in the so training might not produce. Why not training produce result? In execution, Hassan, the purpose of the training is to provide training in the execution phase. So they take the training immediately and they start working towards that. Other options does not, like you choose the option number B after new resource transfer. Why we should transfer that? We haven't even worked into that it was his fault or her fault. So maybe you need to look at that while solving the question, how you justify that answer. Since he needs to be trained, yes, since he need to train on conflict management. Okay, Amir saying, Hesam, you are a certified PMP. Of course, you have to be right. And conflict could have been avoided. Yes, yes. They asked firstly to look towards the keep. Okay, okay. The crux of the question is to imagine no new resources. So that is why A and B were excluded. That's a very good way to put actually, Amir. So a very good question actually. And the question is related to team topic. Guys, remember one thing. Team or resource is the majority of your PMP exam. So make sure you understand that particular topic in a positive way. Okay, this is a new question, please. Okay, meeting team members, meet the team members. There is meet. What's the issue? Neas is saying C. Chinze is saying C. Okay, let's read the question. What is the first course of action of the project manager? A project manager joined in the mid of execution. After his joining, he observed that there's a big gap. Okay, there's a gap of collaboration of team members with the stakeholders. And he feels that the team members of the project are still in the forming stage. Now he intends now he's tensed, not intensed, and he wants to take initiative to resolve the problem as soon as possible, as shortly as possible. What is the first course of action? Again, reading the last line give us that how we can go and see what is the first thing that we need to do. Update the communication management plan. Okay, let's not rule this out. Study the lesson learned resources of the other project of the company. I don't think so. That can help us out. Arrange meeting with the team members and yes, collaboration, working together, identifying what they need, how you can expedite through meeting can be the answer. Update the risk register. It's an issue, not a risk. And then apply the change request to CCB to update communication plan. Nope, that's not the answer. We need to collaborate with each other in order to make sure that everyone understand how we can work together, and that can be the best way in this scenario. So we have C, identify the root cause. Dipnesh very well said. Ali Khan, arrange a meeting with the help of the team to sit together and sort out the issues and problem. Very well said. So that is the right answer. C is the right answer. So guys, you see, reading the last line, then elimination technique and slowing yourself down really help you how you solve question. So let's move to the next question. I would be looking towards the justification with the questions that why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? Justification is the important part while you are solving the question. Okay, your time's up. What both project managers should do to finalize the current situation? Okay, in a big organization, a major project is ongoing and sponsor assign two project managers, one from technical side, other from the business side during the project execution. There are conflicts raised to some services and both PM propagating themselves to take the services responsibilities. Unfortunately, the service is not yet included in the resource calendar. So, what both project managers should do to finalize the situation? We are getting B. Would the first approach, if does not work, then sponsor? Okay, Derry. Javed is saying D. Kalim is saying B. Why Kalim? Why the reason? Problem between the PM. Okay, they have arranged a meeting to discuss the service nature and responsibility. The service, guys, the service responsibility. Unfortunately, the service is not yet included in the resource calendar. So we don't need to see whose responsibility is there, and we need to look at that. Communicate with the sponsor to resolve this issue. Now, this question takes me back to the matrix organization. In matrix organization, both persons have the responsibility, functional manager and the project manager. So whenever there's a conflict between two people having same type of authority, how do we solve that? We go to someone with more authority. So that can be the answer. Update request to refine the current resource management plan. It is in the resource calendar, not in the resource management plan. Arrange a meeting with the team member of the project. There are two project managers who will arrange the meeting. How they will arrange the meeting? So, guys, this question is a entirely different question. You need to wear a hat of a matrix organization. When there are two persons having same kind of power and same kind of responsibility in that particular way. So you look at them and see, okay, who has more responsibility and how he or she can help us. In this way, you have to go to the sponsor and ask him to facilitate handle the conflict. Does that make sense? If yes, put in the chat box. If no, put a cross question. I love cross questions actually. Okay, Nias, it is clear to you. Good to know. Okay, it is clear, Data. Good to have know that. Okay, guys. Okay, whatever it is, please solve the question. Timer is not working in this question. Maybe I have reduced the size of timer. That's why. Yes, Ajvi, it is clear to you. Please solve this question. They can meet and clear the issue. The Rajveer, the thing is that if they meet and try to clear the issue, both have same power. It wouldn't solve the problem for them. It wouldn't, because both wants to do the same thing. So whenever you have a conflict, you need a facilitator, someone who can take a decision. Okay, let's see what do we have here. What should Mariam do to manage the situation? Scrum Master Mariam waiting to close the last sprint. The deadline is very near, but the customer enforcing a leading team member to include a feature in the final product. Okay, the senior team member become anxious because customer requirement is very logical to proceed. Now, this is a question where a change request has been requested in the last phase of the project, and your team member consider that it is an important thing and we need to work into that. If we don't do, the product can become obsolete. Remember the values of agile. There are four values of agile, and actually guys, tomorrow we are going to have our session pathway to PMP, and the topic is agile. So I'm going to go very deep into that. But for today, just remember responding to the change even late in the project. So when you are responding to the change, you need to understand you will do that. The first thing, any option saying you would not do that is not the thing. Communicate with the product owner to consider the new feature. Yeah, can be. Share the situation with the sponsor to extend the product deadline. Nope. Deny. No, I am not going to read even the entire option. Deny is enough for me. Consult with the team and product owner about the impact on the last sprint. So, guys, in a general situation, this is also a good option. In a general situation, you communicate with only the product owner. You only communicate with the product owner and see that this is the right option. But here, this is a very beautiful question. Here, we need to communicate with both parties. We need to see like how it can impact into the bigger picture, how we can work into the entire thing. So D becomes the right answer. Let me see what people are saying. Team is very important. Communicate first with team and then inform sponsor. Okay. So denial, option C is not as good as it is, denies the requirement. Exclude, very well. So guys, this is something I'm looking for you from you. Like eliminate every option and then work into that. A or D, is there any specific order? There is no specific order as per se, but that's a better answer than this one. Okay, at LinkedIn, she is saying the Scrum Master need to communicate with the team. Yes, yes. I loved your answer. The Scrum Master need to communicate with the team to understand the workable solution on a deadline and the product owner as He owns the product. So very well answered. I really liked it, that you need to work with both parties and see how that can be done in a positive way, guys. So these are the question made by one of my student. Now the remaining question will be made, will are basically made by me. So you will see a different context, different language pattern in that, and do expect the same in the PMP exam. PMP exam is basically made this way. If any of you want to solve the question with me, they come to the screen, they can click the link and solve the question directly. So let's solve the next question. Now, the today's questions, remaining questions, are more towards business environment domain. My focus while I was making these questions were studying the business environment and making the question in that particular area. That is the 8% of your exam. So if you can solve the next 5 6 questions, you can solve anything that the compliance or business environment put it on you. Strong answer, Derry, that it is the only applicable option. Amit C, Javed Singh, P, Prashant. Quality management plan will have a compliance. Okay, okay. A and B is eliminated. C is okay. Stakeholder out. Okay. So that's an interesting thing. Itisam is saying. Okay, let me read the question. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement that you have to identify throughout the project? Okay. You are the project manager of a bridge construction project in Dubai. Your project is highly regulated because you are making bridge in between the city. There have been many issues regarding compliance in the past, and even some of the project got cancelled because of not fulfilling the compliance. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement? So, guys, my question to you is: what is compliance? Is compliance not a risk? Is it's not a threat or a negative risk? Right? Just a question to you guys: is compliance not a threat, and how do you manage compliance in that project? What is a compliance? And what the question is actually saying, in which document you put compliance requirement that you have identified throughout the project. Quality management plan has quality requirements. The deliverable should have risk register. That was the purpose of this question. A risk register has all everything that is considered as threat, and all the compliance requirements are negative risk or threat. All of them are put into the risk register, and they are managed throughout the project as a risk. If that concept does not is not clear, please do ask. This is a very interesting concept. All the compliance requirements, quality requirements, schedule compliance, cost compliance, health and safety compliance, environmental compliance, social responsibility compliance. You can go on and go on. There's so many compliance requirements. All compliance requirements are risk and negative risk, and they should be handled as you handled any risk. This is a very important and a key concept about compliance. You can get 3 to 5 questions about compliance in exam. If this thing is clear in your mind, your answers are right. Issue is something that has happened, that's not the right answer. Stakeholder is just a distractor. In these two options, quality has quality requirements, standards that you need to fulfill. Risk register has everything. It is because of when it comes to compliance of regulatory. Is this clear, guys? I need yes or no into your chat box. Please put it there. It's an important question. Is it clear, guys? Put it in the chat box. Yep. Thank you, Prashant. Thank you, Mr. Datta. Next question. Let's see. Ali Khan, I really like the way you are answering. What is the first step? The key word is here. What is the first step you will do? Okay. A regulatory change have made your project obsolete. What is the first step you will do? You are working on an electric car manufacturer plant. This will change the entire industry. Your final car will have solar cell installed on its roof. There will be no need of any fuel forever. Your project is receiving great feedback and support from all the corners. This is a true gift to mankind. You launched a minimum viable product in the market, and two people have died because of the solar cell getting overheating and burning. As a result, government has taken serious step. A regulatory change have made your project obsolete. What is the first thing you do? Okay. So, guys, let me tell you interesting thing about this question. While I was making the question, initially I made only this part of the question. I made this question and I made all the, I put it down. Then I was basically going through that, and suddenly it hit to me. Let's increase the size of this question. And after making the question, I made this entire paragraph, and the entire paragraph is useless if you look at the answer of this question. Entire paragraph has nothing to do with the question. A new regulation, a new rule has made your project obsolete. What is the first step to do? Now, this is an interesting concept to understand. Let me see your answers. Update the lesson learn. Okay, B, C, lesson learn. Itisam. I like the video. Or you have to like, everyone should like, Ali, not just you. If the project is no longer feasible, then sponsor. Dari, I like the way. Datta, no. Kalim, okay. Since this, no. So, guys, this is an interesting question here. Now your project is not valuable. This means the project need to be closed. There is no doubt into that. The first thing, when you start closing, you need to get approval. Who will give you approval? Who will decide that now the project can end? Now the project needs to be end, or you cannot continue. You cannot decide. The person who has signed the project charter, the sponsor, it's the sponsor who need to make the decision. So the first thing is, this is the first step. You escalated the sponsor, you get approval from the sponsor, then you start closing the project. This is the third thing. Once you start closing the project, updating the lesson learned register comes under the dynamics of closing the project and releasing the teams. Basically, when all the lesson learns are completed, then it comes. So that's an interesting question to put in that context. Please understand this flow. This is very, very important for PMP exam. How do you do that? Even it's a project or a product, when you are closing the project, you need to see the sequence of those steps. The sequence of those steps are critical, crucial for a PMP exam. Okay, let's start the next question. Okay. My mics look good. There. Okay, guys. This is a small question. Okay, so let's see what most of the people are putting. Okay, A, C, C, A. Okay, which document you are going to share with them? You are the project manager of a construction project. Management has asked you to share a report which will show risk exposure, which risk are coming, which will show this risk exposure. Risk exposure mean the overall risk, the entire risk of the project. Which risk are coming next week? What is the plan for next week? What are the level of the reserves? How much reserves are left? So what is the answer here? So guys, most of the people will directly go towards a risk register. It is the wrong answer. Risk register only have what is the risk, what is the root cause of the risk, who is the risk owner, what is the probability, impact of the risk, what is the risk response, secondary risk, residual risk. It does not have the entire risk exposure. You calculate it weekly or bi-weekly for a meeting. It cannot be an issue log. It cannot be in a quality report. Information radiator you don't use, you do risk report. And overall to show how these risks are occurring and what are the risks that can occur. Ali risk register do have all the risk, but we are not looking for all the risk. We are looking how much reserves are left. Risk exposure. Again, most of the people who are putting answers, the first advice I gave you while we started this coaching call was slow down. And many people are not slowing down. I request all of you, please slow down and try to understand the context of the question. What the question is actually saying. Hassan is saying, see what is coming next. A will have risk, we usually, etc. etc. Very well answered, Hassan. I really like the way. Okay, guys, next question. Okay, so many people are putting different answers here. I'm getting Kalim, why C? Ghazi, why A and C? Okay, Dipnesh, okay, okay. It's a straightforward answer. A question was, you want to improve value for the client. Which tool can help increasing the value? Storyboarding is basically used to make minimum viable product. It has the backbone and supporting structure. That's not the right answer. Brainstorming is used to generate ideas. We are not looking for ideas, so that is not the right answer. Task board just show the status of the progress. It has nothing to do. Value stream mapping. It's a tool that shows what are the value added task and non value added task. Help you value added task and non value added task. Help you to remove non value added task. As a result, the value added increase. So this is the tool that you actually use to improve it. Many organizations use this tool. I have actually worked with a dozen of organizations, helped them to make the entire value stream of the organization and improve their overall score. Okay, next question. What would you do next? Your project is a part of the program, okay, whose goal is to improve communication system in the organization. Your project is in the phase gate review when one of the stakeholder highlighted is not receiving update. He's not receiving updates, so that is an issue. I will put it there. Share stakeholder register with him. Never to do that. It will check communication plan. That can be the answer. Update lesson and no. So what is the first thing you should do? You need to check the communication plan and see. First, check the communication plan, and if that is an issue, then you put it into the issue log. That's the sequence. First, you need to look at the communication plan. Look at the word. It was not update the plan. If the word was update the communication plan, then you first needed to put it in the issue log, raise the change request, the follow the sequence. But here, the word said check, so that becomes the right answer. Be very careful about what the question is. Options are saying. It is saying check, not update. Okay. Next question is the last question of today's call and kind of my favorite question. We did this kind of question yesterday in our premium coaching call. So I thought, I even said that I'm going to put it in the tomorrow's coaching call. So let's see. Schedule variance. The formula for schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. This is the formula of schedule variance. So you are the project manager responsible upgradation of man diesel engine. The contract is expected to complete in 8 months. Total duration is 8 months. Total cost is this. This is budget at completion. BAC, 4 months have passed. So the planned value becomes, what was the planned? We should be able to spend all the money till in 8 months. So 4 months have passed. So 50% of this will be planned value. So you get 50,000, something like that, 500,000. You have spent this. This is the actual cost. 40% of the total work has been completed. So 40,000, I would say 40 minus 50. I just remove thousands out of it. What is the schedule variance? The first thing is that it will be negative. So positive options will be eliminated. It will be 40 minus 50 minus 10 and 1000 will be there. So this will be the right answer. A is the right answer. Once again, if you can see the screen, do put in the chat box that yes, I can see the screen. Okay, guys. So Vijay is saying D, iterative since the delivery is in part. A keyword requirement fix, so it's waterfall. D, B, iterative because requirements are same, requirements are changing. So this was a very interesting question, and actually I started gym today after a long break. So I was thinking this question while I was doing exercise. So this is an interesting question, and majority of you have gotten wrong. Okay, still answers are coming. Still answers are coming. Our client has requested you to deliver the project in parts. So we don't want the requirement as a single go. We want the requirements as parts. That is the first keyword in the question. His requirements are fixed, and requirements are fixed. He is not gonna change. Which life cycle you will be using for this project? Before answering this question, let me take you to the 2 by 2 matrix that you can use at any particular time when you want to decide which life cycle should be there. Okay, when you require on x-axis, I'm gonna put requirement, that is scope. Here means requirements are fixed. Here means requirements are variable. From here to here, it's increasing. So here I'm gonna put delivery. Here the delivery will be single go. Here the delivery will be multiple go. If your requirements are fixed and your delivery is single, it is straightforward. Uh, you have predictive. That is waterfall. If your requirements are changing, if your requirements are changing but delivery is single go, you keep on changing, keep on changing, keep on changing. It is iterative. Example is any kind of design that you make, prototype you make. Its example is bridge house. So now let's go to this one, the next one. Your requirements are fixed, but we want delivery in parts. We want delivery in parts. It's incremental. Any e-learning courses, this questions we are solving, this is in parts. So that will be incremental life cycle. Then we have agile, that's a mix of both of them. Life cycle things are changing. Now this is a very interesting question. The answer would have been straightforward incremental if incremental was a option. Incremental was an option. We did not have the incremental at all. Point driven is nothing. It was just a distractor. So that goes out of the option. Since we want the delivery in parts, it cannot be waterfall. Every single person who put it waterfall can have phases, Rujan. I agree with you, but then the question will actually mention that it's a multi-phase project. Otherwise, this is the biggest difference between waterfall and agile. That the waterfall will be one single go, and the agile will be multiple go. Projects in parts are requirement thing seems iterative. No, now in order for answer to be iterative, it has to be single go. Again, just like waterfall, agile, all iterative also have to be single go. Now the interesting part was agile. Now agile is a mixture of what agile is actually a combination of incremental and it is a combination of iterative. So agile becomes the only best answer in this particular question. Agile, it has incremental, yes, with the agile it has incremental delivery, delivering parts and keep on going, keep on going. Okay, we can go to the agile. They don't want to change the requirement. That's good for us. The right answer becomes C option. I hope this makes sense to every single person because multiple people have different answers of this question. So please put that. Is it clear, or do you need further justification, understanding of this particular thing? Do put in the chat box if you further need. any justification if there's and still any confusion. And if you haven't liked this video, please do like, so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. If you are still confused, you can also ask at the end of the question. Okay, see, Vihan is saying functional memory. Puneet always put the justification. Gurjeet always put the justification. Shwet, Mitraj, everyone, please put the justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? This is very important for me so that I can know what is your understanding of a particular question and why do you think this answer is this way. That is a very important thing for me. Always put the justification. I'm giving 10 more seconds. Vidya is saying functional organization. Why, Vidya? Why it is functional organization? Put the justification. Why do you think it is functional organization? It is important to understand. Hmm. Okay, see, functional manager has more authority, weak metrics. Okay, let me just take back to you in this question also. So we have projectized organization, we have functional organization. Functional organization only do operation works. You only have functional manager there working his thing, working his ways, and only doing day-to-day things. In projectized organization, we only have projects. Once the projects are over, everyone go to their home. So we call this as projectized organization. Okay. Then in between we have matrix organization. We have weak matrix, we have balanced matrix, and we have strong matrix. In strong matrix, project manager has more power over the resources as compared to functional manager, and he decide every single thing. Strong matrix is very near to projectized organization. Balanced matrix, functional manager and project manager share the power, and if there's a conflict, uh, the conflict is resolved by sponsor. Weak matrix organization, weak matrix, functional manager has more power and project manager has very less power. Project manager is more like expeditor, like he may be working as a part-time person. So let's see from the question which one is the right answer. It's a three-liner, more than three-line question, so I will always recommend read the last line. Which type of organization you are working for? You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of its infrastructure. A functional manager came to your project and has taken the key resource. The goal is key resource of the project. You waited for the functional manager to return the resource at his ease, although this will cause a delay in your project. So since you have a functional manager and a project manager, it cannot be functional organizational. In functional organization, there is no functional. There is no project manager at all. Project manager has no power at all. It is not projectized. Again, the power of the functional manager is more. It is not strong matrix, balanced matrix. It is a classical case of a weak matrix where the functional manager will be doing his thing at his ease. So Aslam, you are right. Salah, Chimze, I expect you to do better. Next time, weak matrix, balance matrix, Gurjeet. It will not be balanced matrix because in the balance matrix, he cannot do and take the resources. If you want to take the resources, he has to go to sponsor. The sponsor will check which thing is more important, where I should put more priority, and he will be taking the decision according to that. So that needs to be taken care into that. Weak matrix, Vijay, you are right. Ashkar, Gurjeet, Rujan, you are right. With reach, functional manager, more right. Okay. Raneem, since functional manager is having more power, so that is not uh, functional organization. In functional organization, it has all the power. So Shwet saying question says PM is responsible, but FM took the key. Okay, weak matrix, right? Functional manager has more authority. Okay, I hope this is clear to everyone. That's why I try to explain every single question with the background so that you can understand the reason behind this question. So let's solve this question now. Okay. So I got answer B. Communication management have changed. Communication who and when. Communication B. I guess I put the question a lot easier. This one. Everyone is getting almost the same answer. Okay. So let's look at this question. More than three-liner. I will go through the last line. What document or plan should the project manager update to reflect this? Okay. CEO project was involved at the start of the project, as this was one of the riskiest projects. Now he has requested the sponsor only to involve him in the phase review meeting, as he will be busy with the upcoming project. What plan should the project manager update to reflect this? Okay, so what was happening first? The CEO was very much involved. Now, since the project is less riskier as compared to before, the sponsor, the CEO, he wants that, okay, I don't need daily information, maybe once a week or once a month, you can give me it. He's already in the stakeholder register, so we don't need to do that. I will eliminate it. Communication plan. What does communication plan has? It is 4 hour. Right information at right time to right people to have the right impact. This is all about the communication plan if we look into that. So here we are looking for the frequency of the information and the detail of the information. He does not need the entire detail. He wants once in a blue moon. So communication plan can be the answer. Elimination technique suggests never go for the answer unless you have the justification about that. Unless you have gone through all the options. Both things need to be done. So B seems something good. Let's go to C. Resource management plan. Resource management plans talk about how to acquire the resources, how to develop the resources, how to handle their conflict, how to manage the emotional intelligence, how to handle the resources in summary. We are not talking about that thing. We are talking about how to basically communicate with the CEO since he does not want daily information. So I don't think to C will be any option at all. Issue log, we don't have to put it in the issue log. We can directly go for the answer for this particular question. So D is eliminated. So straightforward, the right answer for this particular question, in my opinion, is B. We need to work with the communication plan. We need to update the frequency that the stakeholder need in the communication plan. Initially, I put two option here, one more option, stakeholder engagement plan. I removed it because most of the time people get confused with that particular option. Even if you had stakeholder engagement plan, still the answer would be B, because we are talking about the strategies or the frequency required to engage the stakeholder. Okay, so I hope that is clear to everyone. If CEO of company is not the sponsor, who anyone can be the sponsor. Sponsor is anyone who is like the authorizing person in that particular project. And 90% of the time in the projects, CEO is not the sponsor, because CEO cannot give a day-to-day things. Depending on the project, anyone can be sponsor in that particular project. Mostly program managers are. It's an interesting question. It's an easy one if you can understand the trick. If you cannot, then it become a. Okay, so you can actually get this type of question in the exam. This is a very important question. You are reporting to five stakeholders, should be two here. In the past few months, two stakeholders have increased in the project. How many communication channels are there? 5 plus 2 is equal to 7. You are reporting. You are reporting. So you are also a stakeholder. 7 plus 1, 8. This was the trick to understand how many number of stakeholders are there. So n is not 7, n is 8. The formula is n into n minus 1 over 2. N is 8. 8 minus 1 by 2. 4. 4 into 7. 14. Like 2 ones are 2 fours are 14. 14 and 2, 28. So the right answer is 28. I hope this is clear. Many people got tricked with this thing. Always try to understand the question when the question is asking about number of channels of the stakeholders. So this is a very important thing, that and try to find out how many. Prashana Kumar, what I need to explain? Could you explain zero? I didn't understand what you're talking about zero. And if you want to find out communication channel, this is the formula to find the number of communication channel. What does this mean? If there are three stakeholders, uh, including you, A, B, C, how they can communicate with each other? A to B, B to C, A to C, all this communication channel. So you put three in that case, 3 into 3 minus 1, 2, and we will have 3 communication channel there. Okay, so this is okay. You see, you are you are reporting to 5 stakeholders. Now there are 2 stakeholders. Total stakeholder are 7. It is not counting you. When we are looking at the communication channel, this thing is not counting you yourself. As a project manager, you also need to include communication channel, because what does a communication channel mean? How many flows of information can be from there, everyone, how many ways can communicate? You are not included in that person. This question has eliminated you in that. So 5 initially, now 2. Total stakeholders was 7, including you, it become 8, and then become the that answer. Okay, so this is communication channel. That's how you find it. Okay, let's go to the next question. Everyone, go back to the definition of stakeholders, and you will come out that everyone is a stakeholder. Anyone who perceive or who is affected by the project is stakeholder, and PM is a stakeholder. So we need to understanding when we are putting the communication channels. Thank you, Kunal. Okay. B Masood, we never took this. Who is B Masood? Caroline, use n into n minus 1 by 2 formula. You will get that. Then you can easily calculate it. Okay. Sayyid Manzoor, which question answer you are giving? Please always give the justification which answer you are trying to give. Guys, those who haven't liked this video still now, please do like, so that this video can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. This is important so that other people can also watch this video later on. Asadullah Bhatt, what is your justification? Meet him. Always put the justification. Syed Manzoor, always put the justification or the question number so that I could know, because YouTube sometimes you can be scrolling behind the question. And this is interesting. The one which is on display, we can have a different display. See, try to find out the conflict. Have a face. Yes, always put the Kunal, always put a justification why you are giving that answer. Since he is resistant, then need to understand views. Okay. Okay, keyword. What will do? Loved your answer, Naveen. We just see. So everyone almost have the same answer or the justification for this particular question. How we are gonna handle this question. It's a very important question, and I'm proud that all of you are able to do that. What will he do as a project manager? Three-liner question. I will go there. A new stakeholders has entered your organization. You have a new stakeholder that has entered your organization. You have put him in the stakeholder register. That is the first thing. Whenever a stakeholder is identified, you always put a stakeholder into the stakeholder register. You have determined his engagement level. Then you want to see what will be his engagement level, current engagement level, and desired engagement level. And what did you find? You found that he is resistant to the project. We know the engagement matrix, current engagement and desired engagement. What do you want in that engagement matrix? If I make your engagement level, unaware, resistant, neutral, sportive, and leading. Unaware, resistant, neutral, sportive. Its current engagement level is resistant. You want him sporting or at least neutral. So your desired is sporting. So what you will do? His engagement level and found he is resistant. Why he is resistant? It can make his team job obsolete. This happens when you are doing the automation and multiple things. This do happen, and it has happened in the past when the cars were introduced. People who were managing horses, all the stables, they said they will get out of job. Now electric cars are coming, automated cars are coming, so many people are again saying that jobs will go away. So this happens, so people become uh, resistant to that. They don't want things to change. So how do you do? Ignore him. This is Darwin's law that only best people survive. This actually I refer to that the fittest, something Darwin said that only fittest can survive. This cannot be done. We cannot handle the projects like that. This cannot be done. We can never ignore our stakeholder. We need to take them into engagement level. We need to take them with us. We need to understand their need. Try to hide fact from him and share daily reports to him. So this is again not a good way to do that, because as a project manager you need to be open, you need to communicate. You never try to hide the fact. Have a face-to-face meeting to understand his concern. Yes, you never know what are the underlying concerns of the stakeholders are. There can be multiple things that you can do to improve those things. So having a face-to-face conversation, communication is always preferred. So C can be the answer, but again, again remember this thing: elimination technique demands you go through every single option. So we go to D, escalate to sponsor. Yes, this issue may seem like that we need to escalate to the sponsor, but let's try our best. Let's see what we can do. First have a meeting. If you cannot resolve it, then we go to the sponsor. The first thing that you need to do, have a meeting with him, decide on that, and if you cannot handle, then of course and escalate it to sponsor. So C is the right answer, and majority has given it right answer. Okay, next question. Engineer essay Ahmed, you can actually just look at that. This is being recorded live on YouTube, so all the answers will be there. Unable to read, maybe Manzoor leave that and refresh your page. You will get that if you have that problem. Asadullah, but why your answer is B? Put the justification. Please post the correct MVP. Sarini, why MVP? Okay. B, not to find. Project charter came from business case and benefit management plan. Minimum why Puneet, why a Aslam is saying MVP as a proof of concept as it is starting up a project. Okay. Okay. Project charter, project charter. Okay. The term MVP defines the very well, Shet. I am impressed by you, Vihan. The rockstar Vihan, I expected better from you. Project can work or not, Anwar. Okay, let's work on this question. What will this result in? You are working in an agile organization, business case and benefit plans have been approved. Now your organization is trying to make proof of concept. The key word is here proof of concept, whether the project can work or not. So let's say we are working in a car company, and in car company we want to see whether this design will be approved or this thing will be operational or not. The thing we do is that we make prototype. The thing we do is that we make something that we can test in the market. We test in the market, we get the feedback, and we come back to towards that thing. So that is the thing. I understand from business case, after business case and benefit management plan, we should have a project charter, but we are not looking for that. We are looking for the proof of concept. Project charter never gives us the proof of concept. Kunal, the question is not asking what will be the next thing after business case or benefit management plan. The question is asking we need a proof of concept. So what thing can help us to get a proof of concept? Project charter cannot be the answer. Stakeholder register nothing to do with. Plan can have nothing to do with this. Minimum viable product. MVP, minimum viable product, will be the answer for that. We make a minimum viable product, check in the market, get the concept, show to the customer, and then work into that. Very interesting question. If you look at this, that I have actually asked this question in my previous coaching calls, but I put this question again because the proof of concept is one of the things that really confuse people. There are one or two things that get confused by most of the students, but this is an important concept. If it is not clear, please do let me know. Option is wrong. Puneet, which option is wrong? Maybe minimum. Yeah, minimum viable product. The pronunciation is wrong. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, minimum viable product. Yeah, it should be, but it is MVP. No? Yeah, I can have a lot of typo mistakes. I do that. Okay, so someone Masood, we do give training that is batch training and one-to-one training, and you can contact me at the number or email given tickering on there, and I can share the detail with you. So I hope minimum viable product is clear to everyone. Okay, what will the result? Trying to prove the concept. Okay, engineer S.A. Ahmed, your answers are really very good. Okay, next question, guys. Okay, so now again, this question is a very important question because it belongs to the team topic, how team basically interacts and what are the ways that the team solve these things. Okay, best option C is fine, but nothing waste would waste time doing nothing with. PM will not take part. Okay, C, B, stage one, no involvement. C, problem solving method will use confronting, do nothing. Uh, Okay, best option B, do nothing. PM should do nothing as it is. Okay, as team members are discussing nothing among themselves. Okay, C is fine, but doing nothing would waste time. Best option C, do nothing as team members are discussing. The conflict will reoccur. Okay. This is a very beautiful question, and that way it's a different one from every single question. So let's see what will you do to solve their conflict. Now, this is for especially those project managers like who want to solve the conflict every single time that surface. So it's a beautiful question. What will you do to solve their conflict? You are working on a project. Two teams are having a conflict regarding the design of a new prototype. Okay, they're in stage one of the conflict. They are discussing with each other as a project manager, what will you do? So, guys, in order to solve this question, you must understand five stages of conflict. The first is problem to solve, second is disagreement, third is contest, fourth crusade, five world war. Five stages of conflict management. Project manager actually involved from the stage two, that is disagreement. He involves himself in the disagreement. The reason for this, and someone pointed out that the time will wasted. Yes, it can, but time wasted now, in which the team can learn to solve conflict by themselves, will actually help them to reach to the performance stage. Remember Tuckman ladder: forming, storming, norming, performing. If the team is having disagreement, they are in the norming stage, and right now, and if they solve the conflict by themselves, they will reach the performance stage where you just have to delegate and let them do. It is also possible they are still at the performing stage and working it. As a servant leader, as a project manager, my best way is that my team solves their conflict by themselves. I don't have to involve in that. It will help me to focus on important things. So they're at the stage one, let them do it. If the conflict escalated, then I need to get involved. Try to get a win-win situation for both parties. Maybe I'll do it when we reach the stage number two, sit with them and try to reach the that stage. So A is eliminated. A is always the right answer, but not when the stage of the conflict at number one. Take decision on behalf of them to save time. Unless it is very critical, which the question does not says that we will never do that. So B will be eliminated. Let's hold for C option, put the issue in the issue log. We don't have to do this at particular this domain. We have to accept something, sit and do nothing. Let them work on that. And C, do nothing, which is 99% of the time is not the answer. This is the time. This is that particularly 1% when it will be the answer. So I hope this is clear to everyone. Okay, next question, guys. Okay, so we are getting Gurjeet is saying D. Gurjeet always put the justification. C. Ghazi Muhammad always put the justification. Bashkar justification take team side. They decide how many story points. A. Mateen put the justification. Self-organizing team. Okay, in A. Okay, Abdul Samad Paneet D. Ankit saying self-organizing team. Bashkir always take team side. Okay, self-organizing the story point should be decided to do nothing then. Okay, in agile, team is self-organized. Yeah. So now this is a very interesting question, and it goes back to the concepts of agile, the basic concepts of agile, and the role of the scrum master or the project manager. So what to do? I did explain that at my training that whenever there's a conflict, let's say you are scrum master and there's a team, product owner and development team. One of your job is to act a bridge between them and to resolve their conflict. But if a conflict occur as a servant leader and you are a servant leader of development team, you take the side of development team, particularly when it is about the effort required to complete the work or the way how the work should be completed. Okay, let's go to the questions. Colin saying number is decided by the team. Okay, Kunal C. Ask the team to resolve themselves. Okay, the development team has calculated the estimated velocity as 25 story points. However, product owner is insisting it should be insisting that it should be 40 point. You try to reach a consensus but fail. Both of them came to you for a decision on what will you, or like how to proceed that how what will you do? Escalate to the sponsor? No. Take product owner side? Never. Project manager or the scrum master always take the side of the team. So that is an important concept to do that. Take their side, not his. Okay, C can be the answer, but as I said it multiple times in elimination technique, while you are solving the question, always uh, go for all the options. Ask the team to resolve this issue by themselves as they are self-organized. Now, normally this can be a good answer, but now if the conflict is there, they are unable to reach the consensus. As a job of a scrum master, one of the job of a scrum master is help the team, facilitate them, provide a shelter them so that they can work. So you cannot just ask them. This will be like you are avoiding the conflict. You cannot do that. You have to take the team side and work into that way. I hope that makes sense to every single person. Okay, question number 62. D. Answer is F. Rest of all belongs to Jail. Okay, F, D. Okay, let's so how risks are not handled in agile. Okay, pair programming. Actually, we do the pair programming. Two-person work together. They are like sitting together and they are working together. And this actually reinforce that how we can reduce the risk when they are working together. They can share the information simultaneously, and that can actually help to reduce the risk. So pair programming actually helps you to reduce the risk. This actually helps you how what is the best way to solve these questions. Okay, so this is the right answer. We are looking for note, so that cannot be the answer. Risk is tracked. Actually, Vijay, we do have a burn down chart, that is risk burn down graph, that basically track in every sprint how many risks are left. And if it is not going down, this means you are not handling risk properly. So B will not be the answer. Risk log, risk register is used to tackle the risk in agile. Normally, in many agile organization, we don't have a formal risk register. What do we have? We have risk log. So we use risk log in that. So that is also not that. Spikes. What are spike? Spikes are a specific time in the project which you put aside to handle the risk. So spikes are used to tackle risk. So that is not the answer. Daily you daily stand-ups. What are the three questions of daily stand-up, guys? Do put in the chat box. What are the three questions of the daily stand-up? I would love to see. Please put the three questions that we use in daily stand-up. What you have done yesterday, what you are going to do today. Is there any roadblock, impediment, things like that? So yes, it will be used. Risk management plan, qualitative analysis. This is a predictive thing. We don't do that. So F F is something we don't do. So here is that is answer. Okay. The list and the what the team members have done yesterday. Thank you. What you did yesterday, today. Good. Everyone, very well done. Okay. Question number 63. Now this is a drag and drop, and I need at least one person who can join me. Uh, in solving this question. Okay, I need someone, whoever is the first person, I will take him up the stream and he can solve the question with me. I have shared the link on the screen. If you are watching at YouTube, you can actually join that. Click on the link, it will take it you to me, and then you and I can solve this question. This drag and drop questions. Okay, I'm gonna make it small so that I will make it large that it can be visible to you. Okay, Nikhil, the first. Hello, Nikhil. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Nikhil, are you ready to solve the question?
Well, I'll give it a try.
Sure. Everyone else, do also give a try in the chat box. So, Nikhil, how we are gonna do? You are gonna tell me the answer from the right side. I'm gonna drag it and put it in this column. Make sense?
Sure, definitely.
Just a second. I want to make screens so for the other people big because it's not the complete screen. I hope everyone can read. Nikhil, can you read it properly?
Yes, it's I can read it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, tell me.
Uh, Daily stand up is the second option, a short 10 to 15 minutes meeting.
Okay. So you want me this to drag in front of daily stand up?
Daily stand up, yes.
Okay. Good enough. Next.
A time box, iteration in Scrum is a sprint.
Which one?
Yes,
No, no, which one?
that will be go to that.
Yeah,
No, no, the fourth option currently.
yeah,
Yes, that will go to sprint.
that will go to sprint. Okay.
And team's rate of progress, the third one will go to team velocity.
Team velocity. Okay.
And the collaborative event in Scrum goes for sprint planning.
Here.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, uh, Sprint retrospective is the last one. A meeting in the team members facilitated by Scrum Master. Yes.
This is sprint review
Sprint
retrospective.
retrospective. And the other one, a review at the end of each iteration is sprint review.
Guys, keep putting answers what you think is the right. Okay, team velocity, team rate of progress, Gagan. Mm-hmm. Task force realize the work.
Scrum is the agile framework for developing, sustaining complex products.
Which one? This one goes to top.
That one goes to Scrum, and the visuals. The first option will goes to the task boards.
Will go to
That
the
goes to task boards,
okay.
and this review will go to a sprint review.
So, do you want to change any of your answer? Have a quick look.
Uh, just a second.
That is Salah. Engineer says Ahmed. That is the maximum I can zoom.
I want to. I want to change the options for sprint retrospective and sprint review.
Okay. Sprint review. A review.
Yes.
No, that is okay. Uh, no, that is okay. Your initial was
Okay.
right. That was right.
Okay.
This is one thing that, yeah, your initial was right, but then you changed it and it became more wrong.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you,
Anyway,
thank you.
thank you.
Uh, So we have one drag and drop question, guys, and only, as I said, only one guy can do it. I will, the next, if you want me to bring more drags and drop, I can do that. Maybe we can do two drag and drop in one coaching call. Put it in the chat box if you want that. I guess now we are at the last question for today. Yeah. Last question for today. Let it come to your screen. Okay, it is still having an issue because I put it this way. Just give me 10 seconds. Okay, so here you go, and here you go. Last question for you guys. Time starts now. And after this, if you have any question, you can ask me. Okay, so the question it reads that now this question I put it so that you can choose three options. You see, guys, in your real PMP exam, you will have 180 questions and 230 minutes to solve them. Out of 180, according to the feedback we have received from 182 plus certified PMP, up to 160, 162 questions will be MCQs with single option. Then 8 to 10 will be drag and drops, the one we solve. Then 6, 7 question will be like this, and 2, 3 questions can be mixed over there. Choose 3. You were managing a project. You have identified risk. Set owner for that risk. Risk owner was monitoring the risk, and he shared with it impact. He shared with you the impact will be more than planned. What will you do next? So risk is basically probability into impact. Now probability if something is occurring is of course 100%. Impact has increased. So what you will do? Raise a change request to ask for management reserve. Okay. Update the risk register. Okay. Update the issue log. Okay. Do the impact analysis. Okay. Ask him to keep tracking the risk. No, that we cannot do. He has already communicating that, so I will eliminate this option. Escalate to the sponsor. I don't think so we have to escalate the sponsor. uh, for that I will not do that. So this risk was put in the risk register. It was already identified. The value has increased, so this will be one of the answer. uh, Raise a change request to ask for management reserve. Of course, your planned reserves are not enough, so maybe you need to raise a change request. It's not an issue. It's a risk. It's still a risk. C will not be that. And of course, before going to change request, this can be the answer. So the answer will be A, B, D. Okay, A, B, D. So guys, if there will be one answer to choose it, the question says to choose one answer, this will be the answer.
I would have not been able to clear the exam if Amer Ali would have come to me. I would have not been.
I did not believe that I will be able to clear my PMP within a month.
I don't know what to say actually. Like I'm kind of like really
And I
trembling.
got my results and I was above target in all three categories.
Wow. Whenever I watch this video, it's just I get goosebumps. I don't know about you guys, but I do get goosebumps. I became so happy that we have helped so many people in such a less time. Forward question number one with you. Like, what will you do now? It's more like what will you do now? What something is coming forward? What you have to do now? You are the project manager of a agile project, agile multi-year project. It has been agreed with the client that your project will deliver value incrementally. So you are going to deliver the value part by part by part by part. But what has happened now? Now client wants you something that they want to check in the environment, test in the environment. It was agreed with the client that we will deliver increment. It was never agreed in the client that you are gonna give him something else. But now client has requested you. The key word in this question is agile. Now in agile we respond to the change even late in that, and collaboration with the client is more important to what is written in the contract. So we will not ask them to raise the change request. It's an agile, so I'm gonna eliminate that. Always remember, going to the sponsor even in agile or in predictive is the last option. So we will not go to the sponsor. Make a MVP. What is MVP? MVP is a minimum viable product. Some authors say is MMF. MMF, minimum marketable features. So, what is the purpose of MVP? You make an MVP, you test in the environment, you see whether this thing will be working in this environment or not. For example, let's say this is a mango milk. I drink a lot this mango milk. So if I want to see, okay, now this works in the Middle East, I want to see whether it will work in India or Pakistan. What I will do, I will select one city, I will market the product there, and I will get the feedback from there. That is basically getting MMF or MVP. So that can be the answer. Now elimination technique says, even if you know, even if you know this is the answer, never go towards it. Read the other option, reject them as contract has already been approved. No, this is not an agile thing. So C is the right answer. Next question. What could you have done to avoid this situation? Now, by reading the last line here, something is telling us there's a problem in the past. We have made something that has caused a problem. The problem is there. We could have done something different that could have resolved that particular problem. So what could you have done properly to avoid that particular problem? You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of manned diesel engine in Dubai. You have been sending them complete report regularly. You have been sending complete report. Sorry about the English. So it should be, you have been sending complete report to all the stakeholders regularly. However, when you go to the meeting, stakeholders are not informed about the status of project. Now, what is happening? You are sending report to all the stakeholders, and they are not reading the report. This is one of the classical problem that happens once you are doing the push communication. When you are utilizing the push communication, this problem occurs multiple times. So we want to avoid the push communication. We want to understand the requirements of the stakeholder. Like, the first option says understand communication requirement of each stakeholder. Yes, we need to know which stakeholder need what information. Some stakeholders need summary information, while the other stakeholders need detailed information. We need to understand what are the requirement of each stakeholder, how they need it, when they need it, how we can help them. So that can be the answer. Again, elimination technique demands from you that you don't just pick the answer, you have to go through the every single option. Put the stakeholder in stakeholder register. This option does not tell us anything that the stakeholders are not identified or they are not into the stakeholder register. So I would eliminate this option. Instead of report, send them 1 minute video to save time. So that can be a good thing to save the time, but again, maybe some stakeholders does not like to watch the video, they want to read. You need to understand the requirement of the stakeholder. So again, this may not be the option. This is stakeholder fault, you have already did your best. Now understand this thing, if you get this question anytime in the exam, that is a wrong answer. The answer cannot be the stakeholder fault. It's your duty, it's your job to identify, to manage the stakeholder in a positive way, so that you can work into that thing. So that is not the right answer. So we go back to our answer, that was option A, and we will select the option A. Next question, then what will you do first? Now most of the question that you will get will be in the PMP exam will be like this: what will you do first, what could you have done, what could you have decided, what should be the next, things like that. You are the project manager responsible for the construction project. Constructing a skyscraper in Makkah. It should be constructing a skyscraper in Makkah. You have identified the risk and manage it according to agreed response. So there was a risk, that risk occurred, you managed it as agreed by the response, but now a secondary risk has occurred. You know, guys, once a risk occurred, you implement a risk response plan, a secondary risk can occur. You need to manage that risk according to the risk management plan. But what is the problem? You don't have funds to manage it. So maybe you did not put fund to manage it. So what will you do? What will you do first? Communicate the team? I don't think so. Project manager need to communicate the team. Communicate to a sponsor. Yes, you do need to communicate the sponsor. But is it the first thing you will do? I will mark this option right now, but let's see the other option. Use management reserve. So can you use the management reserve by yourself? And is it the first thing that you do? You cannot use the management reserve by yourself and cannot be the first thing. So I have to eliminate it. Raise a change request. So this is the answer. We don't communicate to the sponsor immediately. What we do, whenever there is something, a problem has occurred, you raise a change request because you need to get the management reserve. If the sponsor or the change control board approve that change request, then you use your management reserve. Otherwise, maybe you need to have to do a different workaround. So in order to use management reserve for this risk for which you don't have funds, mean the funds are not in the cost baseline. So maybe they are in the project budget. In order to understand, in order to find it, you need to raise a change request. You raise the change request. Once change request is raised, it is approved, then you do that. So D is the right answer. Guys, majority are on fire. Everyone is giving good answers. Let's see how you do this one. You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of a hydropower plant. Okay, you have identified all stakeholder, and started managing them. However, during execution, you are loading with too much and unnecessary demand. You are getting too much requirements and things like that. So, okay, what could you have done differently? Guys, just to put in the context, what is the journey of stakeholder? Step one, identify stakeholders. Okay, step two, classify them upward, downward, sidewards, inward, outward. Step three, prioritize them into power interest and put them into the stakeholder register in that way. Prioritize them which are important, which are not important. Step four, understand their current engagement and your desired engagement. Step five, manage stakeholders. Step six, monitor their stakeholder engagement. What we have done here, identified it and run towards step 4 5. We missed prioritization. What could you have done differently? That can never be done. This can be the answer. Understanding stakeholder communication requirement. You don't have to understand the communication requirement of each stakeholder. If we go to the power interest grid, power here, interest here, high power, high interest, low power, high interest, low power, low interest, high power, low interest. They are the most important stakeholders. First of all, you tackle them. This is the number one priority. First, you understand their communication requirement, their need, and then on second, their communication requirement, their need. You don't need to, you just need to inform them. They don't have any power. Why would you work with them to understanding their communication requirement? And most importantly, people those who have no power, no interest, why would you manage their interest? Why would you manage their communication requirement? So guys, this need to be understand. We need to prioritize the stakeholder. We need to prioritize every single thing we do. Prioritization makes easy when we communicate things. Is this clear to everyone? B is the right answer. Stakeholder, Zahur, your answers need improvement. Is it clear, Zahur, now? Suku, is it clear with you? Pradeep, Chimzi changes answered. Okay. So this is an important question, guys. Risk, you need to prioritize. Stakeholders, you need to prioritize. User stories, you need to prioritize. Remember, product backlog is prioritized high value, high risk. So we need to prioritize. These are the important things. I hope you don't miss this. This is an important question. I was kind of smiling when I was making this question. Yes, it is clear. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys. Now this is like I will. This is one of the drag and drop. I hope you can make it. Let me put it something here. A B C D E 1 2 3 4 5. So tell me A1 B something like that. In the actual exam, you will be actually able to drag them to the other side. To drag them to the other side. A question that is asked to me by multiple time by different students. If we, let's say the question has five options like this one, uh, and if we make three right and two wrong, will we get the entire marks or will we get zero? So You will get right marks for the right option, and the other thing will be cut it from there. Okay, there is there. So okay, let's match. I'm really bad with this. It's okay. So forming. Let's see what is a Tuckman ladder. This is time. Okay. This is productivity. So Tuckman ladder basically defines at different stages how the work is being done. So forming stages where the project team is coming, they are learning about them. They don't know about that. So at the forming stage, productivity is low. You need to make ground rules. You need to make team charter. So in the forming stage, you need to be directive. So A will be one. Okay, A will be one. So storming is basically a stage where the project manager has to use the emotional intelligence, active listening to understand how the team is working, what is not working, how we can operate it. So we need to do. B is coaching. We need to coach the people, understand their requirement, understand their needs, fulfill those needs, see how those needs can be fulfilled. So with the B, we become one. Now this is basically storming, forming to storming, where you need to use emotional intelligence, active listening. Guys, if you haven't watched Pathway to PMP Team or Journey of Team, I highly recommend do watch both of these videos. One is 1 hour, the other is like a 20 to 25 minute, but they are worth your time. You will get a lot of things from there, how to basically manage that team, and team is the most important topic of PMP. So when the team start getting that, the team becomes better, so we start working with that. So C become mentoring. So we start basically mentoring. C goes as 3. Performing, now team is a norming. Performing is the ideal stage, so we delegate that task. So 5 will be D, and of course adjourning is the last, so 4 will be E. So I hope everyone understand this thing. Why people put A2? Oh yeah, A is 2. Sorry. A directive. A to B1. Yeah, sorry. A to B1, 3C, there and then D. Is this clear to guys, you guys? Because many people have wrong answers there. E can also be with 1, while B and journaling, basically that's why I push coaching and mentoring. Okay, this coaching and mentoring is basically for a journaling. Okay, performing is for delegation, norming is mentoring, storming is coaching, and this is directive. At journaling we do both coaching and mentoring. We do both things. That's why, Derry, we work with both of those things. That's why, that is the reason. Adjourning is basically a team is living, so that sometimes there's a conflict where you need to coach, and sometimes the habits are living up, so that's why you need to do mentoring. So simple, that's why we need to do coaching as well as mentoring at the E. Okay guys, I hope that is clear. Let's work with the this question. So just to understand cost variance, if it is positive, it's a good thing. Similarly, CPI 1 greater than 1 is a good thing. Schedule variance, if it is positive, it's a good thing. SPI greater than 1, it's a good thing. So what has happened here? Your project has a budget of $2,000. SPI of the project is 1.6. If the SPI is 1.6, this means we are ahead of schedule. Cost variance is 5,000. This means we are under budget. So what we can tell about this condition? Okay, so project is behind schedule, no. Eliminated. Ahead of schedule, yes. Over budget, no. Project is behind schedule, no. Project is ahead of schedule and under budget. Guys, never miss this kind of question. This kind of question always gives you the full marks. So I 100% want you to get those questions, to get understanding of those questions, how those questions can work with you, and how we can do that. Okay. So I hope everyone got the right one. Okay. Let's get to the next question. Guys, this is the root cause. Temperature was not maintained properly. That is the root cause. You find out the reason why the deliverable does not meet the requirement. That is the root cause. Actually, I put the last option as last in last second. Here, let's put it there just to confuse. You did inspection of the deliverable. On inspection, how did you find that the furnace was not maintained properly? Tell me that thing. I need everyone's answers. Dari, Usha, Pradeep, Faisal, Suku. I guess RCS Janjahur gave the right answer. Ali, Faryal, Salah, Walid, Reza Karim, Ahmad Bilal. How Zuhur, your answer is also not right. But the furnace is not right. The furnace is not maintained. That is the root cause. How did you find apart from that? You did the root cause analysis and then you find out that the furnace was not good. That was the root cause here. We already did. Would it not be important to know why the furnace was not? No, 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 no. You see, you find the reason. That is the reason. Okay. Now that's a prevent corrective action for the next time what to do. Okay. You know that the temperature was not maintained. How did you find it? By doing the root cause analysis. Okay. Uh, I'll get to you, Zahur. So send them to client as verified deliverable. No, Zuhur, you are saying B. We the deliverables. If you look at the journey of deliverables, the first step once they are produced, they to goes to control quality, where we inspect them, where we check the deliverable. If they meet quality plan, if they meet quality plan, then they become verified deliverable. If they don't meet quality plan, they don't become verified deliverable. We need to do a change, raise a change request. We need to raise a preventive, corrective, or uh, whatever the action is there. We need to raise a change request. Why would we shape update the plan? What is the purpose of updating the plan here? How that will help us? The plan is there. It does not meet the plan. We don't change the plan. We work on the deliverable. We need to improve the deliverables. We don't change the plan. Okay. We need to raise a change request. I need every single person to put in the chat box, is this question clear or not? Because many people got mixed answers. Every single one, please put in the chat box that is clear or not. This goes to journey of deliverable. Okay. Share says no. Okay. So mm, let me share my mind. Okay. So share what happens. Clear. Yes, it's clear. But okay, that's still not clear. Let me just go through that. So once your deliverable are produced, once your deliverables are produced, the first step is it goes to control quality process. The process is clear. Okay. You do the quality control. You do the quality control. In quality control, you with your team, you check the deliverables. You inspect the deliverable, walk through. Inspection tool is used here. Okay. If the deliverable meet the quality management plan, you inspect it. If it meets the quality management plan, the deliverable is verified. It is according to quality plan. We call that deliverable as verified deliverable, and it goes to validate scope as the next step. If it does not meet the quality plan, it does not meet the quality plan, we raise a change request to take a preventive action to improve it, corrective action most of the time, or defective way to work on it. No way in the way you update the plan. There is no problem in the quality plan. Why would you update the quality plan? Okay. And once the verified deliverable is done, it goes to validate scope. Validate scope where you check the deliverable with the client according to scope baseline. According to scope baseline. Here you are checking according to quality plan. Here you are checking according to scope baseline and scope management plan. If the client approve it, it become accepted or validated deliverable. Sure, is it clear? Accepted or validated deliverable. Okay, change request. Okay, cost of quality. Thank you, Zahur. Is it clear to you? Okay, Usha, I have to step out of my question answer role. Yeah, you are right. You are right. Okay. So this is the question. Okay. Okay, Suleiman, it is clear? Good. So let's go to the next question. So I hope everyone put the right answer here. I already explained this in the previous question. Elmi, why would look at the uh, quality reports? Your client is inspecting verified deliverable, going back to the journey of quality where we just discussed the deliverable has been approved. Oh, when their inspection is said deliverable does not meet the requirement, he is disagreeing with the deliverable. So which document you will check? You will not check quality plan because now client is checking, they have nothing to do with the quality plan. So risk register has nothing to do with quality report. No, the agreed document with them is scope baseline. We compare with the scope baseline with them, and that becomes your right answer. Okay, Suleiman, I hope you will get this right answer. We discuss it today. So this is a very interesting question. Let's see how many people get this. My point is that majority there's a focus group to get the requirement. Well done. So this is a very good answer. Meet with the seller. So what is your justification? So all the requirements are clear and equally distributed. So Zahur, are we asking that thing in the question? Look the question one more time, Zahur. Are we looking for the requirement? So this is an important question here. This question actually clarifies a lot of procurement things. What tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? Just understand this question very well. Okay, as you plan your project, you realize that you will need to acquire services from vendor. So you have decided on make or buy. You want to buy. Due to complexity of requirements, your requirements are complex. You are concerned that without additional input from potential sellers, you need input from potential sellers who are selling the product. Developing strategy might be difficult. You need this potential sellers help to develop a strategy to do that. What technique would be helpful in this? Make a source selection criteria. Why would we do that? Source selection criteria is done when we know all the requirements, when all the requirements are clear, and we want to establish a criteria. Okay, this is our thing. We want to make or buy from someone. So what should we do? So that is eliminate. Okay, make or buy analysis. We already bought it. We already decided we want to buy it. Now the two options that are left, both of them are very good option. Bidder conference. So guys, understand this thing. Bidder conference is a conference when you know the requirement, you have written your procurement statement of work, you have advertised the opportunity, they have replied to your opportunity, and now you want to tell them what are the you want to tell them, not ask. Bidder conference is not the right answer here. What we need here is that we want to get the information for sellers, so we need to have a meeting with them. We want to get information from the experts. We want to get information from those people who knows about the product, to so that we can clarify the requirement, we can put it, we can budget it. So C becomes the right answer. Input from the sellers. This is an important question to understand. And guys, here comes the important thing about slowdown. If you had slowed down, you would never have selected option A or D. B or C, okay, that can be a confusion, but A or D is eliminated automatically. That's an important. Okay, last question of today. Okay, I hope everyone gives the right answer for this one. This is a very important question in the context. This question goes back to the cost of quality. In quality, uh, there are 7 tools of quality. Please be familiar with those. And one of them, then one is benchmarking the cost of quality. They are the important tools. These 9, 10 things are important in quality, and you will get a question about that. Cost of quality consider of cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance. Money spent to avoid the failures, money spent because of the failure. So we are considering outside costs. Training is always internal, testing is always internal, appraisal is always internal. We get with the warranty cost. So warranty cost is the cost that is outside of that. So with that, we have all of our answers for today. So we solved 10 hard questions of PMP, and it was from 8 different domains, 8 different knowledge areas, and it was all from the process domains. I hope you got more than 8 right. Do send me your score. By the way, put it in the chat box. Let's solve these questions. First question, straightforward. You have 70 seconds to solve the question. Okay. Kaleem say A. Namita say A. Samriddhi as A as balance as moderate. Okay. In balance organization. Okay. Moderate is a keyword. If it was strong, then it would be D. Okay. So let's. In which type of organization structure does a project manager have a moderate to higher resource availability? Resource availability, guys. Now this is an interesting thing. Most of the people have put the answer wrong, and the reason being the wrong answer. If you look at the question, I really like the way how you guys were pointing out that this is the keyword. So identifying keyword is one of the way how you solve the question. But when we talk about the keyword, what happened here, guys? In when you are putting the authority, and we are talking about authority, moderate to high mean that high authority can be with the stakeholders. In which type of organization project manager have moderate to high? In balance matrix, project manager has low to moderate. Low to moderate. In weak, he has low. In functional, he has no authority. In strong, he can have moderate to high. We just say moderate, like from medium to high authority is going towards him. Almost all the authority is towards him. Someone put us that moderate is a keyword. Ravindra, if moderate is a keyword, how do you justify high? How can you have a high resource availability in the balance matrix? And PM is full time. Where PM has to report to functional? PM has to report functional only here, Usha. Here we don't have a functional manager. So these are eliminated. Here we have low to medium. Here we have medium to high. It was a very important question. It was a tricky question, and most of this question caught you most of the guys off guard. So guys, this was an interesting question. Is this clear to every single person? How that you can you explain difference between metrics in the functional organization? Yes, Namita, I can. So let's say projectized functional. This is a projectized organization. All the authority all the authorities with the project manager. This is a functional organization. All the authority is with the functional manager. We don't have any project manager in the functional organization. Functional organization is more of an operational organization, only doing their day-to-day tasks. They are not doing anything else. Whereas in projectized organization, there is no day-to-day task. It's entirely projects. The people come and we do the project, and at the end of the project, people do their own personal thing. And then we have a matrix organization. Functional organization can be converted into matrix organization, or you have a matrix organization. There are three types of matrix organization: balance matrix, weak matrix, and strong matrix. So in a weak matrix, you have a functional manager as well as project manager. Functional manager has more authority, and project manager has medium to low, or low, like almost no authority here. He does not have any authority at all. He can be a part-time person. He is doing two jobs. He is doing his functional job as well as projectized job. You can say when little bit project comes in a functional organization, it can become more of a weak matrix. Whereas balanced organization, both project manager and functional manager share same types of authority. Same type of authority, and if there's a conflict, we go to the sponsor in order to resolve that conflict. Whereas in strong matrix, we get medium to high authority. So is this clear, guys? Does that make sense to every single person? Thank you, Satya, for saying that. So this is a very interesting question, and this is an important point for you for your PMP exam, because this is a topic is comes under more of a business environment, and you need to understand and solve this question. I hope this is clear to every single person. So let's move to the next question. Okay. a straightforward question if you understand this question. What is the cost variance? So someone put the formula of a planned value. Ali Khan, we don't you are not familiar with the formula of cost variance. If you are putting planned minus actual value, that's not the formula. Fahad, okay. What is a cost variance? Cost variance is simply what you have earned so far minus uh, actual cost. Okay, if it was schedule variance, it would have been planned value. The cost, if the earned value is this $1,000, the amount spent is 950. As simple as it can get. So if you know the formula, 1000 minus 950. Even if you don't know the formula, earned is more and spend is less. Okay, planned has nothing to do here. So one thing is for sure, the value will be positive. We are talking about variance, not cost performance index. We're talking about variances. Okay, so this will not be the answer. Since it is not equal, this cannot be the answer. It is not minus even without formula, as you can eliminate three options here. So people who are making the mistake here, that is really need to work on those things. Why you are making that mistake? Many people put the wrong answer here. So guys, we need to work on today, and we need to see why we are making that mistake. Usha, we are not talking about schedule variance. Why did you put the formula of schedule variance? Ali Khan, your formula is wrong. Why do we need planned value? Okay, and Afshina, we are not talking about cost performance index. We're talking about cost variances. Okay, okay, okay. Fahad, again, your formula is formula of cost performance index, and we are talking about variance here. Guys, the formula which is being used, let's calculate that particular purpose. I hope that makes sense. Okay, even I got confused with CPI. Okay, Samriddhi. So Jimze is saying, see, I don't know which question you are answering. Suku, please put the question number or the justification. Namita, determine budget, all this process. B. Niyas saying C, Salah saying A. So guys, although you don't get much questions regarding that, but we need to understand a little bit about what happens in the important process. A project manager is leading a team in the creation of S-curve cost baseline. So basically, as cost baseline is formed and getting what process is that. Mm, Ali Khan, again, Ali Khan, you are the first person I read it and you put the justification. Plan cost management, you make a cost management plan. In estimate cost, you get the cost estimates. In determine budget, you basically make cost baseline. In control cost, you are monitoring and controlling it. So determine budget is the process where cost baseline is made. Although processes are not very much important in the exam, but still two three processes we need to know. Develop project charter, gets a project charter assumption log, close the project, can close the project, perform integrated change control, make change control board. We need to approve that. Where do you make cost baseline, schedule baseline, validate scope, difference between manage and control quality. These five six process I just mentioned, they are important. Cost baseline is output and determine budget. Okay, although these five six I mentioned, you can write it down. Again, develop project charter, close the project, integrated change control, three baseline, manage quality, control quality, validate scope. That's it. No, Abbas, A is not the right option. Plan cost management is the process in which cost management plan is made, not the cost baseline, guys. Why are you not looking at the cost baseline word? The cost baseline is made in the when you are working on the baseline. Is it clear to you, everyone? Please put in the chat box. This is an important thing. Uh, Chindi, on LinkedIn, it is a cost baseline. We need to look at that, where the baselines are being made. That's the integral part, an important part of this question. Okay. Let's go to the next question. This question is a very important question. This talks about one of the tools in quality. Okay, let's look at that. D, safety measures, cost of compliance, reworking. C, Zahur saying D. Zahur always give justification. Uh, D as safety measures. Okay. Which of the following is not a characteristic of a cost of non-conformance? Guys, quality topic is all about two, three things: quality management plan, quality metrics, benchmarking, cost of quality, seven tools of quality, control quality, uh, and difference of managed quality. That's it. So this question talks about cost of quality. Cost of quality consists of cost of conformance, money spent to avoid failures, cost of non-conformance, money spent because of failures. Avoid failures because of failures. So cost of conformance basically include appraisal cost, training cost, and non-destructive testing cost. Or non-conformance has uh, rework inside the team, liability, loss of the customer, this thing. Safety measure comes under the cost of conformance. We are only looking for cost of non-conformance. So if you understand this question, that's the straightforward answer of this question. D is the right option. And everybody who have taken this answer has given the right answer. Okay, ji. Next question. A. Guys, to give justification, Usha, Aniyas, Rajveer, Kaleem, Namita, Shoaib, Sadiq, Ravindra, please give justification. Which of the following would be the best advice you provide? A friend of yours is a project manager that works in an adaptive environment using agile method. He asks you to help him improve the quality of the result his project produce. Which of the following would best advice you would provide him? So the question is from the agile, and we want to work and we want to see how the quality can be improved. So let's look at this question. Perform recurring meetings to retrospectively assess the effectiveness of quality process. Yes, that can be something that the purpose of the retrospective is to improve the quality. So D A can be the answer. Increase the time spent on quality control activities. The time spent on the quality control activity has no function to improve the quality. Use all tools of quality. Not so much, but I'll just hold this answer. Employ a multiple quality control consultant to improve the quality process. No. So I'll also eliminate this. This is already eliminated. So A is the answer. Let me look at what the guys are saying here. Satya saying A, during doing regular retrospective will help to identify quality and take corrective actions based on observation. Good. Retro will give the feedback by customer and it will help improve quality. Good. Improve is done during retrospective. Yes. B, C, D, a traditional method. Very well said, Ravindra. Okay. As he is in adaptive environment, so performing recurring retrospective give him for improvement. Very well said, Abbas. That's another way to look at. So the purpose of this coaching call is like help you understand how multiple people are thinking and what is their point of view when they are giving the answers and how their answers correlate with the real thing. Okay. So let's go to the next question. Okay, let's see what answer do we have here. Okay, Smriti said A. Smriti, which question are you on? Okay, risk is closed. Okay, modify the schedule baseline. A, B, C, B. We have all the answers here. Okay, let's see what will be your next step. The project you have been managing has run into problems. Okay, the project you are managing is a problem. Okay, during code testing several issues have been identified that require an amount to fix. You need additional or resources to stay on track. Okay, and complete the project. Your former request has been approved by the sponsor. So what has happened? An issue has occurred. You put the issue into the issue log. Raise change request. Change request has been approved. Now what you will do? Request funds from management reserve to pay for additional resources. Okay. You see, your formula to add more resources has been approved by the sponsor. When this has been approved, A has been done automatically, but I'll hold it. Modify the schedule baseline. Okay. Okay, I'll hold that too. Close the identified risk. Okay, this is not a risk, so I'll eliminate it straightforward. Review the project scope to identify changes. No, you see, you do that before submitting the change request. You send the D option before submit it to the change request. So this is not the answer here. So we are left with the modify the schedule baseline or not. You ask the resources and now you change your baseline according to that. This is basically done on the basis of this. So answer would be B. So that's a good question, Pradeep. Suku, you do that before is the change request. Zahur, you do that before. Samriddhi 45 cannot be A. You already that is done. Vivek, no. Gujrit, no. D. Ali Khan, how it is D? Namita, do you give the justification? G? Guys, what happen when you give the justification that this is A, B, or C, or D? For example, let me pick the answer of someone. Change. The changes are already identified. Formal request made and got the approval. That's what Mushtaq is saying. Now I can comment on that. I can argue and I can discuss with you guys. Okay, you are right or not. In this case, Mushtaq is 100% right. The change was requested, and as a result, the change got approved. And the management reserves that get approved is the part of that change. Okay, so you directly modify the schedule baseline. Mushtaq, you're 100% right. That's basically the purpose why I asked you to give justification. Because I read every single justification everywhere you put comment, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook. It's my habit that I read every single comment of you. As he proposed change has been approved now, he has to update the baseline. So 100% right. Samriddhi, again, give the justification. Okay. Okay, B. Okay. Okay. So because question said the problem is identified lately, it means already we have utilized schedule. So okay, Aga, good way to put it. Schedule baseline will not change as resource is added. Why did we added the resource, Samriddhi? What was the purpose of that? Why do we do crashing and fast tracking? What is the purpose of crashing and fast tracking? As the when we do crashing or fast tracking, why we are doing that? The purpose of doing crashing or fast tracking is actually to do that, na? To reduce the baseline. I hope that makes sense to every single one of you. That's an important reason. What is crashing? What is fast tracking? What is the purpose of crashing and fast tracking? Why do we even raise the change request? And how we can handle that particular change request? If this is clear, please put in the chat box that this is clear. This is an important question for exam point of view. Today I did not have my coffee. I had a lot of fast food, so now I'm drinking Coke. Okay, G. If this is clear, please put in the chat box. This is clear, so I can move to the next question. If there's any follow-up question for this question, please do ask so that we can work into that also. B sprint retrospective. Okay, these answers are coming now from LinkedIn. Okay, okay, guys. Uh, Does our scope changes if we add more resources? No, 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 no. Scope. The purpose of adding, you see, let's say you are making a house and you want to reduce the schedule of your house, so you put 8 people instead of 4 people. Will you make 2 rooms instead of four? No, you will still make the same amount of room. So the scope has no impact on that to reduce the when we add resources. There's absolutely no impact on that. Okay, guys, let's move to the next question now. What is this question's answers? Okay, yes, screen is getting blurred. Can someone please shut up? Maybe your side. Okay, D answer. Chimji, which question are you solving? Namita, C. Namita, give your justification, my friend. Real-time progress is not required. It will be micromanagement. We can reduce claim by using technology, standard contract form, and software. So what is your answer, Abbas? I don't get your answer here. Rajiv, give the justification, brother. Okay. Which of the following is a not appropriate option to reduce claim during execution? Okay. Now we don't want to have claims during execution. Use technology like webcam. So that is nothing. It has nothing to do with the uh, claims. Claims. Why do claim happen? Claim happens. We say that this thing should be like this. The other person says things should be like this, and that happens when we have success criteria that success should look like that. And if success does not look like that, if a success does not look like that, you don't have a claim. Guys, understand this question, what this question is asking. Then this question will be more easy. Like, let's say you want to measure quality and there is no acceptance criteria. You use minimum ways that progress is not being measured. So how do you do that? Why we would use cameras or webcams in that case? I would love to know why you guys are saying that webcams or these things can help out. I would love to know. C is the right answer. Technology like webcam to capture progress real time. This is for use for virtual team for progress meeting. It has nothing to do that we reduce claims, and we cannot even use all the time. Having less success criteria in our contract actually limit number of the contractual obligations. As a result, the contract will be minimized. I hope this is clear to everyone. It's a simple question. Uh, want to minimize the claim? Mhm. Don't have that many progress measuring criterias where the customers have to check everything every single time. Okay. Should we be here? You identify what type of quality. Okay. Okay, Satya. If you say so. Kalim, execution. Okay. Let's see. As a project manager, you place significance important on ensuring the quality standards. Now, this is an important thing to understand here. What the question is saying here. The question is saying you are ensuring that quality standards are followed. Quality standards are followed in which process till now. Okay. In which process are the quality standards need to be followed, identified. So the last word, actually, when I was gonna select the A option, the last word changed the entire question. The question is actually asking in which step the qualities, the standards that you need to follow are identified. They are identified in when you are planning the quality management plan. So this is the step. Here you implement. Till here this seems an answer that you are in the execution. Actually the question is saying where quality standards are identified. They are benchmarked, they are made in the quality management plan in the B. C has nothing to do, D has nothing to do with between A and B. B is the answer. Last word change game. Yes, Satya, last word change the entire game. I was going with the A answer. Okay, manage quality as a keyword is execution. No, Amia, you are not looking at the last word. Uh, Suku, your answer is right. Manage quality is not the right answer. Look at the question clearly, guys. It's not execution. It's not execution. All the quality standards need to identify during quality management plan. Yes, yes. Yes, Abbas, I really liked your answer. So, guys, one more question that actually seems so confusing, but that is the reason why you need to read the question in more detail, in more clearly, and try to understand what the question is actually saying and go into the detail of the question. What the question is asking, what are the purpose of this particular question? I really like the way what you last three people have said. Satya, question did change the entire game for you. So you need to identify what the question is actually saying. And once you identify what the question is actually saying, you can see the exact question. So that's an important part of solving PMP question to read the every single thing the question is saying. Okay. Okay, guys, let's do the next questions. Okay, X, Y, X, Y. Okay, let's see the question. Which motivational theory advocates a paradigm of two forms of employee engagement? The first, inspiring and enabling workers with accountability, and the second, top-down supervision. So we are talking about theory X and theory Y. So McGregor basically talk about theory X and theory Y, whereas other theories are about different things. Maslow talk about hierarchy of need. McLean talks about power, achievement, affiliation. V-Room is, I don't remember what V-Room says, but the right answer would be A. McGregor theory X and Y. And everyone has put almost the same answer. Okay, so question number 49. The 10th question, I guess, yes, of today. What is the correct term to describe this group of people? Okay. At the beginning of the project, three members of organization were made responsible for reviewing, evaluating, approving, deferring, or rejecting change. So we call them change control board. So project task force, no. Team leads, no. Monitor and control, no. CCB, CCB, CCB. I hope everyone has done right because it talks about change. Okay, Arthi is right. Reza always try to give justification. Okay. Agas, CCB is one in a group of. Well done, Aga. I really like the way you are answering. Last question. Although we have done 10 questions, but last question of today. See what do we have here? Okay, Arthi is saying B because it talks about team charter. B B to set ground rules, team ground rules. D, it is a way of facilitating the meeting. Agenda and rule is the key. So okay, B is the answer. KR is saying create and publish agenda. Satya is saying setting ground rules. Sukhu is saying D. So we are having conflict between B and D. Okay. Which of the following rules could the project manager leverage to help rectify the situation? The project team meetings have been historically been chaotic, undisciplined, unsuccessful in delivering the value. So when meetings are not delivering value, what do we do? I will discuss that. In the previous meeting, the team demonstrated disrespect in the form of talking over each other. Okay, we are not following the rules. Which of the following? Demonstrate courtesy and consideration. That is the time already am past. If they had shown courtesy, so that would have never happened. Create a publish agenda and set of rules. That is the way we set ground rules and that parts project charter, team charter. Sorry, schedule meeting in advance. Have a purpose of the meeting with the right people in end. The question does not say anything that the people are not right. We already have project team meeting, so we don't know whether they were right or not right, and we also don't know that we have purpose or not purpose. One thing for sure we know that they are not following the rules. When someone is not following the rules, the first thing is to make ground rule as the most important thing, and if you have ground rules, then these things can be done. Okay, so guys, that was last questions of today's coaching call.